15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 45 miles an hour, decreasing to 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Saturday night, clear, cooler with lows around 40. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northeast after midnight. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the upper 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. Monday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. Breezy with highs in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Breezy and not as cool with lows in the upper 60s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 50%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with lows in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday, partly sunny with a 50% chance of showers. Windy, cooler with highs around 70. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Much cooler with lows in the upper 40s. Thursday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Lows in the upper 40s. Friday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the lower 60s. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 94, effective until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WWH-30 in Dyersburg, the voice of the National Weather Service. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Caruthersville. When? Until early Thursday morning. Impacts at 31.0 feet in Arkansas. Road and field flooding is widespread at Cottonwood Point. Access roads off Arkansas Road 362 are flooding. In Tennessee, the grain shipping facility south of Eloise is mostly underwater. D. Webb Road, Watkins Road, and Brady Ridge Road are flooding. Barr Road north of the Warlow's Pocket area is beginning to flood. Additional details: at noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 30.8 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise to a crest of 31.3 feet early tomorrow afternoon. Action stage is 29.0 feet. Flood stage is 32.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until Sunday evening. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River above Tiptonville. When? Until Sunday evening. Impacts at 34.0 feet. Fields are flooding east of Point Pleasant, Missouri. Additional details: at noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 34.0 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise to a crest of 34.3 feet tomorrow morning. Action stage is 34.0 feet. Flood stage is 37.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Osceola. When? Until early Thursday afternoon. Impacts at 27.0 feet in Arkansas. High water interferes with grain barge loading at the terminal at Osceola. Backwater is touching most of the levee just north of Osceola on North Pass, Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 330 in the Barfield Point vicinity. Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 430 is flooded across from Tevier Island. In Tennessee, Crutcher Lake Road is flooded north of Cold Creek. The Mississippi River is over its banks northeast of Open Lake. Backwater has reached the lake. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 25.7 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 26.6 feet early Sunday morning. Action stage is 24.0 feet. Flood stage is 28.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. The current time is 5:09 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5 p.m., at Dyersburg, light rain was falling. The temperature was 70 degrees. The dew point was 68, making the relative humidity 93%.
Okay, it's 5:10 here at KenTenn Weather Center. If you're following along with any of this afternoon, we are doing some updates on the radio and in other places this afternoon. So we're kind of keeping the weather service here rocking and rolling while we're doing this and waiting for these things to move into the area. Obviously on the screen, you can read this tornado emergency for Cross County and also Crittenden County moving through Earl, Arkansas right now. Tornado on the ground. Let's see. Where is our storm spotter? He's kind of dropped off over here and, he had a live video feed going earlier. He's been to Little Rock and back and up and down I-40. It seems like this afternoon, but, he's not currently showing, any video right there. I'm pretty sure it was this guy here that was doing the chasing here on this. Again, tornado emergency. This is West Parkin. Now let's just flip over here and get this warning off the screen. We know what it is. Let's see what we can see on the wind profile here in just a moment.
Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, sunny, windy with highs in the lower 60s.
Must be a Monday. The split screen's going a little bit laggy, a little slow here, getting cranked up. All right, let's take a look at this. We're actually on the Paducah radar. Let's get down to Memphis here. This is not going to work. Especially for this right here, can't see that far away. She's really running quite slow. You're in Cross County, Crittenden County, Arkansas. Take shelter. That's the thing right now. Okay, there it is. Let's get a different view of what's going on here. I'm really surprised at the activity going on here on our radar this afternoon. I mean, not the actual activity, but the lag in the radar may just be the computer, but that happens sometimes. Let's see where we are. Yeah, it's pretty much there without going over to a correlation coefficient to check and look. The strong couplet of rotation right there, side by side. You can see that pretty well defined right there. We cross the Mississippi River here in the next, let's see, it's 5:13 right now. Next 10 or 15 minutes anyway. It's 5:10. See, it's even the track is running a little bit slow. Not showing a ton right there. Let's go ahead and see what our TVS level is here. We're up to a 9 on our meso. So pretty intense activity going on here in East Arkansas as it crosses into Tennessee. I'm going to keep an eye on this here, get back to our velocity screen here and get another idea in just a moment. Yeah, we'll go ahead and cut that off. Yeah, that'll be fine. There we go. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another tornado warning issued here along the west, the far most west Tennessee counties here, Tipton County and Lauderdale County here in just a little bit. I'm going to put it back over to the Weather Service in the meantime. So here we are.
Watkins Road and Brady Ridge Road are flooding. Barr Road north of the Warlow's Pocket area is beginning to flood. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 30.8 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 31.3 feet early tomorrow afternoon. Action stage is 29.0 feet. Flood stage is 32.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until Sunday evening. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River above Tiptonville. When? Until Sunday evening. Impacts at 34.0 feet. Fields are flooding east of Point Pleasant, Missouri. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 34.0 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 34.3 feet tomorrow morning. Action stage is 34.0 feet. Flood stage is 37.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues.
Okay, 5:16, KenTenn Weather Center. Look, we have seen that the tornado emergency itself has been dropped off over here in Cross County and Crittenden County. As we get a update on this. Let's see, 5:13. So this is 3 minutes ago. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Earl, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So it's not necessarily dropped off. And for one reason or another, it's not showing up as a tornado emergency on the radar itself. But don't let your guard down if you do have friends and family over in Crittenden County, and actually move it. It'll be moving across the river here in just a few minutes into Tipton County and Covington and Henning in these areas here. So don't let your guard down, gang. let's take a look at what it's saying here in northeast Arkansas and western Tennessee. We have a new update here from the Storm Prediction Center. This is what they say word for word 2 minutes ago. A strong EF2 tornado likely occurred in northeast Arkansas, northwest of Memphis. The downstream environment will continue to support the potential for additional EF2 plus tornadoes. Now, we're going to get into some technical jargon here, but we'll sum it up here in just a second. Rotational velocity observations of 50 to 65 knots from Memphis radar across County, Arkansas suggest a likely EF2 tornado occurred. While the velocity signature has shown some disorganization over the last several minutes, a strong mesocyclone remains, and the downstream environment will continue to support the potential for additional strong EF2 plus tornadoes, as the Memphis radar here shows quite a bit of shear, basically. All right, let's not get too technical with it. So basically what it's saying is this storm is still holding together in this rich environment. It's going to. And we're going to keep an eye on it here, looking back across the area, northwest Tennessee, Boot Hill, and all of this. We start to see these showers and thunderstorms have somewhat been ongoing for a while. With any of these storms, there's a lot of lightning, a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So, be mindful of this. Be watching this as it passes through. Let's try and take a look at our storm spotter back down here in East Arkansas. Mr. Brett, I'm pretty sure he's the one that called this in, and he's offline still right now at the moment. There are no other real good cameras around right now that can indicate, well, much of anything. We can look right here. This is going to be Gibson County EOC. Not really a lot going on there. Just maybe a pop-up thunder shower there, more or less there. So we'll back out of that there. Back up. There we go. Nothing going on in Weakley County yet, nor East Dyer County here. Pretty heavy rain right there along in the Tatumville area in central, that neighborhood. Huntington's getting a pretty good thunderstorm right now. The same stuff that came through about an hour ago. Lots of lightning, and lots of energy wrapped up in these storms. So what about the progression of this stuff as it moves into this environment? Well, that's going to be the interesting thing as the night goes on. We'll rewind the radar just a little bit and kind of give you an idea. Look back toward Paragould and Jonesboro. You see these thunderstorms there. That one kind of split. It looks like it was originally a much bigger sail, and this one has split. So now you have one that's over in Kennett, one south of Kennett, one north of Kennett, over in the Boot Hill, where this is kind of split off. And this is kind of what we're seeing. Some of these storms pop up. They're a supercell in nature. I mean, just look back into East Arkansas again, down around Searcy in BB, Arkansas. We see these Lone Ranger cells that have popped up. Some of the stuff in West Tennessee and the KenTenn here looks a little bit disorganized right now. There may be some capping going on to preventing, any kind of super radical updrafts, create massive thunderstorms. Now that could change. That doesn't mean it's not going to do anything, for sure. The one we're concerned about right here, I mean, look at the hook. If the hook echo does not tell you, if that's not indicative of, a tornado, I don't know what is. It's just right there. So if you're in these paths, you look over here, Covington, Brighton, Gilt Edge, Millington, North Millington here, all along the river. These folks are going to be getting this here very, very soon. And the path that it's going to take, if this does hold together, if it does not fall apart once it gets into West Tennessee, I mean, just look at all of these locations here: Ripley, Nutbush, Murray City, Alamo, so pretty much Crockett County, and then it's going to move off into Gibson County. Let's take another look here. What is the speed of this storm that we're seeing here? So it says it's moving east at 50 miles an hour. And the other warning moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So let's just put it somewhere in the middle, kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. This is long term, okay? Don't get too confused over what we're doing here. Kind of give you an idea of some of these towns. So folks in Tipton County and Lauderdale County, Haywood County, you're next. Probably clip the northern part of Shelby County. And this is a very broad cone we've drawn here, just to kind of give you an idea of somewhat of the direction this thing may take. I mean, this thing may decide to turn due east. It's really hard to tell, especially with supercells. But for the most part, everything's indicated they're moving off to the northeast throughout the day today. So let's get rid of this. And we'll continue to keep an eye on what's going on here, the bigger picture. We have a ton of things and activity, and we're having something coming across. We have a tornado warning. A tornado warning for, well, let's turn it up.
In West Tennessee, northern Shelby County in West Tennessee, until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Gilmore, or 9 miles west of Meelan-Shelby Forest State Park, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: weather spotters confirm tornado. At 5:22 p.m., spotter confirmed tornado just south of Turl near I-55. Impact: you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Millington, Meelan-Shelby Forest State Park, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Griffin Corner, Venetia, Credo, Redwood, Rosemark, Idabel, Lock and Beaver. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties: in Tennessee, Shelby, and Tipton.
Okay, so there's that. At 5:22, spotter confirmed tornado just south of Terrell near I-55. That's exactly what we see here on the radar. And with that, we'll put the weather service back on for now. This is really out of our area, but we're going to continue to watch this storm as it progresses. I mean, it's holding together pretty good. It's got a real good inflow, got a good wrap down here too. Well-defined hook. I mean, it's classic tornado textbook sail here. So, we'll keep this stream live and going, and put it back to the weather service when things start getting a little bit more uncomfortable. We'll jump back in here and deal with those things as needed here. So that's it. 5:26 now at the KenTenn Weather Center. KenTennWeather.net.
Shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Millington, Meelan-Shelby Forest State Park, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Griffin Corner, Venetia, Credo, Redwood, Rosemark, Idabel, Lock and Beaver. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties, in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Shelby, and Tipton. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 94, effective until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. The current time is 5:29 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a tornado warning for South Central Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, western Tipton County in West Tennessee, northern Shelby County in West Tennessee, until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Gilmore, or 9 miles west of Meeman-Shelby Forest State Park, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, weather spotters confirmed tornado. At 5:22 p.m., spotter confirmed tornado just south of Turl near I-55. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Millington, Meeman-Shelby Forest State Park, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Griffin Corner, Venetia, Credo, Redwood, Ruizamark, Idabel, Lock and Beaver. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties, in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Shelby, and Tipton. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 94. A tornado warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for South Central Mississippi, northeastern Crittenden, western Tipton, and northeastern Shelby counties. At 5:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Meeman-Shelby Forest State Park, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Millington, Beeman Shelby Forest State Park, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Griffin Corner, Credo, Redwood, Ruizamark, Idabel, Locke, Beaver, and Randolph. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties, in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Shelby, and Tipton. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 94, effective until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemuscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemuscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WWH-30 in Dyersburg, the voice of the National Weather Service. The current time is 5:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for South Central Mississippi, northeastern Crittenden, western Tipton, and northeastern Shelby counties. At 5:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Meeman-Shelby Forest State Park, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Millington, Beeman-Shelby Forest State Park, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Griffin Corner, Credo, Redwood, Ruizamark, Idabel, Locke, Beaver, and Randolph. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties, in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, in the following counties in Tennessee: Shelby and Tipton. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 94, effective until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties.
It's 5:37 at KenTenn weather. Now we're going to switch up here to we've kind of been here on the Memphis radar for quite a bit, watching this cell move across the river. So let's move up to where we are here. Had a little bit, there it is. Had a little bit of concern. All of a sudden we had a lot of loud thunder just out of nowhere. But there it is. It's, right before us here. The storm cell back down above Memphis near Millington. It's being misreported by the Paducah radar because it's so far away. It's actually looking, and this is interesting too, because the further away the radar is, it's the Earth is round. It's got a curve to it. So the Paducah radar would actually be looking up into the clouds above the base of the storm. And, it's kind of interesting that this activity is what's going on in the mid and upper levels of the storm. So that is a very intense storm right there. Let's see. We have looks like another tornado warning, but that's back over in the northern part of East Arkansas, Izard, Sharp, and Independence and Stone County. It's all of this is going to be moving off to the northeast, obviously. So back here on the Paducah site, let's take a look at what's going on here back home. Quite a bit of heavy rain again. We're being inundated with lightning. It seems like today there's so much energy in this storm system that there's tons of lightning to talk about. But keep an eye on that thunderstorm cell that just seemed like it popped up, and it may have already been there because we have been looking at the Memphis radar and some echoes return lighter. But it's actually looks like it developed after it got across the Mississippi River and got into this atmosphere over here, this rich atmosphere, I might say, of turbulence. And Greenfield right now. Okay. Now bear with us as we try and put the wind on here and get an idea of its wind profile. It's not looking all that promising right now. Radar is returning really, really heavy rain right here in this neighborhood. I mean, it's just a downpour right there as you cross over the river bridge on Highway 45E going into Greenfield there. The winds aren't looking that impressive as far as spin up and things like that in this storm. There are some wind gusts in this, though. I mean, it doesn't completely lie to you and tell you that there's nothing there. But at the moment, we're not seeing any rotation of any kind on this cell moving into Weakley County. So we'll back out of that for a minute. See what's going on elsewhere here. Another thunderstorm cell over here north of Caruthersville. This will be in the neighborhood of Interstate 55 here. We didn't check this one, though. Got just a little bit of a notch on it. Let's see what we can see, as they say. Looks like a mistake, doesn't it? Just taking a minute to load all of this fun stuff up. Of course, This is a dead zone of the radar. This is the RF zone. You can't see what's going on right here. But if we are looking at there's always a certain band around the radar that for some reason it doesn't see that. But there's some wind right there. There's some strong wind gusts out of that storm right here. That's moving into Tiptonville, moving across the river right now. And I'm surprised that some of these thunderstorms are not reaching severe limits. They're instantly going to tornado warnings, like, for instance, like the one down in West Memphis. Okay, we have, let's get back on the Memphis radar for just a second, if we can. Like pulling teeth. Looks like we have gone back into another tornado emergency for Tipton County here. I can't...
Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles.
Okay. We always keep that on standby because, in case something breaks or burns, it's there, right? So, all right, let's clear back out of this. And so our radar will reload here from Memphis, and away we go. Man, that is awfully close to that Millington radar site, too. Wow. There's some tight spin up right there on this. Okay, let's now let's see if we can just switch off of this and just do one screen instead of all of that. There we go. All right. So what you're looking at the couplet. You're looking at these winds going away from the radar. Okay? They're going that way. And you're looking at these winds blowing toward the radar. This area right here is spinning. There is a tornado right here. And let's clear that out and get back to what the text is calling for right now with this storm. And here we go. Tornado emergency at 5:39. This was about 5 minutes ago. Confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Dixonville. That's north of Meeman Shelby Forest State Park. Dixonville, Quito, and Drummonds. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Tornado warning goes until 6 o'clock. We have another 15 minutes on this tornado warning. Millington, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Barrettville, Egypt, Quito, Redwood, Rosemark, Idaville, Beaver, Randolph, Sloanville, Wilkinsville, and Cuba. All in the path of this tornado. This is a tornado. This is a tornado emergency. Tipton County, northern part of Shelby County. I mean, it's right on the county line, man. Here we go. And this is going to be passing off to the northeast. And just like that. All right, let's see where we are, where we're going with this here. We might join up on the phone line here. So bear with us. This is what we do. This is multitasking. When we call in and check in with our Jackson folks, because this is kind of headed that way. They're standing by to go to the phone lines here. I believe this thing hung up on me. Let's try again. Okay. Do this. Do this right. Yeah. Okay. It would help if I used the right phone line, which is that one. Okay. Everybody likes to call into the radio station, right? Again, we're watching this tornado emergency down in Tipton County, northern part of Shelby County. I can imagine what they're going through with this right here. It looks like they just downgraded it. Maybe nobody's home. Well, as I say, those things happen.
The picture they're painting is, to me, is a bit misleading. But we'll get back to you need to get up to speed with that. I just put you on the spot with it, and that's something that was on your mind. But I'd like to see what you think about it.
Can we go back to the conversation about Representative Todd? Because I do. I mean, there are things that I don't agree. I think that it's an invasion. I told Representative Todd, I'm a fan of limited government, less government. So that's where Representative Todd and I disagreed. My kids have never, I've raised children, they've never been, I have an adult child, never been to a drag show. That's very purposeful on my part. I don't want that mandated from a government because I don't trust the government.
But how many of them have you walked past at brunch?
I mean, I've been in New Orleans. Hell, I can't answer. I don't know. It may have happened to me, not even know.
But in Tennessee, the point is,
right? Yeah, zero.
You haven't had to work that hard to keep the kids away.
Right. And now, but all right, so that you said that they did not that people didn't elect Chris Todd to outlaw drag shows. I don't know that's true. So my question is, what do you think the people, which you're not one of them, but the people who did vote for Representative Todd, what do you think that they were expecting out of him? Because I don't think that anybody wants more funding for education.
Get close to the top. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to call it technical on that, Chuck. And the reason is Chris Todd and nobody in the Tennessee legislature outlawed drag shows per se.
In public park.
What they do, okay, in public park.
In public venues.
But you must admit there's been a lot. They've whipped up a lot of drag wing show talk. Right. And it's
check.
Is that something to scare
the
public?
We're standing by on hold with the radio station in Jackson.
We also don't have. We have affinity laws. We have affinity laws
and
that would have
and it's talk programming, and we'll get to what we need to get to as soon as they get to us. So bear with us here, okay? Calling into WBFG 96.5 in Jackson here. The Dan Reaves Show.
Come back. We're live in Bourbon and Barley, and we will be, it looks like it's 7 or 7:30, fellas, when the really bad weather is going to arrive. It will be live in the studio with the
You want to say my house, man?
Please. We do have a basement. So we'll be right back at Bourbon and Barley's. You stay right there, and Doc is up next with his thoughts. He'll finish those live at Bourbon and Barley's. Dan Reaves, Chuck Walker, Dr. Mark Fowler, Dr. Casey Gold, Dr. Larry Newman, and Dr. Gabe Hart. We'll be right back.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over?
Okay, we have a new tornado warning coming out. Let's hit this first.
Did I just say 0?
The
Stand by.
National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Tipton County in West Tennessee, southeastern Lauderdale County in West Tennessee, west central Haywood County in West Tennessee, until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Munford, or 8 miles south of Fort Pillow State Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Multitasking.
Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Covington, Ripley, Brighton, Henning, Burleson, Garland, Orissa, Bride, Durhamville, Gift, Tabernacle, Turnpike, Opossum, Glim, and Rialto. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is developing. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton.
Okay, I believe we got that out of our system there. We're still on hold with the radio station there in the break, but we'll get there in just a minute. We have the ability to sit here and wait if we need to. Obviously, you heard the National Weather Service tornado warning. This is for Lauderdale County and for Haywood County and for Tipton County again. I'll just zoom in and show you here. Again, we still have this big nasty couplet here on the radar. With winds, a circular rotation here. I think we're back here.
Welcome back in. We're live at Bourbon and Barley in Jackson, Tennessee, right across from Union University Drive on the corner. Across from Arby's, from Starbucks, you know where we are. Our question to you is, where are you? We would love to be here. Dan Reaves has actually pulled out some, and Doc, you saw these. They're black and white 1994 glamour shots of when he first got into the biz. He'll sign them. It's normally $74. He's giving the first 10 away for free.
And I still have all 10.
He still has 10.
I signed those the last time we were here. I still walking around with them in my pocket. And in fact, I tell you what, for a limited time, those autographs, if you would like one, I'll pay you $5.
I'll pay you $5 to take it.
First alert weather will be live in the studio tonight. And Doc, as we're running out of time here at Bourbon and Barley's, you were about to express an opinion.
The concern I have about drag shows is this. Many video clips I've seen on Facebook and elsewhere, they tend to go over the line, and they wind up either straddling young children, touching young children.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's go back to our reflectivity for just a minute here. The info is still there. The hook is still there.
Larry gave there. Well, you know, look, don't blame. Yeah, you got it all red in the face. He went back in there, but yeah, the reason he goes in and out is I don't know.
Larry's not hospitable. Gina's shaking her head vigorously like I'm insane or have two heads. Well,
Gina's actually, of the four of us sitting here with microphones, Gina's the only one that's been to a drag show. Gina, how much sexual exploitation?
Okay. It's very difficult to do this and them do that, and I don't know. Okay, we have a tornado watch. It looks like a new tornado watch. It would appear
deadly to those
but we understand it. We'll get updated on that here in just a minute. Bear with us. Again, we're in the middle of drive time on somebody's radio show, standing by here to give a weather report, and that's okay. Like I said, we stand by. We stand by. We're patient. We can do that. We have plenty of airtime on the digital stream here, so.
So much that we agree on, like all across the board. Like I still believe, I'm the last person to believe this. I still believe that 80% live in the moderately middle level.
Well, it looks like we're going to hit top of the hour at 6 o'clock at the KenTenn Weather Center. Wow.
Chuck's done, and Doc is, but you see if you would agree with this, that as human beings, we have almost everything in common. We want to have clean drinking water and clean air, and we'd rather not be shocked. And we don't want people to hurt us. We want to, Ray, if you pot that
bring
down,
the switcher down.
Second, but we want our children to be happy and healthy. We have almost everything in common. So we've made it easy, but it's been a very concentrated effort.
Which, by the way, the new tornado watch number 97 was just issued. Is a PDS tornado watch. It's for most of Middle Tennessee and the rest, the other half, I guess I would say, of West Tennessee, here, North Mississippi, and a little chunk of Northwest Alabama. I can't get the information on it in particular just yet.
And they make everything political. It's easy to do.
Let's bring you up to date on Tornado Watch 94. That's the one we've been under all afternoon. It continues until 8 o'clock. They have not let up on this yet.
We could get something done.
Absolutely. We could get so much done if we would find commonalities. And there are commonalities. I mean,
okay, back down here to Tipton County now, gang.
Yeah, absolutely. We have more in common than we have that divides us.
Exactly, Don. What do you think, Jim?
I agree with you, too. And you know what I've been saying? Americans hating Americans.
Okay. I guess they dumped us. Okay. Well, that's all right. Let's get to what's important here. This happened just 2 minutes ago. Confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Covington, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. I hope we don't lose power in just a moment. Something's going on here in Weakley County. We'll have to take a look at that. Tornado emergency for Covington. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Radar confirmed tornado, which they're going to show the wind grids. We've been looking at the velocity here just a little bit ago. But to emphasize this, you're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Get out of mobile homes. Damage to homes, businesses, it's considerable. Get out of your vehicles. Get somewhere safe. Now, important here, Covington, Ripley, Brighton, Henning, Burleson, Garland, Orissa. Okay, that's a new one on me. I'm learning. Bride, Durhamville, Gift, Tabernacle, Turnpike, Possum, and Rialto, all under this tornado emergency. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. You see it on your screen, tornado on the ground in this particular area here. We're just gonna ride with this for just a minute. We're doing some checks here on the back end of things to make sure everything is still moving and grooving on our end, because power flickering. It's just strange. I believe, are we still on the, we're still on the Memphis radar. Okay. There is some activity up here in the northwestern part of Tennessee here. We were watching this activity move out between Haytime and Marston, move across the river here, Tiptonville, Reelfoot Lake, and Hickman. Quite a bit of lightning with this storm. See, these are not getting cranked up and started as good, but you got to remember, most of our area has been in a moderate risk for this severe weather, and southwest Tennessee, North Mississippi has been in the area for the high risk. This, like the supercell here in Covington that we've been watching move across the river this afternoon. It does not mean that it won't spread into other parts of our viewing area here. So we're keeping a track on this and keeping our eyes on this. And as we press on here, this is the big newsmaker so far this afternoon for the KenTenn area, is what's going on here just north of Memphis, north of Fayette County. It's just some weaker activity. And I say weaker activity, I mean, nothing that's, precisely that's spinning up on radar in our particular area that, that we're watching here. And also West Kentucky, don't misunderstand there. We're watching out here too. But look at all this lightning that's over here. All of these storms have had so much lightning, so much energy in the atmosphere this afternoon. Now, even in this little bit of storm right over here, just all kinds of energy. And this thing is just letting loose down here in Memphis. I mean, it's I say Memphis, north of Covington here, or in Covington. This tornadic thunderstorm. I mean, it's a pronounced hook echo on this radar. Macedonia, Christmasville, Nutbush, St. Peters, Durhamville, Solo, Toulon, and Bethel, I believe, is on up the road here. As you've been watching here, tornado warning continues for another 25 minutes, northeastern Tipton, southeastern Lauderdale County, and west central Haywood counties. And we are going to continue monitoring this. We're going to try and hit up Dan Reaves again one more time on what they call the telephone, and see if we can't squeeze back into what all was going on over here, as he had us on hold this afternoon. So let's see if we can get him again. One, two, check. 1, 2. I check it every now and then. I'm beginning to think these things go to sleep sometimes. Huh? Well, okay. Hello, mother. Do this again. We'll try again. Interesting. I can only assume I'm dialing the right number. Let's check back in over here.
7-year veteran of the Tucson Police Department. He's a YouTube.
I'm not sure if no, we lost it again. Huh. All right. Last time, then we have to move on because this is important stuff going on right here. We may have to break away anyway here. Let's see what's going on. No, not yet. We're okay. Okay, we have a well-defined hook echo on radar right now, just south of Henning, moving across the county line into, it's sitting on Tipton Lauderdale County line here. That is a strong beast right there, gang. Moving into Haywood County. And by the way, if you have friends or family in these areas, Durhamville, St. Peter's, Nutbush, and just any of these counties, down to Ripley, family, friends, give them a call and tell them to get somewhere safe. This is a monster. I'm not exaggerating here. Okay, what do we have? Is this updated? Okay, it's 6:04, so we're about 6 minutes behind a confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Covington. Okay, where's it located now? Near Antioch and Orisa, I think is maybe how you say that. Northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency. This is a PDS. When you hear PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotters confirm tornado just southeast of Covington. I know you can see what's on the screen, but I'm saying it anyway. Okay, so we're moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and get a track on this. If it'll let me. We're just really going to stretch it out. We're going to stretch it all the way to the Gibson County line. And just for good measure. Well, if it'll let me. Huh. Well, how mean. It gave up. Okay. Well, I don't give up that easy. So let's try it one more time. Obviously, Alamo, you're going to be in the path of this thing. You know what? Maybe it's because of that right there. Yep. Okay. All right, let's take a look at what we're doing here, gang. Orisa is there. Nutbush, get ready. Nutbush, you should be in your shelter. Tibbs, Shaw, Rudolph, Bell Eagle. You're looking at about 20 minutes. Johnson's Grove, Jones, Murray City, Cairo, or do you pronounce it Cairo down there in Crockett County? Bells, Alamo, Nance, Cypress, Fruitville, Vale, rather. This tornado warning. We're receiving a new tornado warning. Stand by. Let's see what this is all about. I have no stream. What happened there? Whoa. Something is really upset right now. Let's see if I can pull this from somewhere else. It's nice having nice having these sources so we can kind of keep you informed. Although I think the warning has presented itself already here. Let's get to it this way. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Nutbush, 9 miles east of Covington, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Here they come. Particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Radar confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Now, the locations impacted include Jackson, Brownsville, Humboldt, Alamo, Bells, Nutbush, Belle Eagle, Holly Grove, Adair, Murray City, Gadsden, Quincy, Gibson Wells, Allens, Huntersville, Christmasville, Jones, Mason Grove, Coxville, and Fruitvale. This is really, let's see if we can't get back on the telephone here. We'll give it one more shot because I'm really worried about our radio friends down in Jackson. This thing is coming at them, and trying to stay on top of this, help them out a little bit here. Of course, they have emergency alert system too, but I'm trying to give them a little insight on this too, instead of just, say, oh, there's a tornado coming. Well, there's a tornado coming. All right. This thing is holding together. And I'm surprised I lost my weather service feed.
And
No, there it is. Back now.
In Tennessee.
Just want to have it there on standby. We're getting a ton of EAS messages here. All right. It dumped out again. I guess it only rings so many times before the thing dumps out on their end, and basically it's like picking up the phone receiver and putting it back down, hanging up. And all of our telephones are going to be going to that format one day. It's all going to be over the internet, much like what we're doing here. Come on, guys. Let's take a look at this. Okay. So what you see on your screen right now is a mess. I mean, to say the least. What we're looking at is a tornado on the ground in Nutbush right now. Here are the towns. We're zooming in right here. Tons of electric energy here. Lots of cloud to ground lightning spikes. Well-defined hook echo. Sticking together, staying together here. St. Peter's, Christmasville, Belle Eagle, Bethel. And then here we are in the Crockett County, Alamo, Bells, Cairo, Murray City, Frog Jump, Fruitvale, Gadsden. Got a ham radio buddy down in Gadsden. Humboldt, Christian Chapel, Crockett Mills. This is a huge storm, gang. I don't have any updates on the storm. That's
okay, caller, you're here with me on the weather.
Hi, Larry. It's Brian Thomas. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
All right. I just wanted to bring you up to date on what's going on here. We do have another tornado warning right now. Of course, everybody's probably already heard it now. Emergency alert system going off. This is a tornado warning. Crockett County, Gibson County, Central Haywood County, and northwestern Madison County. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, 8 miles southwest of Nutbush. It's moving in right now, moving into the Christmasville area, Belle Eagle, also moving into Bethel, and pretty much everybody in the southern part of Crockett County. All these folks need to be taking shelter right now. Again, this is a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado. It's in Haywood County right now, just passed through Tipton and Lauderdale County. Gang, this is a monster. You need to be in your shelter. And again, if you're in any of these areas in Crockett County in general just needs to be taking shelter. Humboldt, Three-Way, Oakfield, northern part of Jackson. There is a well-defined hook echo here on radar. And obviously, now, of course, it's a radar-confirmed tornado. There's not a spotter on this storm right now. But very strong rotation right here, St. Peter's neighborhood and Christmasville to the north of Brownsville. Brownsville is in this tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation if you're in the northern part of Haywood County and in Crockett County, possibly south of Crockett Mills and Frog Jump. I mean, if I'm in Crockett County, I'm going to be taking shelter anyway. Southern parts of Gibson County there, Brazil, Christian Chapel, Humboldt, south of Trenton. This is coming your way here in the next 40 minutes. So definitely want to be in your shelter right now. Again, I'll tell you about the warning one more time. This was about 10 minutes ago that this warning came out. Let me bring you up to date here. We do have an update on this storm. 2 minutes ago, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Nutbush, particularly 7 miles northwest of Brownsville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Now, the folks who are going to be in the path of this tornado are going to be Jackson, Brownsville, Humboldt, Alamo, Bells, Nutbush, Belle Eagle, Holly Grove, Adair, Murray City, Gadsden, Quincy, Gibson Wells, Allens, Huntersville, Christmasville, Jones, Mason Grove, Coxville, and Fruitvale. You need to be in your shelter right now. If you're in Crockett County, take shelter. If you are in the southwestern part of Gibson County, the northwestern part of Madison County, take shelter now. If you're in Brownsville, Wellwood, this is a large tornado. A lot of lightning too. Very electrical storms this afternoon that we have seen here on radar, as a matter of fact. And we're trying to make sure that everybody knows about this and get this word out as quick as we can here. This tornado warning, again, goes until 7 o'clock for these areas. This tornado is on a path. Gadsden, Humboldt, Medina, Three-Way, Lavinia. I mean, we're looking long-term now. But, however, as this thing progresses on in this very rich atmosphere and all this turbulence, it has stayed together. This supercell has stayed together. This has been the big thing here in West Tennessee this afternoon as we've watched it move out of Wynne, Arkansas, and move just north of Millington. It went through Covington, Brighton, and the Munford neighborhood down there. And now it's in our backyard here in central West Tennessee. We're looking at Brownsville and Nutbush, Bells, Alamo, Murray City, Humboldt, and Milan, McLemoresville, Oakfield. So we're looking at the northwestern part of Madison County, the southwestern part of Gibson County, a good chunk of Crockett County, and just about Brownsville north in Haywood County. Large hook echo on the radar that we're looking at right here in our backyard as we continue to track this afternoon across the KenTenn area. Again, this is a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning. It is not a tornado emergency, but you probably need to treat it as a tornado emergency. Again, this was about 5 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Nutbush. This was 7 miles northwest of Brownsville, moving northeast and now picked up a little steam. It's at 60 miles per hour. Damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Put your severe weather preparedness, your whatever you do for severe weather. If you go to the basement, or if you get to the shelter, or Go to the courthouse basement or wherever you might be. Get to a shelter. If you have people in your family or you have friends in these areas in Crockett County, in Brownsville, Humboldt, areas out northwest of Jackson, Midway, Gadsden, Three-Way, even in Oakfield, this tornado is on a northeasterly path. As a matter of fact, it's on a path marked between Humboldt and Three-Way right now. This tornado is on the ground. The hook is still there. It's still holding really strong into this path here. So we definitely want to get everybody on board with what we have going on. And this tornado warning that continues to move across the KenTenn area here this afternoon. Again, under the tornado warning. This is a radar confirmed tornado. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Nutbush. And now it's in the Christmasville location of Haywood County, Bradford, the community of Haywood County, not the other Bradford community. Okay. Let's be clear. Holly Grove and Jones and Allens and Bell Eagle, Owl City, Crossroads and Bells. Tornado warning right here. And that's your update right now that I have to pass along to you here at 6:23 at the KenTenn Weather Center.
Okay, we've got over here at the studio, we had the tornado siren going off.
Yeah, okay.
And there's a lot of lightning close, and then you can see it, pretty far back. So
Yep.
I'm sure that that alarm went off because they were, tornadoes were spotted. So that's kind of,
right. And
near us anyway.
And right, and Larry and McKellar Field is reporting temperature is 75 right now. Dew point is 61. It's ripe in Madison County for this thing to continue on its path and probably maintain its strength too. We're looking at we go back and look at Covington. It's cooled down in Covington. It looks like it's down to 48. I'm not sure if that's a misrepresentation or not. It's kind of hard to tell. If we look back up a little further north, Dyersburg, it's 70, 68 dew point there. That's another juicy atmosphere, but we haven't seen a whole lot of activity out of Dyer County. Back here where it's really important here in our audience here, 75 is what the temperature is reporting here in McKellar Field. And even some other pop-up little thunder showers are starting to appear across Madison County, downtown Jackson, and also down just to the east of Mercer along like the Meaden community and just south of Molesis and these areas here. Again, let's go back over this tornado warning and get an update right quick and see what they have passed along to us. And really, it's not a lot of information that they've passed. The last update was at 6:17. Usually they stay on top of these things pretty good, but I can tell you just by looking at the radar here, there's still a well-defined hook. And of course, we're streaming live there on your station 96.5 and on the website there and at KenTennWeather.net. We're looking here at this. It was a really well-defined hook echo on radar a while ago. I mean, it was obvious that this tornado was not letting up, and there's still a pretty decent hook here. Still a good inflow there. And, we're going to continue to see this thing, march along here. When it's 75 out and dew point is 61, you have enough lift in the atmosphere. And now we're starting to see even more intensity on the radar as far as, the actual rainfall, the downpour bells right here. We'll zoom in a little bit and take a little bit of a gander at this. We're looking right just south of Crossroads, Owl City community over in Haywood County. That's getting this flood. Not only getting a flood, but there's a tornado in behind it too, down in Bell Eagle, Christmasville, and all of this rain is wrapping around this circulation here. All right, I'm going to switch. Wow. I'm going to switch over to this velocity product that we have to watch these. That is reported. That is just a I apologize. This is taking my breath away here looking at this. This wasn't here earlier, and now we're looking at the circulation on it. There is what they call, I guess what you would call a dead zone. There's no wind. It's just not showing up. It's just a hole in the velocity here, but I can see the couplet down here south of Bell Eagle. I'm going to switch it over to one more radar product here and give you an idea of, the drop is over here in the, just south of the Bell Eagle area here. So what we see on radar where the hook is matching up with the velocity, over here too. This thing is spinning like crazy. I mean, we're looking at 73, 87, 89, 90 mile an hour. And that's just the basic wind we're looking at here. That's right there on the, I guess I would say right there in the hook. And there is a couple of, there's a couple of spots on this radar that just doesn't belong there. And it's kind of hard to explain, but if you are in the Christmasville area, Bell Eagle, Bradford, Owl City, Jones, Holly Grove, Allens, these areas here, and anybody in Crockett County, please get in your shelter right now. This is super important. And this is a mess. I don't have any other words to describe it. This was a tornado on the ground. Let's see if we have an update. Okay. 3 minutes ago, this tornado warning continues until 7 o'clock for south central Gibson County, Crockett County, Haywood County, northwestern Madison County. At 6:25, large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Bell Eagle, moving east at 50 miles per hour. We're talking about that drop in the radar reflectivity. Well, not the reflectivity, but the velocity thing I was telling you a minute ago.
Right.
You don't see that unless you're out west somewhere, storm chasing, and following along the radar. It's obvious that there's rotation in this thing, and it's showing up on the Memphis radar. Right here where we were talking about Christmasville, Bell Eagle, Bradford, and when we switch over to that velocity product there, I mean, it's a drop. It's a drop in velocity, which basically the radar's not seeing anything right there. I mean, it's I don't know how to explain it. But we do look back on the correlation coefficient. This is where we look for the actual drop. And when you see a drop in this particular radar product is when the radar is seeing stuff in the air that does not look similar to raindrops, not necessarily to hail, but, solid objects. We're talking about metal and tree limbs and things like that. That's what we're talking about here. Just a reminder, though, that this tornado that we're talking about here has continued since it was over in Wynne, Arkansas, over in Cross County. This tornado warning continues to move. Warning after warning, this particular supercell, that's what they're technically called. This supercell is holding together. Again, I'll tell you about the tornado warning here for Crockett County and Haywood County and Madison County. Get ready. Gibson County too. You're in the tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Bell Eagle. So what are your safety precautions? Are you going to get in the basement? Are you going to get, if you're out in this thing, please don't be out in it, but you're going to have to find a low spot. You're going to have to lay flat in a ditch, somewhere else. They say don't get up under overpasses and things like that. That is definitely a bad thing to do. People have gotten sucked out, from tornadoes from underneath overpasses like that. One thing you need to do, get where your kid is, get to a safe place, know where your family members are, for Pete's sake. Keep up with everybody and see where everybody is. Make sure they're all in a safe place or gather somewhere safe. A lot of folks have shelters open. I know here where I live, the courthouse basement will open, or we have a couple of churches in the neighborhood that are open. So, that should be part of your severe weather plan to get away from the storm and go to these places of safety. So whatever your plan is, you need to be acting on it right now. You are in a life-threatening situation. We're talking flying debris, mobile homes. We know what happens with those. Damage to homes, businesses, complete destruction is possible. That is the language coming from the National Weather Service. Again, I'll tell you again, the locations impacted by this tornado warning, this tornado that's moving across central West Tennessee here. Jackson, you're in the path. Brownsville, Humboldt, Alamo, Bells. That's pretty much all of Crockett County. Holly Grove, Adair, Murray City, Gadsden, Quincy, Gibson Wells, Allens, Christmasville, Jones, Mason Grove, Coxville, Fruitville, Gum Flat, and Roberts. See if we have an update on this tornado one more time here. It's 6:32 now at News Talk 96.5 WBFG and also online at newstalk965.com. We're streaming live at KenTennWeather.net, and the tornado warning continues now, 6:31. So a minute ago, here's new language from the Weather Service. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Holly Grove, 9 miles northeast of Brownsville, moving east at 55 miles per hour, a particularly dangerous situation. We continue to look at this, folks. We're going to stick with this right here. And Larry, I don't know, what can you see off to your northwest if you look over toward Van Drive? Out of your studio there.
Not from where I'm sitting. It's dark over that direction. Mm-hmm. But I'm in the studio, so right. I can only see what I can see out these windows. Right.
And, best place to be. You're on the interior room in there too. So if it does happen to come across North Jackson there at I-40 and Highway 5 or Highland Avenue rather, you've got a bathroom to crawl off into. You got that corner closet back there, which would probably be.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said, "Oh yeah, I know where I'm going."
yeah. Get to where you can too, because if this thing comes piling through, this is a beast, and I'm not even joking about it. Bells right now. I'm going to go back over to our velocity product here, and the folks following online, they can see this too. And thank y'all for checking this out, and also listening online and all of these websites and listening over the radio. We see this giant drop in velocity, and I get our trusty wind gauge out here on the radar. The drop is between Bell Eagle and Bells, and that's south of Alamo. I'm looking to see if there is you can't even see the roads on this here. I could tell you, but if you're familiar with the area, you know that between Owl City and Crossroads and Walnut Hill and Cypress, this is where the drop in velocity appears on the radar. This is where the center of this tornado is, and just north of the Jones community, just north of the Bradford community in Haywood County. I don't want to confuse the folks in Gibson County. That's not where it is. We're talking Crockett County and Haywood County here for those who are listening a little further north. This tornado is on the ground. Owl City, Crossroads, Walnut Hill, Fruitvale, Liberty Hall, Gadsden. I know a lot of folks in Gadsden, even if they are a handful of folks, and they're good folks. And I'm going to tell you, all of these folks need to be in their shelter. They need to be in the basement. I mean, if possible, underground, for Pete's sake, because this thing right here is a monster. This thing has held together. It's in this very rich and unstable, turbulent atmosphere. Severe hail, very possible with this particular thunderstorm. We're showing about a 7, I think, on this particular storm hill. I don't want to get into all of the particulars. What you need to know is that the tornado is on the ground. It's on the ground in Crockett County now, crossing into the Crockett County, just west of Bells. Okay. Again, this thing was moving about 55 or 60 miles per hour. The National Weather Service in Memphis has been pushing updates, every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, or however often it needs to be pushed. And that's a good thing, because that keeps us on top of this thing. And so far, we're sitting here looking at the velocity product. I'm going to switch over to correlation and see if it's not a well-defined of anything as far as the correlation goes. We are on the Memphis radar looking back, and a lot of times I will switch off and go to the Paducah radar and look at some of these things, because it can be closer. And that's another thing about West Tennessee too. In some parts we're a little bit in a dead zone of radar. So if you sit here and you track these things like I do, you end up switching between 2 or 3 or 4 different radar sites to try and get a decent radar picture or a picture of what's going on with this storm. But still looking from Memphis back up to Bells, which is where this center circulation is now. Bells, Midway, Gadsden, and next in line is going to be Three-Way and Humboldt as we move into northern Madison County here. We're in the southern tip of Crockett County, south of Alamo here, and we continue to see this rotation. I mean, we're seeing huge reflectivity. I mean, tons of rain falling and blowing around on our reflectivity image here. The velocity image, which is how fast the winds are blowing in circulation, is just amazing. I mean, we're still looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in part of this. A drop in velocity, it seems to drop just to the west of Bells right there, and that's good. That's a good place, I should say, that where we're seeing this, seeing the circulation. And folks who are in the neighborhood, all these folks need to be in their shelter right now. Brim's Corner, Owl City, Johnson's Grove, Alamo, Liberty Hall, Fruitvale, Cypress, Bells, Walnut Hill, Adair, Midway, Mason Grove, Gadsden, Windy City. These are folks who are in the path of this. Three-Way, as we look a little further, I mean, this thing's trucking it now. You got to remember it's moving about 60 mile an hour off to the northeast. Humboldt, Avondale, Medina. Look out. You may not be in the polygon, but I'm going to tell you, the thing is en route to your location here. This thing's moving off to the northeast. Fairview, Young's Crossing, the Carroll community, Oakfield. We're talking North Jackson here, North Madison County, West Sitka, Gibson, New Shiloh, all of these areas here. And now we're starting to see a little bit more in the I guess I should say in the world of rotation here, and a couplet forming here, because we weren't seeing some of the colors on our velocity product here. Let's take another look here and see if the National Weather Service has updated our information. Yes, they have. As a matter of fact, about a minute and a half ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bells. It's 10 miles southwest of Humboldt, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So maybe it has lost some of its punch. It is now rated as radar indicated rotation. But don't let your guard down just yet. You know, they have a thing called cycling, where these storms will lose some punch and then they'll gain it back, and these supercells can maintain in that environment. And this thing may just be cycling, but we're not going to say that. But we do want to not let our guards down here. The tornado warning continues until 7 o'clock for southeastern Crockett, south central Gibson County, northeastern Haywood, and northwestern Madison County. Again, we're looking at Bells, Walnut Hill, Fruitvale. I'll go back over the Weather Service list here instead of scrolling through my map. Jackson, Humboldt, Alamo, Bells, Adair, Holly Grove, Gadsden, Fruitvale, Quincy, Gibson Wells, Gum Flat, Roberts, Brim's Corner, Windy City, Jones, Johnson's Grove, Mason Grove, Owl City, and Coxville. Now this came out about 4 minutes ago now, since we've been talking. I'm still seeing some pretty good rotation here. It's not as big of a drop, I should say, in the velocity that we were talking about where the tornado, when we had first started here. Let's go back over to our reflectivity section here that we were looking at. And basically what we mean by reflectivity, we're looking at the entire storm. It's basically what Doppler radar looks at as far as rainfall and, different speeds, rates of rainfall and things like that. We are seeing a ton of lightning in this storm, and that is one thing that has kind of stuck with this afternoon. And any storms that we have seen, we might have some new information coming in here. And there was something else. All right. We're still seeing the possibility for some 1-inch hail in this storm too, around the Bells community and in the southern part of Crockett County. Let's take a look at where we are now as we continue to look here across the KenTenn area. North Madison County, you're still in the tornado warning. They have not lifted the tornado warning. They're just not putting as hard of emphasis on it as it was, because this tornado was on the ground. And again, I mentioned that thing about cycling. we were talking about McKellar Field a while ago, and the temperature reported out there, 75 right now in Jackson is 61 dew point. And when you put those two together, you get this humidity and you get this stir in an environment that is favorable for these supercells to hold together. And it
just feeds them.
It just feeds them. That's exactly right. So, I mean, we're looking at this, and it's just it's not something we see every day. It kind of reminds you of something we might have seen back in 2021 in the month of December. But we have been seeing this. I mean, news coming out of central Arkansas, Little Rock, portions of Little Rock got hit twice today. And some of this activity right here is part of that supercell that came out of Arkansas, central Arkansas and east Arkansas. And currently right now, this is the only thing that is really making weather news. And you got to think too, Larry, the southern portions of southwest Tennessee mainly, was put into the high risk area. I mean, where we are here, north of Fayette and Hardeman County, or I should say Hardeman County, but north of Fayette and Bolivar, these communities down around the Tennessee border here, that's all high risk area. We're kind of in the moderate risk here, and they've been kind of forecasting this. It's just been, for lack of a better word, a juicy atmosphere for this stuff to hold together. And we've seen some light showers. We've seen a couple of bands of thunderstorms that come through here. It was a monster line that came through across the Mississippi River through Dyersburg and Union City, Martin, and Dresden about 4:00 this afternoon. It's electrical storm level stuff here. And we're seeing a ton of lightning right here. Back into this tornado warning, though, we need to talk a little bit more about it. On radar, it's starting to. I'm gonna put it in animation mode. I'm gonna run it back just a hair here to kind of give everybody an idea. Back it up. See, this thing had a well-defined hook, and if you're following along on the video feed too over here, you see the hook where it started just south of Nutbush. It crossed out of I guess that would be Tipton County, the eastern portion of Tipton County, northeast. Went through St. Peter's, Christmasville. That hook kind of held together, and then it hit about north of Christmasville, kind of became a little occluded there, and then through Bells, and then the hook is not as well defined at this point. There is still an inflow here. It's coming into the three-way community right now as we look at our reflectivity product. I'm going to switch back to velocity to see what we have as far as winds go. And I know the EAS is going off, and that's all right too. I'm sure and here comes the alert over here. We'll just keep talking because the streams don't stop. We have a tornado warning, a new tornado warning coming in. It's going to be Gibson County for sure. And, I don't have the updated information just yet. I guess I can feed it in here.
Carroll County in West Tennessee.
We'll just feed it in here in just a second, Larry.
In West Tennessee until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:44 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Adair or near Humboldt, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated rotation.
Okay, so that's the National Weather Service telling you about the tornado warning. And we can tell you that it's going to be in Gibson County. They put Carroll County in the warning, and I'm sure another chunk of northern part of Madison County here, probably north of Oakville, between Oakville and Medina on the back road there, between the two communities there. And here comes the new warning. So everybody who is listening online, we don't have the emergency alert system tied in directly to our side of things. But let's recap that warning that was just issued about 2 minutes ago. National Weather Service in Memphis issued a tornado warning for Henderson County and the northern part of Henderson County specifically, southeastern Gibson County, Carroll County, northeastern Madison County until 7:30. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. As we were looking here a while ago, telling you some of the communities, it's now near Adair, right outside of Humboldt. And again, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. You can see tornado quarter-size hail. This is indicated by radar, by the way. There's no spotter that's on this particular storm. We haven't seen a spotter on this storm since about when it was just coming into Shelby County and Tipton County. And this storm is held together, even before it crossed the Mississippi River. So, again, locations in this new tornado warning: Jackson, Humboldt, Milan, Huntington, Fairview, Three-Way, Atwood, Parker's Crossroads, Bargerton, Wildersville, Carroll, Medina, Tresvant, Hollow Rock, Gibson, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, and Hillard. So these folks right here who are in the path of this particular nasty thunderstorm that's getting awfully too close for comfort for a lot of people right here. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado, hail up to about 1 inch in diameter, possible with this storm. And this is the thing that is pretty much covering West Tennessee at this hour. So, again, that would be Madison County, northern part of Madison County. Where the little inflow is right here. It's just to the west of Oakfield, between Midway and Oakfield, specifically south of Three-Way. Again, it's moving off to the northeast, gang. You need to be in your storm shelter if you're in any of these areas. Three-Way, Humboldt, Medina, grab all. Also, like the Milan Arsenal area, anywhere near Lavinia and Milan. And that would be, Spring Creek in Oakfield. If you're going to see it, you'd be in Oakfield. It's probably where you'd be seeing it right now. But hopefully you're not out there seeing it or watching it. Hopefully you're just in your shelter and you're listening to us here as we come up on the 7 o'clock hour. Again, this tornado warning encompasses the folks in any of these communities. Just draw a line from Humboldt to Milan to Atwood up through Tresvant, Bethel, Huntington. The town of Huntington is included in there. Buena Vista is in here too. Westport, Yuma, and Clarksburg, Shiloh, Poplar Springs, Leach, and all of the communities in and around Rock Springs and Wildersville. Giant polygon here, giant semi-organized storm. It was really tight wound and organized earlier. It was across the Mississippi River, and they had the confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. We still have a tornadic supercell here among us in the...
Brian, let me jump in with you. Just met Dan Reaves here. Brian Thomas is our weatherman, and he's... Brian, I tell you, I've been listening to you on the way back on the remote, and great job informing the people what's happening out there. Mm-hmm. And the Jackson Police, Brian... they have just sent this out via the text. Tornado warning until 7:30 here in, let's see, let me pull it back up. Apparently, let me make sure I'm current with my monthly Apple billing situation. Now that is right.
Nobody's ever current with their Apple billing situation.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. I feel so much better. Okay, here we go. JP did it. Jackson Police Department does a great job using the text. Same thing for Milan Police. We got a couple from the Milan Police Department as well. This one is from the Jackson Police Department. By the way, these weather updates and this severe weather coverage presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. You can reach him at 731-200-1362. Now would be a great time to call him, but you jot that down, DustinBuys.com. From the Jackson Police Department, it's 6:44 p.m., so we're talking about, 7 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Adair. And, boy, that sounds familiar to those of us that have been in Jackson for a while. That's kind of the track the tornadoes take that make it here. Doesn't mean they will, but it's the way it moves, Brian,
right.
They move to the northeast, and that normally will take it here. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Adair or near Humboldt. Okay, so pardon me on that, because this is obviously north of Jackson. Mm-hmm. I was thinking Westover, but that was incorrect on my part. Near Humboldt, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazards, tornado, and quarter-size hail the source of the hazard. Now, the radar indicated that rotation was there. The impact, flying debris, makes it dangerous to those caught without shelter. In most deaths, Brian, you know this, during tornadoes, people are hit with flying objects, right?
That's right. That's right, Dan.
So damage to roofs, windows, vehicles, and tree damage is likely. The last time this happened a couple weeks ago, I got a new trampoline out of the deal. The locations included Jackson, Humboldt, Milan, Huntington, Fairview, Three-Way, Atwood, Parker's Crossroads, Bargeton, Wildersville, Carroll, Medina, Tresvant, Hollow Rock, Gibson, Clarksburg, Macklemooresville, Howley, Hickory Flats, and Hillard.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah, go right ahead, Brian.
If you want a look at this storm coming this direction, go to KenTennWeather.net right now.
I'm on my KenTennWeather.net, okay?
What we have pulled up is the Madison County 911 camera at Three-Way looking southwest. So, you can obviously see the rain dumping down way in the background back there, but if you're going to see anything, you'll probably see it on this camera. Okay,
I'm pulling it up right now. I assume it's not a pleasant look. This is not something the Chamber of Commerce will use. That's what I'm assuming, Brian. Is that about right?
Yeah, right. This was the public camera that's actually tied to my weather software that handles all of this stuff. They're looks like they're panning the camera around. Possibly somebody has control of it. So,
and then Brian, let me interrupt you. The website again is called what?
It's KenTenn, like KenTenn. It's KenTennWeather.net. That's the easiest way I know. Because what it's going to do is going to take you to the Facebook page. It's going to show you the stream in this video, which for
I'm here now.
I'm going to recycle it too here in just a second, so we can pull this back up. It's quite interesting because they were panning the camera around to see where this storm is. It's not really raining right there in that area. Let's see if we can get it back full screen here. Okay, so yeah, we see the sunshine here, and we start to see the rain moving across Highway 45, 4-lane here at Three-Way, as it looks back.
Is that you moving it around live on that I'm looking at right now?
I'm not moving it, but I am showing it to you. So I guess I'm kind of a third party pulling it up here.
Okay.
Let's see, now they're going to pan it back to the southwest here. It's just interesting to see this because, there aren't that many tower cams around that would be in the path of a storm. And this one just happens to be right here. As we pull this up, and of course we're looking at the Atlas Turner Bridge right here, looking southwest, where you turn off.
And Brian, that camera is located at Three-Way,
right?
And that would be looking west, looking to the western sky, correct?
It's more southwest at this point right here.
I see.
So as they're panning across here, so that would be now they've got it a little bit in a westerly fashion here. It looks like the big warehouse with all the trailer boxes out there, semi trailers out there backed up. I'm not sure what that is. It used to be I thought it was a cardboard factory at one time, but it's some other kind of processing or something now. Or maybe it was a warehouse for Save-A-Lot. Doesn't that sound right?
That's right, Brian. That is correct. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're swinging it around. I mean, you can see some. If you look off to the right back there, you see the low-hanging clouds above this area that we're talking about here. And now they have it looking almost northwest, back towards Crockett County, I guess. But anyway, it's interesting. There's nothing really of note right here, but these things tend to be kind of scattered about, and we just happen to stumble upon this and bring the EOC's Three-Way camera up on the thing as we're doing the radar tracking this afternoon.
Let me ask you this, because I'm easily distracted, as you know. That the profile picture there. Where's that made? That's a beautiful look right there. Is that West Tennessee?
Yes, actually it was. It was on some summer night a couple of years ago.
The big photo there at the top of KenTenn weather.
Well, that's
during the day.
Oh, during the day.
Yeah, there's some sun and clouds, and there's two peaks in the background. And now that could be around the Dyersburg area, though.
Well,
because that's a gorgeous photo. I feel like that's so beautiful. It looks like East Tennessee.
Well,
again, easily distracted with things that don't matter right now because we get weather watches and warnings popping all around.
I'll tell you what that was. That was last July. That was July of 2022. That was on the high hill in Branson. I took that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yes. Yeah, that's gorgeous, right? Oh, that's when you went to see Mike Walker.
That's right. Mike Walker is my favorite entertainer now. So.
Well, yeah, he's fantastic. Hey, okay, Brian, let's get to Brian Thomas is our weatherman. He's on the scene here, and when I don't distract him, he's watching this thing that's now from the text alert I got. Brian from the Milan Police Department. It says alert tornado warning remains in effect for south central Gibson County until 7 p.m. So we're 2 minutes away from that expiring. It says the severity, extreme, extraordinary threat to life or property. The urgency is immediate. Responsive action should be taken immediately and observed and determined to have occurred to be going on. Evidently what they're saying is there's been rotation spotted. Are there any confirmations of a touchdown in West Tennessee that you know of yet, Brian?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when it crossed out of East Arkansas, crossed across the river at Wynne, Arkansas, there, just north of Millington there, they did say large and extremely dangerous tornado as it crossed Tipton County and the southern tip of Lauderdale County as it passed through Haywood County and Nutbush. And then about the time that it got into southern Crockett County is when it lost a little speed. Now, we were talking before we got on I think before you came in here at WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson, that
right on time, yeah.
Right on time, yeah. That this thing may be cycling, and what you mean cycling is that these storms, they do lose some energy, but they come about more energy in the atmosphere. Like for instance, it's 75 in Jackson with a 62 dew point. So you have another richer atmosphere here, and I do want to go ahead and note this that if you're between Medina and Oakfield, and really the 3-county area here in Carroll County is just right here in the back door here. I'm telling you that that is where the rotation is right now. We are seeing a tornado signature on the radar in the neighborhood of Medina. Technically, it is to the west of Medina, but we're going to say that it's in Medina because when we see these winds move about on the radar, I could tell you that that would be Old Medina Road going south toward, excuse me for being ignorant here, Oakfield, and through that community right here. That's where we're seeing the rotation right now on the radar. It is south of Medina, and we saw the tornado signature appear, and right now it has been changed to, looks like 1-inch size hail. There's still a rotation couplet here. The National Weather Service, they didn't update this one at all. It seems like usually they've been pretty on top of this, for like 5 or 10 minutes, bringing us updates and, to these tornado warnings this afternoon. But maybe it's just a lack of information, or, the storm is getting further out from their radar. It could be either way, but, secretly in the background, these Weather Service folks they are looking at all of the radars. They're looking at these storms from every angle, every corner. They're switching back and forth between Paducah and Hopkinsville and Nashville and what have you. And this has always been a topic of discussion. We're kind of in somewhat of a radar dead zone in some places here in central West Tennessee, and also in the Boot Heel. And that's another topic for another day. But they could use another Doppler radar somewhere up in this neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, yes, and with the growth that's coming our way, and yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Thomas with us. These weather updates presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. And it's eerily quiet now. The tornado siren has stopped here in Jackson, and the winds appear to be looking out. Brian, as you know, we broadcast from News Talk World Headquarters on Highland Avenue, looking over at AutoZone, and there's not much movement with the leaves on the trees right now, and there's virtually no traffic in Highland right here. Each day, the traffic count is between 40 and 50,000 vehicles, so it's a weird look out there right now.
You know, all it takes is turning the tornado sirens on, it seems like, and letting them go. That can run anybody off. I mean, you know, that would run me off as far as that goes. We're not, you know, they really talk. I say they talk this up, but look, all of the conditions, all of the, I should say all of the models that were, you know, involved with the forecasting of this day, they were all set up to be right and right on.
Brian, pardon me just one second,
sure.
Brian. I'm going to, Langley's in the line with us. I'm going to bring her in on the call. Brian Thomas, weatherman's in the line. Gina Langler's in Humboldt. Gina, Brian's in the line with us here. Tell us the situation in Humboldt.
So it seems to have calmed down quite a bit. It stopped raining, but about 10 minutes ago we had hail. The lightning strikes were gigantic. And, of course, the civil service alarms are still going off in Humboldt, but the sky is very dark and gray, but it's not raining anymore, and things have settled down.
Yeah, so there was some hail in Humboldt. You can confirm that. Is that what you said?
Yes, there was hail and huge lightning strikes. Like, I could see it just happening over and over in the woods behind our house. And I can still hear all the civil service alarms going off in Humboldt. And we live almost in Freeway, so Humboldt Freeway area.
Gina Langley there reporting from Humboldt. Gina, if you'd hang with us just one second. Brian, what's the latest? Anything breaking right now? Because I hear in the distance another tornado siren has cranked up. I don't know if that's...
Okay, here, this is what you need to know. It's 7:02. This was 3 minutes ago. Tornado warning remains in effect for these counties: northern Henderson, southeastern Gibson, Carroll, and northeastern Madison. It's 7:02. A confirmed tornado was located near Fairview. That's 8 miles south of Milan. This is moving east at 45 miles per hour. We have spotters on the ground out there that have confirmed this tornado. If you are in Milan, Huntington, Three-Way, Atwood, Parker's Crossroads, Wildersville, Medina, Hollow Rock, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Hillard, Dollar, Cedar Grove, Ledbetter, Union Cross, Leach, Sitka, and Tate. This is a confirmed tornado. So as we were talking earlier, Dan, we were talking about these things lose a little punch and then they get a little punch back. Well, it had enough time to cycle. So this thing may be ramping up again. But if you happen
Brian, the atmosphere is cooperating, so I mean, it's kind of making it juicy and conducive to severe weather. I'm still showing 75 here at 6 minutes past 7.
Right. Because McKellar Field has not, to my knowledge, has received any rain to cool off that area down there. You said you see 75 there. The dew point is still at 61. You know, this is still a pretty churning environment, and those dew points in the 60s is what promotes a lot of this, you know, especially during the daytime if you get some sunshine in an area with a high dew point. And this thing has managed to stick together pretty well.
Brian Thomas in the line with us from the Weather Center, and he's our weatherman, and he is fantastic. And Gina, so it's still calm over there in Humboldt. Gina is located, if you know where the Humboldt Country Club is and the golf course, that's the area where Gina's at right now. Kind of, it's just north of Humboldt, south of the freeway, right?
Yes, and I'm standing looking at the sky. It's very dark. The clouds are moving quickly. There seems to be lights behind them, but the civil service alarms are still going off, and it stopped raining. It's kind of getting quiet, eerily quiet.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Is it wasn't? And you said it was raining men earlier, right?
It was. It was pouring down rain for a while. We had lightning. We had hail. The wind seems to be picking up a little bit. The sky is still very dark right over our house, right outside of Freeway.
Is it that same dark cloud that normally hovers over John, or is it? I'm kidding. So, Brian, back to your moment there.
I swear you said something that to her that she said it was raining men, but I guess I could be wrong. Could be my hearing going bad.
Gina didn't pick up on that.
Okay.
No, not right. I'm all stressed out.
Yeah, she's stressed out. I'm trying to relieve the stress. But yeah, Gina, I said you reported earlier it's raining men, but it was some serious. It looked serious there for a moment. And Brian was tracking that thing, and Brian, it was tracking right toward Humboldt, and
yeah.
But that was. I'm hearing that the Covington may have had a touchdown, but that's unconfirmed. Brian, are you hearing anything along those lines?
Well, let me tell you what I do have. Let me zoom back out of this radar for just a moment, and I can go back down there and see possibly what had taken place. I do know that there were some storm reports there. I'll tell you what, I'll pull those up. As a matter of fact, though, I do want to tell you, though, there was another tornado warning. It's actually, and this one has another good hook echo on it, Dan and Gina. Look, in Lexa, Arkansas, just to the north of West Helena, and it's on its way to Tunica, and it's on a path for Hernando, Olive Branch, and Coldwater, and Green River, Pleasant Hill, and all these areas down here. So here we go. This may hit the southern portions of the Mississippi, Tennessee state line, Tippah County, and all these areas down here in Holly Springs. But I was going back and looking at the storm reports. It'll take me a minute to pull those up, Dan.
Sure, go right ahead. Brian at Summers, our weather man, is on the line with us. Langley is reporting live from Humboldt, which she said it's settled down over there. A little bit of hail came through. Now it's settled down and almost eerily quiet. Almost the same situation here in News Talk World headquarters on Highland Avenue in Jackson. Is the leaves on the trees are not much movement, and in the distance I can hear a tornado siren, which is the same as a bomb raid siren, so that will get your attention as it should. And but Brian, what do we know now? Because this is as they say, a fluid situation.
It's a fluid situation, Dan. We have seen a tornado. It has been identified by spotters. The rotation that we're seeing out of this thunderstorm cell, this tornadic cell, is still in the neighborhood. That's old information there. Don't let me lie to you there.
Well, it's breaking one on top of the other. I don't know how you keep it all separated, but it's one of those days. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Well, here's the short and skinny of it. And this thing is about to fall into a radar dead zone here in just a second. There's a band in the radar that doesn't show any velocity. It just happens. It's just one of those things. And I might get lucky. I switch to Paducah radar here in just a minute and see what's going on here. But it seems that the center of the rotation is going to be in this 3-county neighborhood right here, just south of Lavinia, between Lavinia and Spring Creek. If you're in Mount Gilead, Cedar Grove, Howley, Terry, Jumbo, these areas here, I'm showing 70-mile-an-hour winds anyway out of this particular storm here. 73, there's 80, there's 85, on the outer edges of this here. So the wind is there. If you're southeast of the mile in Arsenal, this is the mean of the rotation, I guess, at this point anyway. That's what we're seeing. I'll check the Weather Service one more time here and see if they have not provided an update. It's just Weather Spotters confirmed a tornado at 7:02. It was near Fairview at that time. Now this thing has slowed down a little bit, moving at 45 miles an hour. And as history goes with supercells, sometimes it's not a good thing for them to slow down. Especially
That's true. Yes.
Especially those that tend to cycle, and gain energy that way, or recycle, I guess I should say. As I look at the, let me go over here and switch to this other product here, on this dual pole. There is a little something there in this particular area. I'm going back and looking at Hickory Flat and Cedar Grove, and it may very well have moved that far over by now. Looking at the reflectivity where we see all the heavy rain, we still see quite a bit right down here in this area, north of Cedar Grove. That would be Hickory Flat, and just to the east of Lavinia there, and the Smith community, and Howley's right there as well. And Dan, I know you're familiar with all of these communities too, being a Gibson County boy and all. So
yes,
riding the back roads and chasing storms when you're 16 and all of that stuff.
Well, chasing something, but it's but I've been on those back roads because without the iPhones or iPads, we had to get out and get creative to entertain ourselves.
That's exactly right.
So, yep.
Okay, let's see. I'm going back and I'm pulling up the storm reports, and I think there's been quite a few too. They've changed their website at the Weather Service a little bit. I think they did that because of me, because I look at a lot of stuff I have to go dig for. So.
Well, it's because you pay attention to detail, and sometimes it gets on people's nerves. So when it comes to situations like this, Brian, people want the detail, right?
Right.
Gina, you okay, Gina? I guess.
Oh, yeah, things have calmed down quite a bit here in Humboldt.
I mean, you can stay on the line if you'd like, but if you want to hang up, and it might be a good time to mix up a Moscow Mule to settle your nerves.
Right. That got a little stressful. That is a little scary, gentlemen. I'll talk to y'all later.
Gina, thank you for checking in with us. You have a safe night, okay?
You too, Dan.
All right, bye-bye.
I do have a little news for you, though, Dan.
Yes, sir.
And out here at 7:14, about 5 minutes ago, National Weather Service in Memphis, they are now tracking another tornado on the ground. Now, this one, again, this is what we were talking about a few minutes ago near St. Francis National Park. This one is moving east at 55 miles per hour, so it'll probably get to the Mississippi, Tennessee border here in the next hour or so, I guess. It'll definitely get to the bottom of Shelby County right there in Tunica, the Tunica neighborhood there. I'm not entirely sure what the county is right below Shelby County, but Lee County, St. Francis County, Phillips, Crenton, DeSoto, Tunica, and Tate County. So the folks who are down in Bolivar and Savannah, they have, these things to look forward to here coming up soon. Now, I'm pulling up the, okay, so here's the storm reports, and I'll step back through them here. 6:15, this is back in Covington. Covington Hospital has been damaged, with patients being rerouted to Lauderdale County. This was reported by law enforcement. At 6:30 in Haywood County, 3 miles west of Brownsville, amateur radio reported one church was destroyed. Several homes were damaged near the intersection of Fulton Road and Evans Road west of Brownsville. Also, 4 miles west of Brownsville, emergency manager reports, let's see, the roof was blown off a trailer on Pepper Lane in Brownsville. Some debris is on the road and in the trees. That was at 6:28. And that would have been, let's see. Okay, there's another report at 6:15 south of Covington, 3 miles in Tipton County, roof damage and windows blown out at Chevrolet dealership on Highway 51. That's a big one, south of downtown Covington. And here we are, Cross County and Crittenden County. We go back to 5 o'clock and 5:05. Tornado. This would have been from the public. Homes, buildings completely destroyed, trees uprooted or snapped, roof blown off, homes, buildings, and that sort of thing there. And that's the earliest reports that they were logging. And these are, of course, preliminary reports. You have to, most of them all end up being correct anyway, but still, nonetheless, take them with a grain of salt. After today, I don't doubt it, honestly, Dan.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Brian Thomas reporting here in it's the latest on the Doppler weather radar. Brian, what are you looking at now? And are we out of the woods yet? So what's your thoughts here? Okay,
let's see. Here we go. This is a tornado warning, and I they sent this a little late, it looks like, but it's 7:10. Confirmed tornado was located 9 miles north of Blue Goose. That would be 9 miles southeast of Milan. This is moving northeast at 45. Damaging tornado, quarter-sized hail. Spotters are following this. And now Huntington, Atwood, Parker's Crossroads, Wildersville, Hollow Rock, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Hillard, Dollar, Cedar Grove, Union Cross, Leech, Tate, Palmer, Shelter, Buena Vista, Westport, Parker's Crossroads, and New Zion. Look out. We have some important equipment out that direction. But,
I was just saying that selfishly.
Yeah, but I do want to tell you, though, that there is a little bit of an inflow on this storm, and I'll zoom it down here on the radar. Right here, Cedar Grove and Howley. This thing is still kind of gelling right here. Again, it's not moving that fast. Now it's slowed down to about 45 miles an hour, as they said. But it's starting to move into this, or I guess I would say move out of this little zone that we all had a little concern for. Being that it's so far up near Clarksburg, let me do something on my end here and see if I can make this a little bit better picture. So, everything that can be seen here, so to speak. Because we're kind of getting into a halfway point. If you have any folks in looks like Butler County and Stoddard County in southeast Missouri, have any neighbors or friends, you might want to call them. They're on a tornado warning, it looks like right now. And we're really not getting anything off the Paducah radar to give us any indication of what's going on with this tornado warning here in Carroll County and the northern part of Henderson County. Let's see if there's any more updates. Because now we're in that particular area where we have to, where spotters are really relied upon. They're so far away. These storms are so far away from the Doppler, I mean, it's in Memphis, it's in Paducah, it can't see that far, right. and it can't see over the mountains in Nashville. So it's 7:17, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Now we've been downgraded slight bit here. The tornado warning remains in effect until 7:30, northern Henderson and central Carroll counties. So it's capable now of producing a tornado. They backed off it a little bit. It's 7 miles north of Bargerton, 13 miles southwest of Huntington, moving east at 45. It's radar indicated rotation. And I'm not going to run down the towns again because we just did that 2 minutes ago. If you're in Carroll County or the northern part of Henderson County, take shelter.
Okay, so one more time, Brian, and to pinpoint that's where you just gave the advice to take shelter from the National Weather Service. They're saying the same thing. Can you pinpoint that once more, please? Yes,
I will tell you once again, this would be the majority of Carroll County and the northern part of Henderson County. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Bargerton or 13 miles southwest of Huntington. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. The track is actually a little bit more north than east. Flying debris, damage to roofs, the things that we talked about a while ago in the storm reports. So if you're in the neighborhood of Huntington, Parker's Crossroads, Wildersville, Hollow Rock, Clarksburg, I guess Brewston would be in there too, Buena Vista, all these areas, as it's on its way toward Benton County, and that would be Holiday and those areas way out there. We are seeing a little pocket of rotation now showing up on the Doppler, and this is still this thing is still seems like it's hanging out just to the west, or just to the east rather, of Lavinia. But if you're in the neighborhood of Rock Springs or Poplar Springs in Clarksburg, it's coming right at you. Folks in these areas need to be in your shelter. Wildersville, you're going to be on the southern tip of this, but nonetheless, you are in the polygon. Westport, Yuma, Buena Vista, Huntington, Leech, Shiloh, as far as this tornado warning goes right here and is concerned. Beyond that would be Brewston, Robinson, and Pond Branch. And again, the National Weather Service, that's showing, stand by just a moment there, Dan, that's showing, okay, there's a 38 mile an hour. I was seeing winds that were popping up there above 80 mile an hour on part of that storm right there. It's hard to see circulation again with this radar being so far away from the storm. But to kind of give you an idea, nonetheless, it is still there. We'll switch back over to the reflectivity and see how the storm itself is shaping up. It looks like a hot mess. It's not such a well-defined hook anymore right there. There is quite a bit of heavy rain falling just to the southwest of Clarksburg and Poplar Springs in this neighborhood here. So that would put you, about, well, I'm not sure what that is. It's going to put you north of I-40, though, nonetheless. Parker Crossroads in the Yuma community right here. Anarch, Williams Chapel, Westport, Poplar Springs, Scott Hill, and this neighborhood here. One more check of anything that's coming from the National Weather Service at 7:17. We had told you about that. Is a radar indicated rotation for most of Carroll County and the northern part of Henderson County right here. So right along Interstate 40 and Clarksburg, and that would be Parker's Crossroads right here. Holiday, you are on the other side of this tornado warning. So we'll see how this plays out. Once again, Dan, it's starting to move into that dead zone, as they say. But if the spotters are out there, and maybe they're out there chasing after this thing and being careful at the same time, I might add, it would be, it'd be a thing that they just continue on I-40, and they probably will, and seeing what this storm is going to do, because as it gets towards the Tennessee River, that's when we run into a problem. It's hard to see with radar. Now, we do have Hopkinsville, which is right close and nearby, and we could probably go ahead and switch to that and see what that does for us here as far as trying to eyeball this. I'm not sure if it's Hopkinsville or Katie's, where exactly that is. But it'll give us a look back southwest at hopefully what we need to be looking at here as far as this storm goes. If it'll switch for us. But it looks like it's being stubborn here for a minute. We still see this tornado warning. There are several other cells, but they're to the other side of the Tennessee River at this point. The storm that we're talking about in question here, Carroll County, along I-40, it's become kind of disorganized at this point, at least from a Doppler radar standpoint. There's no well-defined hook echo, so to speak. It doesn't mean there's no rotation. We do see rotation markers on the radar, but, all storms are rotating anyway. What we're looking at is a weaker rotation at this point, I guess would be a better way to describe this. Still seeing some small hail in here, heavy downpours in Parker's Crossroad neighborhood, Clarksburg, and these areas right here. This tornado warning is 7:25 right now at News Talk 96.5, and this is supposed to, this tornado warning is supposed to expire in about 4 minutes. They haven't updated it again, and therefore they may allow this to expire, being that the severe limits, just by looking at radar, it's fallen quite a bit now. If you look back up at the airport between McKenzie and Huntington on Highway 22, the temperatures dropped down to 68. Of course, it's 7:25 in the evening now. The sun is not out shining. Dew point is still pretty high, still a rich atmosphere here, 64 that we're looking at. 75 and 61. Those numbers really haven't changed at McKellar Field this afternoon. And at Dyersburg, we're looking at 100% relative humidity. The temperature and the dew point is both at 69 right now. So looking further west, actually zooming out just a little bit, try and get a better view of what's going on, what may still be coming at us, which we have had. We've had something coming at us all day. Just a few bands of showers that have moved through and thunderstorms earlier in the day. But there may, now, Dan, you've heard of the cap, right? In weather terms, have you heard of the cap?
Okay. With the risk of sounding ignorant, I got to keep. I know. I haven't.
Okay. The cap.
What is the cap?
The cap is the. Well, for one, it's a measurement. Okay. The more cap you have, the less. Okay. How do I say this? It's negative. Okay. So all storms are buoyant, right? the air rises.
That's right.
Okay, the cap, it's basically a buoyant inhibitor. Basically, the cap keeps it capped. It doesn't let anything out. It stops that air at the surface from rising. So, usually on stormy days like this, the cap is in place until the sun comes out and basically, well, bubbles everything up and starts cooking stuff, and then you start to get lift, right? And it's called potential energy, and it's a term they call CAPE, is potential energy. It rises. So what happens is you get these pockets of air that are capped, that cap these potential energies. Essentially, they cancel each other out. So we may be running into a situation here in West Tennessee where there are caps in place in several part of these things where storms are running into these capped, more stable pockets of air. Let's put it that way. And it's causing them to die down a little bit. And that's a blessing when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And of course,
Brian, and I'm showing the temperature dropping here as well. Now it's only dropped by 1 degree, but still, it's dropping. But as I'm looking out the window here, we have bay windows. We have those custom installed, but that's a different story. If the sky looks infected again, like it's swelled up and festered up. But go right ahead, and we'll check the radar once you finish, because I love to learn it. And everybody talks about the weather, as Mark Twain said, but no one ever does anything about it. But this is something that affects every single one of us, and I think a lot of people are enamored and love to learn about the weather. So you go right ahead.
Well, basically that's what it is. I mean, you have an
we got a warning coming. Brian, I'm sorry. We got a warning coming that's going to take you. If you're listening on the app, you won't hear this warning, so I'll repeat it to you. But on the radio, our EAS, which Brian installed, is going off right now. Let's see what it says, Brian.
Okay, put it to it. Maybe
it's thinking about it. Mostly.
It must be on your end.
Yeah, here it is. Here it comes across right now.
Okay. You don't have to tell me what it is. I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'll repeat it. Tornado warning for Benson County, southeastern Carroll County.
Okay.
Okay, it was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Was 4 minutes ago spotted about 7 miles north of Parker's Crossroads.
Okay.
So there you go. That's the latest tornado warning there. Benson County and parts of Carroll County.
Yep. It came in now. The radar indicated rotation.
Are you picking up on that now?
Yeah, it finally came across over here.
Okay. Well, I tell you, if you want to pick that up right there, Brian, if you got it in front of you on the app, you go right ahead.
Yeah, okay. We'll get back to this right here. The other tornado warning has expired, and they have replaced part of the Carroll County tornado warning with this new tornado warning, and we'll recap that for people who have not heard. This is a new tornado warning issued at 7:28 Benton County in southeastern Carroll County. This goes until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles north of Parker's Crossroads, or that could be 7 miles south of Huntington. And I'm going to take the radar. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this area, and that would be. Hello, Mother, right here. Okay, so right here, basically where this little bit of a weak place is right here. Well, they actually have the rotation back here at Poplar Springs, and that may be correct, too. Move one thing out of the way so we can see another here. A pretty good little rotation on that right there at the surface there. So, to recap what we were talking about here 3 minutes ago, the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 7 miles north of Parker's Crossroads. Check. 7 miles south of Huntington. Check. So we're right in the neighborhood here, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And one thing the Weather Service doesn't do, they do a pretty good job of all of this, where they, tell what, where this thing is going to be and when it's going to be, and, everything that you need to know. But they leave out some of the important communities too. I mean, there's little communities out here with 20 people living on. So what?
That's the advantage we have, Brian. We're from here. We know all these small towns, right? And these little places, the unincorporated places.
That's exactly right. So, what happens is I'll just punch that in there. I'll tell you exactly some of these communities right here: Westport, Garrettsburg, Dollar, Buena Vista, Robinson, Gizmonda. Gizmonda's out there. Tin Cup. People tend to forget about Tin Cup. Chalk Level, Mount Moriah, Birdsong Heights. When's the last time you've been to Birdsong Heights there, Dan?
That's right. Yep. Been a while.
Yep. Black Center, Rockport, Eva. I like Eva out there. That's a good place. New Johnsonville. These are folks that's in the path of this storm as it moves off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Plant, Denver, Polecats, Pursley, Baker, Bakerville, not Bakersfield. Don't get it confused with the song. And then
right.
Old Fields Place. So you're actually looking at a population, a little more than 5,500 people out in these rural communities. We don't want to forget about these folks.
Exactly. Yes.
So,
they appreciate that too, because they, right. If their electricity goes out, make sure you download our free mobile apps for Apple and for Android products. News Talk 96.5 FM. It's a free mobile app for Apple and for Android products where you can listen to us in our severe weather coverage brought to you by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com, and take us with you. If you go to the storm shelter, if your electricity goes out, you'll have us with you via our free mobile apps. Brian, you go right ahead, sir.
Okay, back to the radar for just a second. There's not going to be an update this soon anyway. And again, like I was telling you a while ago, the further out these storms get, unless you have spotters on the ground that's chasing after these storms and being careful in the process of chasing after these things. Dan, I don't know how much storm chasing you've done in your lifetime. I've done quite a bit, but I hung all of that up a long time ago to sit here and do this. So, I'm kind of the studio guy doing this now, but you have to put the map with the spotter and figure out where they are, what they're talking about here. And you got to have the tools here, like the velocity picture, to see if there are rotating couplets on here. You got to know if there is a wedge tornado on the ground, like we've seen earlier today. If you watched any of the video out of Little Rock as it crossed the Baptist Hospital in Little Rock up there, I think it was an EF3 up there, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yeah.
It was a monstrosity. It went across the National Weather Service. They had to take shelter over there in Little Rock. That was a thing they had to do. And also, I think it edged the airport in Little Rock just a little bit there out north. But
right.
You got to take all of these things into account when you got spotters on the ground. They're looking at this stuff. But here's the problem: if you're on I-40, you're in Carroll County or Benton County and Carroll County, and you end up going through Natchez Trace, which is roughly where in the neighborhood of this. There's nothing but trees and hills up there. There is no good chasing or spotting land up there. I mean, you can't just pull off the side of the road and do this thing. This thing might swoop down out of the sky, at the top of the hill. I mean, everybody saw the movie Twister, and that's what happened to them when they were out there. There's nothing but trees and hills. You get caught like that. But to my point, there's no good chasing at night when you have all of this stuff on either side of you on a 4-lane highway. So then the spotter reports become a little bit more, scarce. Now you have to rely on Doppler radar, which is what they're doing. And there's a few pockets of rotation in here. Like I said, Poplar Springs, Westport, and Clarksburg. Of course, they issued this tornado warning, but you may not get frequent updates like you would the Tipton County storm, which this is the same storm. It's gotten a little bit weaker as it's moved into West Tennessee and moved across West Tennessee. So, but I'm going to tell you, some people got it bad tonight, and we'll see more storm reports out of far West Tennessee and down Southwest Tennessee as this thing has come across and up through Crockett County, I guarantee you. But, one thing to keep in mind, if you're in the tornado warning, what safety precautions do you have? Do you even have your emergency kit ready? I've got that 5-gallon bucket full of, canned food. I mean, if a tornado hits your house and it's going to strow all of your stuff, all over the place, you don't have an emergency kit, and you may need something. You may need a first aid kit. That should be in your emergency kit. But hopefully your emergency kit is in your basement or your safe room or whatever you feel is safe, that you have planned this out. Oh, the tornado is not going to hit my house. Well, you know what? I'm sitting on top of a hill in the middle of Dresden, and I can tell you that if it's coming this way, I'm not going to be sitting in this chair because I don't have a place to crawl off into yet. That scares me, and it should scare anybody else too if you're not prepared. Don't let the storm scare you, but you make sure you're prepared for these things, because these things are really coming more commonplace and more frequent. And this was supposed to be a very active season. We're in April now. Tomorrow, we're in like month 1, month 2, month 3. You start getting into June, stuff starts waning. You start seeing stuff way up north in the Great Lakes. But for now, this is chase season in Dixie Alley and Tornado Alley and tornado season in general. And it's been pretty dang active. Last time it was really much of a ruckus was in, in 2021. Yeah. It's been that long ago when a storm came through Mayfield, came through New Bern. It came within 3/4 of my house here in Dresden. And here's the thing, you can't see this stuff at night. Only if there's lightning can you see any of this stuff. So you don't need to.
That adds to, Brian, it adds to the just absolute fear that we have here in West Tennessee, because we've had killer tornadoes for the last several years.
That's right. But you can't be afraid of it. You just need to be prepared and ready to go where you need to go to get out of its way. Somebody gave you a brain to work with. I hope, everybody uses it. I try to, even if it is running the opposite direction. And then they do say, if you are caught out in the open, they used to say, make a right angle, opposing the direction of its movement. So if it's moving off to the northeast, you do like I did, back in December 10th, you'd go up to Highway 22 and make a beeline toward McKenzie. That's basically a 90-degree angle. You get away from it because, you don't want to be out and exposed in these things. But then again, you got to be careful. You got to consider wind shear and here's the thing with the chasers, they always need an escape route. I-40 has no escape routes.
If that's true, yes. If you, Brian, did you ever, when you were doing the storm chasing bit, did you ever get in a situation where you thought, okay, I'm not sure I'm going to make it out of here. It looks like this tornado's turned on me. Have you been in one of those situations?
There has been one. I almost drove directly into one. It was producing a tornado. I think this was back in 2000. It could have been 2003 or 2004. It was just a middle May tornado or something like that. It was coming through Dyer County, and of course 412 is the route you take if you live in Jackson. The quickest way there. We're running into the butt end of the storm, and it's 7:00, and the storm is already overtaken the sky. It's dark out there, and you run right up into this thing, and then, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I don't need to go past the overpass because now I've got this quarter-size hail that's fallen and it is beating me to death, beating my vehicle to death. And I remember the bed of the truck was full of quarter-size hail that was falling right there, that tornado. And it was right there, the Dyer County, Crockett County line, which would have been like the Bonnie Court area right there. And you know what? That was one time, it was intense for me. I'll say that. It was intense. But at the same time, I'll say, well, maybe I need to back off of it a little bit. Maybe I got too close. And every storm spotter has an idea that maybe you do get a little close every now and then. But you know what? You're taught to, don't take those extreme risks. And a lot of people are putting those probes down and all that stuff out west. They're doing the work. They're the scientists. But, I don't just go do it for the thrill of it because I will tell you, December 10th, I've never been truly afraid of one of these storms until December 10th hit. And, you know, I'm in a subdivision. I'm exposed. I have no place to crawl off into. I need to get in the vehicle. I need to escape this. I need to run somewhere. And that was some people say, well, that's the dumbest thing you could do. Well, yeah, it was. I left the house 3 minutes before it hit the Highway 22, where it really started doing, damage inside the city limits up here in Dresden.
Well, Brian, as they say, that everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth.
Well, that's true. That is very true. And with all that being said, Dan, the tornado warning has been dropped for Benton County.
And this just came in Milan Police Department. The latest tornado warning for Gibson County has been canceled. Now, there is a tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. for Gibson County. And, Brian, I guess that would include pretty much all of West Tennessee, the tornado watch until 1 a.m. Is that still that hasn't changed, I don't suspect. What do you know anything contrary?
No, that hasn't changed. Now, as the front passes toward the east, it will slowly drop. They will slowly drop off counties out of the tornado watch. I can tell you right now that the most active portions of the entire storm system will be around Hernando, Mississippi, and Tunica right now, and would be moving into South Memphis around the airport here in just a little bit, and then to the east of Poplar Bluff and in the neighborhood of Sykeston and that area up there in the Boot Hill. These are the most active places in the storm. The cold front is still, it seems like it's still way back out Fayetteville, Arkansas, and west of Little Rock. At the moment, there's some spotty showers and thunderstorms. Looking back, though, if these temperatures are right, looking at some of these locations out in East Arkansas, Central Arkansas, Batesville, 74 and 65. Now, when I say that, the first number is the temperature, the other number is the dew point. When you have dew points in the 60s and like low to mid and upper 60s, that's your cooking environment for storms. Jacksonville, Arkansas, they took a direct hit from a tornado just to the northeast of Little Rock, 74-64. Searcy, 74-65. Same in Batesville, Newport, Jonesboro, Walnut Ridge, all of these places. This is still a rich environment. We're Dyersburg's still at 100% humidity, but again, some of these storms may have some trouble getting started because we start to see this capping as the daylight wanes and that energy's burned off. The cap will go back into place, in a lot of these storms. So, yeah, we had a long-lived supercell tonight. It crossed all across West Tennessee and up through Madison County. There's no doubt about this thing. I mean, it come through Central and East Arkansas, through Wynne and crossing Poinsett County and all that over there too. That's just one storm, and that's been kind of the newsmaker right now. But be careful looking behind this down in Hernando, Mississippi, and South Haven. I've got a good friend that did not go to South Haven tonight. And if they're listening, I'll go ahead and give you an update on this too. About 10 minutes ago, National Weather Service Memphis put out a tornado warning for Tunica, Tate, Shelby, and DeSoto County. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Robinsonville, 15 miles southeast of Hughes, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So here we go again. Another life-threatening situation. Radar confirmed tornado. A chaser at 7:35, which was 11 minutes ago, reported a tornado crossing Highway 61 just north of Tunica. Here comes round two for these folks down here. So Shelby County has kind of been sandwiched in between two major supercells tonight, Dan, and this thing is going to progress across the Tennessee-Mississippi border, and on its current track, I'll go ahead and track it right now. We've got watchers online and listeners and everything else. I mean, just long term, and I'll shoot just a little bit to the south. Folks in Collierville and some of these other communities here, Moscow, LaGrange, Salisbury, Hickory Valley. So that's going to put you south of Bolivar and south of Whiteville, Middleton. So we're down here in and even over into Bethel Springs and Selmer. You know, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, let me ask you this while you're tracking that to see which way you think that's going to go. I'm showing it's at USJ they're reporting at dew point at 62 right now, and it's McKellar-Side 61, and one more about 2 miles from here into Cove. It's a 64 dew point. Is that good, bad, or what for us here in Jackson?
The dew point is in the 60s, and what's the temperature at that third location?
It's 75, and the pressure is 29.75, and that ranges out to USJ 29.78. Same thing in McKellar. McKellar is actually reporting 29.76, the pressure.
Well, aside from it just being damp outside, I mean, the environment, as far as temperature and dew point, is still favorable for storm development.
It does. I'm showing that 75. It's out here near Midtown. It's 73 at USJ and 75 degrees right now at McKellar-Side, Brian.
And you know, just saying that with this rich environment, I mean, look off to your west here of you, Brownsville. You see this shower that has just developed. We have another one over there, Luxor and Osceola, crossing the river right now. That has.
So let me stop you right there. Because if you're looking at the radar and you say, well, this thing's breaking up, so you're saying that we got some new stuff developing because of the conditions being right. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. Because what's going on is, again, we'll go back to these pockets of negative buoyancy. Okay, so stormy atmosphere is buoyant, the air is rising, and then you have this cap in place, which is basically negative air. It's keeping this sealed up. It's not allowing those storms to plume and grow up drafts. It's not.
Is it almost like a glass ceiling there that's preventing that? So
it's something to that effect. Yeah, sure. But it's it's keeping that from going. And some people even consider this cap that we talk about, this invisible cap, that it acts like a capacitor. It traps energy. But you got to think, you're going into the nighttime hours, and you're going to lose energy anyway. And as these fronts and things push out of here, you know, it's the cap goes back into place. If the cold front and everything else is lining up right and allowing this energy to be pushed out of the way, moved on somewhere else. But the cap there may be pockets of this cap across West Tennessee. That's why we're not seeing, just giant updrafts just blowing up, because when you look, there's a supercell in Hernando, Mississippi right now. There's a supercell to the east of Poplar Bluff. As a matter of fact, it's in Sykeston right now. I'm looking at the Paducah radar up here, which they have a radar indicated tornado for Stoddard County up there. But where's the rest of the weather? Well, you see these pop-up showers, but they're not being allowed to grow in intensity. That those updrafts are not there because there are caps in place in the atmosphere. You got to think of it as pockets of air. They call them parcels. And it's widespread. The Weather Service does say it's widespread outbreak or whatever you want to call it. But if the atmosphere is not right in some of these places, maybe there was a change in atmosphere. Maybe there was a wave of energy, like a dry line or something, that pushed through a certain area and it didn't recover. Didn't get enough sunshine. I mean, there's different factors in this that will activate or will prevent thunderstorms from firing, and that's how this crazy mess operates. So
it's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it really is. You got to take one at a time. It's like these showers. They got mystery showers here in Dyer and Trenton. I didn't even know there's a place called Vaughn's Grove. Now I do. And there's a little shower right there. Yeah, you've been there, haven't you?
Been there, done that. Yes, it was spent a week there one night. Brian, it seems calm out there right now, and it was tornado sirens less than an hour ago, and everyone's kind of settled in. It's almost the streets look like it did during the lockdown of COVID. It's kind of eerie out there right now, but we're not this doesn't mean we're exactly out of the woods yet, folks. And if you're listening on Facebook or social media comments, let us know where you're at and what the conditions are, or if you've suffered some wind damage, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Let us know. And if you have suffered wind damage, you can call our phone lines, are sponsored by CWA Development. They specialize in wood repairs, fence and deck repairs if you have any damage, fire and water damage, storm repairs. They do it all, commercial and residential. 80 years of experience right here in Jackson. Local people are doing it better. CWA Development. Their phone number, just jot it down, because you, when you survey tomorrow, you may need them. 731-503-9598. And they're open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. But for emergencies, you can reach them on Sundays as well at 731-503-9598. Okay, Brian, back to you.
Okay. PDS Tornado Watch continues until, drum roll please, 8 o'clock tonight. When is that? 5 minutes from now.
Okay.
5 minutes from now. That's the PDS Tornado Watch. It was issued at 12:30 today. So it's had a good 7-hour run on it. Excuse me, just a minute. Oh boy, been up too long. So that
just like the storms, Brian, you're losing your punches as we move into the overnight hours. Me, I'm just the opposite.
You're just out. That's right. You're just getting ramped up. That's exactly right.
That's right. Yes.
All right. A Tornado Watch was issued just before 6 o'clock. Tornado Watch number 97. This was also a PDS Tornado Watch, and it goes until 1 a.m. And the counties involved in this watch would be these looking eastward here, which would be Henry County, Carroll County, Madison County, all the way down. What's just below you there?
Just below Madison County is Chester County. We got Chester
and
almost to our immediate south, and then, of course, Chester, then Hardeman's down that way.
That's right, Hardeman, Bolivar, right?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Yep, so you draw a line from there all the way down to Greenwood, Mississippi, and draw a line about 100 miles to the east, so maybe even further than that, maybe 150 miles to the east, so just to the east of Nashville, and draw you a box, fill it in right there. That's the Tornado Watch number 97 that goes until 1 a.m. But you got to think, everybody from Henry County down to Bolivar, down to Hardeman County, you're on the leading edge of the Tornado Watch, so they could possibly start dropping off counties as the conditions become less favorable for this stuff, and they're known to do that too.
Yeah, it's right now. And we don't know exactly what's happening in Covington, but right here in Jackson, it seemed like what was it, a week ago today that the Mississippi was ravaged by these tornadoes coming through, and in years past, they seem to take the same track right through West Tennessee, and Jackson seemed to be the epicenter. Is there something to that? Each season, it seems like a lot of these storms take the same track. What's that about?
We've always said, and you might be superstitious or may not be superstitious, and then some people say that there's no science to back that up. And what I'm talking about is, there's several different things going on. You have the Mississippi River. And everybody always says, every time that storm hits that river, it all just turns into a line, or it hits that river and it just splits. It goes north of us or goes south of us.
That's right. Some people will say, it's the pyramids doing this. It's breaking it up here.
Right.
You've heard that, I'm sure.
There's no scientific evidence, but you know what? If you lived here for 40 years or 50 years or however long, it just seems like it's just commonplace or common sense, even though there's no science to it. But there's got to be something to it, You can't prove it. No way you look at it, you can't prove it. And of course, Hub City, Jackson, Jackson is a bowl. Jackson is a bowl shape, Well, what's that got to do with anything? I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I know one thing. It's taken 3 tornadoes in the last, 25, 30 years. So, there may be something to that, the shape of how Madison County's laid out. I mean, land features. But, you know, it doesn't matter. They've had them in the Smoky Mountains, you know, thousands of feet up in the air. To me, it just seems like it doesn't care. It's just random. But
yes, it is. Yep.
But you know what? Once you start doing this kind of stuff right here, and all the atmosphere is perfect for, you know, thunderstorm development. And I mean, I'm even seeing some refiring back northwest of West Memphis, you know, that might be moving through Mississippi County here. We don't know what's going to happen, but, you know, only time will tell. But I can tell you this, you know, we've had one big supercell come through, and they've talked about multiple supercells today. And number 2 is about to come into West Tennessee. It's about to come up through Memphis and LaGrange in this area down here, Fayette County. There's just some capping going on. And one of the things that I'm going to look at too here in just a second on the radar side over at the other side, KenTennWeather.net, I can switch this over to to what's going on with, you know, what they're looking at in the models, the computer models. It tells you a lot about what's going on in the atmosphere and where things, you know, supposedly will be in the next 3 to 6 hours. You know, it's good learning food for your brain when you start getting into this stuff and you say, oh, well, yeah, there's a possibility. It's showing a line of thunderstorms right here at 9 o'clock. So in about an hour, you know, especially if you're listening to WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson, you might see a line of thunderstorms pushing through West Tennessee again here in just a little bit. And what they call that like a linear convective system. Basically, it's a line. Linear is line, right? So
that's right.
So this thing may very well organize over the next hour or two into a line of thunderstorms. What I said, when it hits the Mississippi River, and organize into a line of thunderstorms, because according to the computer model they've been basing all of this off of today, it's showing a line forming at the Mississippi River. So, you know, I mean, it's going to do it, you know. And basically what that means is that this front is picking up, it's pushing this energy forward, and any of these supercells that are out here that's spinning, like, I guess there's something going on down in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. We know definitely just south of Memphis. If this edge of this front picks up and starts scooping these up, it'll eat it. And a lot of times it'll just eat the energy out of those supercells, and they just become, instead of being discrete, you know, individual supercells, they become part of the line. And that can be good and that can be bad. Sometimes they lose their energy to the line, and then sometimes they continue to have tornadoes embedded in the line. We don't know how this is going to go, so that's why we've got to play it, you know, little by little here. But the forecast model right now, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock is showing is some of the worst part to be over in Madison County and Henderson and back in Benton County again. But that's what they're saying right now. Well, that's what Mr. Computer is saying, that about 2 hours we should start seeing a line form at the Mississippi River from Evansville all the way down to Greenville. And this mess push off to the east through Nashville, down through Huntsville, Gadsden, Alabama, and all these other places here overnight. And you know, it just depends. I mean, it really does how the upper air is behaving, where the caps are in place.
Right.
But the dew points and the temperatures, you know, if you look at it as a basic weather standpoint, those things are still in place right now. So, you know, all we can do is take a standby and give it time and see what happens. I hate to say that, but that's the way it happens, you know, with these
that's
things.
That's the way it goes, yes. Well, you can't rush freshness, and you can't reduce this weather to, I mean, it's going to do its things, but it does, it's Mother Nature. And, again, the severe weather coverage tonight being presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Houses, trailers, land, and if you need to sell fast, call Dustin. Dustin buys houses fast for cash at 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com is the website, and local people stepping forward to make sure you have severe weather coverage. And thanks to Dustin Buys Houses fast for cash for doing that. DustinBuys.com. Brian Thomas is in the Weather Center for us, and he's one of the best of the best. And I mean, he takes this stuff. He's like a mad scientist in a lab, into dew points and barometric pressures, you name it. And Brian, so what you're describing is we may have some new developments around the Mississippi River. Is that the case?
It is very popular. I'm sorry. The thing is that it's very possible that what you're saying is true here. What we're seeing is, we don't see it yet, but we see the forecast models in about 90 minutes, a couple hours here, coming together and forming a line. You know, this, whatever energy is left over in the atmosphere, it's just going to grow it into a line. And my dumb self, I have closed out of my stuff. I don't know how in the world I managed to do that, but yeah, we're seeing some firing again back over into that would be south of Unionville. Well, that would put it into the Halls neighborhood, I guess. There's this little shower over there. It's just, you know, pain in the mouth shower that's just kind of hanging out, but that might be the precursor to this line that's forming. If you draw a line from there back down into East Arkansas, Cross County, and that, it's a very broken line right now. But as the minutes, you know, progress forward here into the next hour or two, that whole thing, it might just turn out into a line and, you know, blow on out of here. Some of us may not see anything, may just see some rain, and it's gone, and then it gets cold. But I mean, I'll tell you this: there's a little dry front way back in Arkansas, according to the fronts that are drawn on here. I don't know when the last update was, but I'm still seeing temperatures in the mid 70s, Little Rock, and Jonesboro, you know, in these places. They're up in Missouri. The cold front hasn't come through yet. That's the problem. It's back around, well, yeah, I guess, you know, in the neighborhood of Branson. I can tell you what the towns were over there, but you know, I'm seeing 68. And some places have already seen their dose of the dew points, and they're capped, or they don't have the moisture to promote thunderstorm growth. But I'm seeing 72, 65, 70, 67 in Carbondale, 70, 61 at Paducah, you know, 69, 62. That's not quite Owensboro, but you know, you get the idea here. We still have quite a bit of humidity and lift in place. As a matter of fact, this is Stoddard County here. I'm heading back up into Missouri again, for your neighbors up there. Tornado, a storm capable of producing a tornado was near Sykeston, tornado quarter-sized hail, and that goes for Scott County until 8:15. Now, here's the trick of that. There was a tornado signature on the radar right there. That atmosphere is still very, very ramped up and wound up for this activity, and you know, it's going to carry over into Alexander County when it crosses over in Illinois. So, well, you know, you look there, and then you look back south towards South Haven, where the other big storm is right now. As a matter of fact, it's about to cross over into Collierville. Oh, well, let's give you an update on this. This just came out a minute ago. Shelby County, DeSoto County, 804 confirmed tornado located near Hernando, moving northeast at 45. $50 size hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado at 7:55. This was at Fog Road, Interstate 69 intersection there. This one is making its way across the border right now. You know, let's take a look right here. There is a storm spotter. I don't know if I can pull his video feed up or not. This would be Don Murray driving in the dark, and I can't really tell anything right here. This is really neat, Dan, because, you know, we were feeding that video feed out a while ago, and some of the storm spotters have cameras in their vehicles.
Yeah, that's something that when the movie Twister was made, but 1996, I believe, that they didn't have that, and well, that does add an element to it. It takes you right down and puts you in the vehicle with a storm spotter, the storm chaser, and it gives you an idea. And it's the same. People watch that for the same reason we watch horror movies. It gives you that adrenaline rush, but you're sitting at home in your lazy boy, completely safe.
Right.
But you're still able to experience it. And that's what when these storm chasers and storm spotters, when they have those cameras, it adds an element to it, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah, and even some of the stationary cameras, too, they've got them all around. This storm that we're talking about right here is passing through Olive Branch. There's a stationary camera at the top of City Hall in Olive Branch. I just switched over there. You can see it at KenTennWeather.net over there. You can see the American flag and looks like the Mississippi State flag and other things over there, but you can't see anything right now. It's in total whiteout because the rain and the wind is so heavy right there. That area is under a tornado warning. And, you know, and the screen froze just as the lightning hit right there. And it's, oh, wow.
Of course. Yep.
Wow. Okay. That is something. Do I need to keep it right here for a minute? I don't know if something's actually coming at Olive Branch. I guess it's very possible. There's some strange stuff going on, but anyway, just keep in mind though, this is the stuff that's going to be coming into Tennessee anytime, you know, especially folks down in Bolivar and I keep saying LaGrange, you know, down in Fayette County in these areas. It's going to be at your back door here in just a minute. So, anyway, there's that. This stuff is ongoing and looks like they just put out a brand new tornado warning. A radar indicated tornado at 8:06 was located over Lewisburg or near Olive Branch, moving northeast at 60. So what we were looking at the Olive Branch camera there at City Hall was, this tornado blowing in, I guess. I know. But anyway, I you know, my wife tells me that I go down the rabbit hole. That does happen sometimes. I won't lie, but you know, yeah.
Well, that's curiosity, though, is what's taking you into the weather lab to mix all those potions together to find out what's headed our way.
Well, you would think I would at least make money off of it somehow. But you know, this is very selfish. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. That's terrible. No.
Well, it's not about greed. It's security, Brian. Don't be ashamed to want to squeeze $1 out of this. Don't be ashamed to do that. I have the same thoughts as well. Can we get a sponsor, please? Yes. No, but it's. I tell you though, it's a passion of yours, and it shows.
Well, I study.
You've been on it for 2 hours. It's because you know, and you want to alert the people because when severe weather comes in, it's what we do.
We've been, yeah, and you know what, I know you've been at it, you know, first and foremost, firsthand. You've had hands on with this stuff, as it's dog whipped you, you know, back in the day when you know
right.
you were you know somewhere downtown and that would have been May 4th, 2003, I believe, because that's
right.
I was right up the street from you there at another place, and that was a mess. You know, I haven't had that extent of shock since then, you know. I haven't.
Oh, that was the night when it was actually, but yeah, it was. The sun had gone down when that hit in downtown Jackson. Just miss you.
No.
I mean, it brushed us enough to condemn that building we were in, and just how fortunate we were to make it through that. And
right.
I'll never forget that stairwell. Tornado sirens going off, and the doors had blown open. We couldn't get out and get in the basement. We had to ride it out. And, and the oldest building at the time in Jackson, where one time Bill Wayne and I were doing the show, and we were on the third floor of a 3-story building, and somebody cranked up a Harley down on the street, and it sounded like it was in the studio.
Oh,
and,
no.
And Bill said, folks, don't be alarmed. That was the general manager going on a sales call. And that's how flimsy the walls were. And I'll never forget looking at Harold, and there was a sign in the stairwell, no smoking, because, of course, me and Bill would creep in that stairwell and smoke. And, you know, I said, Harold, you think they mind if I smoke? And he said, well, there's no smoking sign there, young man. I said, I'm kidding. We're about to die. I'm going to smoke him if I got him. But it was that triggered, it was a series of, it seemed like every 3 days, Brian, there was tornado warnings. Do you remember that?
Yes. That was ongoing. I remember. Now, I was trying to remember if you were in the one in 1999 or it was the one in 2003, because the one in 2003 was the one that hit downtown.
Right.
But I mean, that was the night that it had first hit Dyersburg, South Dyersburg. Okay. And I said, well, I'll just go down to the TV and get the camera and get the van and go to Dyersburg, because something had happened. We were getting reports. I was getting phone calls, people on the hotline and everything. So we got in the truck and go to Dyersburg. And then when I got to Dyersburg is when the one hit, North Parkway. I mean, you're going to think that was a big storm though. I mean, I live at North Parkway and Highway 45, or Highland there. I lived there in those apartments, and it had hit downtown. It had hit that thing downtown, and that damage was all the way up to Parkway. Those traffic lights twisted around and everything that you could think of. I mean, it was a mess. But I was in Dyersburg when Jackson was getting hit, so we raced back to Jackson, and by that time, I mean, I don't think you could get in. I don't think you could get down North Royal there, because I don't even remember how I got back to the station. I really don't remember, but it was a long time ago. I do remember that. I remember going out to Pringles Park. It had gotten hit, and then went out toward Oak. What's it out there north, almost to Medina?
Yeah, Oakfield, yes.
Yeah, Oakfield. So I went out there, and some parts of that had been damaged too. But I remember there was tornadoes touching down just east of Oakfield the next day in the sunlight at like noon. So, those long-term ongoing events, those are things that you just don't forget. I mean, and
I know you do not. No, and that's what it's things like that that we've been through triggers us to. I mean, I could be at a nightclub, doing my thing, but here we are with severe weather. It's part of what we do.
Yeah.
The big thing that we do is, Brian, you take it very seriously, is community service. This is a part of it.
That's right. We all take it in with community service, and we document that type of stuff because we're trying to help people out, and trying to, do something to keep them safe, warn them out of the way, whatever it takes, because we don't want anybody to get hurt in all of this stuff. Mother Nature is going to be Mother Nature, and she's not going to change. So
no, she's not. She's fairly consistent, Brian. There's no doubt about that, and that's what we while we're in this business is I mean, it is a tough business. That's the reason why you ain't in it, and some of you out there listen, because it's a tough business. It's a reason why. Punk holding the camera, why he ain't in it? It's a tough business.
That's a good business. Always in it, because only the tough survive.
Only the tough survive, Brian.
Well, that's right. So, toughen it up. Drink some strong coffee, grow a pair, whatever you got to do to
That's right.
Make it, take it, and this is what we do. We do it for a living. We live behind the mic, I guess you would say. So. That's
right, Brian. And so, what's the latest? We're going to join the Memphis Grizzlies here in just a bit. Now we'll be back on if duty calls.
Are they playing in town? Where are they playing?
Yeah, they're in Memphis tonight, I do believe.
I mean,
Brian.
It may have paused because of the tornado warning. Because I mean, they've been under tornado warning for the last 45 minutes. So possibility.
But that is true.
They have. I was looking here in what's this town here? Just east of Olive Branch. Chasers. They've had their video going. This one here. This one was. We've been watching this from Don Murray, who's been on the ground down there. He's driving around in the dark, and they're following this thing. Looks like they're going to be following it all the way to Piperton and Moscow and up through LaGrange here, up through. I wouldn't think Tippah County or Tishomingo, one of those counties right there. But since we've been talking here and Gavin, the line that we were talking about back on the Mississippi River from Wynne, Arkansas, all the way up to Osceola, the line is starting to come together. So
that's just like you suspected it might. We're setting it still at 73 degrees in the high today. Brian was 75, so we've not seen the temperature take much of a nosedive whatsoever, even once the sun went down, which normally, as you know by now,
right,
that's typical, but it's not happening tonight, is it?
No, it definitely has not died down yet, and it won't, I don't think. I think we'll at least be in the upper 60s, lower 70s until the cold front finds its happy little way through our area here. One thing that I was trying to look a while ago, and that's how I ended up shutting the system down. I don't know how in the world I did that. I'm looking at the lift values right now, what the computer models are telling me. We're still at 8 o'clock. That's right now. At 8 o'clock, we are still in a very favorable environment for storms to form. Now, along the Mississippi River is even a more favorable environment. We've got quite a bit of CAPE, which is your lift factor. Okay, remember CAPE. CAPE is lift is CAPE.
Right.
I guess you would call that moderate, or it's low end to moderate lift. We have enough lift there. Weakley County has some lift. Now central West Tennessee, where Jackson, you've got quite a bit of lift right down there. At least that's what this model is telling me here. Let me go back and step it forward 1 hour, because that's a couple hours, maybe even. Let's see, there's 10 o'clock right here, because some of this stuff doesn't even get in a hurry. Usually when the cold front gets up underneath it, it'll sweep it, it'll push it.
So what happens to slow it down like this? The cold front kind of rushes it along. What slows it down?
Well, supercells, whether they get in a good part of the jet stream or not, the jet stream has had a lot to play with all of these, the promotion of these supercells today. And I guess it's been right over us, but we're not going to see a big push until maybe a couple hours from now. As we look back, it wasn't forecasted. We'll check that here in just a minute, because I'm now looking at these computer models. I was looking at 10 o'clock, seeing quite a bit of potential energy back in the Boot Hill, Missouri, and East Arkansas, and this is at 10 o'clock tonight. Let me change this product over to the what we call the CAP. Basically, it's the inhibitor of the CAPE, the CAPE and the CAP. Are you confused yet?
I'm with you. I'm hanging with you, Brian, making notes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look right here. I'm looking here. Okay, so let's see where our caps are in place. So at 10 o'clock tonight, there are moderate caps in place along the Mississippi River. But to the west, it's in the 40s and in the 50s. There's a big cap in place right over Jackson at 10 o'clock tonight. But other places like Whiteville and Bolivar, I'm just scrolling through here. Carroll County, there's less cap, which that kind of promotes storm growth if you have no control over the potential energy. So, certain places are capped really good as opposed to others. But that's 10 o'clock. We'll back it up 1 hour to 9 o'clock and see what's being said there. But the big thing is going to be where the jet is. Now, unfortunately, come 9 o'clock, Gibson County, a good chunk of Gibson County, all of Weakley County is not going to have a cap over top of it, and it kind of scares you a little bit. That's when you have to play those storms, by ear. As we're talking, there's a moderate cap in place over most of West Tennessee at 9 o'clock. But back over in East Arkansas, things could get, a little ramped up down past Osceola and Marion, over in Cross County in that area again. The big thing is you've got these supercells that are moving out. You got another one moving into West Tennessee right now up through Collierville. It's going into this giant pocket of, whether it's either stable or unstable air. The dew points are nice, but there's a lot of capping involved here at 8 o'clock. Brownsville, Haywood County, Dyer County, some of Ripley and Lauderdale County, Crockett County. I'm seeing these pockets of cap that are in place. again, you got to think these are computer models, not necessarily measurements. And I'm not even looking at the some of the better indicators. Like if you would look at, well, I'm not going to bring that up. That'd be a whole other conversation and another map that I don't have in front of me. But I mean, just looking at, this general meteorology stuff, you still have a lesser to a moderate cap in some places for the potential energy to, stay in place, not to give any lift to these storms. But once the line comes together, it's 9 times out of 10 is just going to come together and push through. That's just what it's going to do. It's what it's going to do every time. It's going to become linear. And once it becomes linear, that front will push it and pushing it into Middle Tennessee. It'll get all that mess out of here. And it'll absorb these supercells too. I mean, it just does.
Yeah, Brian Thomas he's a weather man, and my name's Dan Reaves. Great to have you along with us here on News Talk 96.5 FM. Brian, and I just listened in for a moment on the Grizzlies. They are underway in the second half, so that game. Okay. Don't know if it was delayed for a moment because of the tornado warning in Memphis, but they're back underway. And also some breaking news just came across, Brian, that the feds just put a restraining order, essentially a federal judge blocks the Tennessee drag ban with a temporary restraining order.
Oh.
That just came out. A federal judge in Tennessee has issued a temporary restraining order against the impending drag ban after siding with Friends of George's. That's a Memphis-based LGBTQ theater group that filed suit against the state. Friends of George's filed a lawsuit on March the 27th, so just a few days ago. Well, today's the 31st. Mm-hmm. The case advanced rapidly through federal court. Judge Thomas Parker heard the 3 hours of arguments yesterday and agreed the law was written too vague and levels. Well, pardon me. He left the door open mm-hmm. for differing outcomes based on a person's assessment of what is and isn't obscene. Quotes, a law is unconstitutionally vague if individuals of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning and differ to its application, close quote. Parker wrote that in a 15-page decision. So this breaking news, a federal judge has temporarily blocked Tennessee's drag ban. That's breaking news just to add into the excitement tonight.
You suppose they wouldn't bring up First Amendment with all of that stuff,
Right.
I mean, I would think, because isn't that another form of expression and all of that? I don't get into all of that. That's why I'm weather nerd most of the time, I guess people call me.
But, absolutely.
But I at least know what First Amendment is. But you know what? I'm just surprised that wasn't cited anywhere. But I was listening to some of the conversation earlier as we were trying to get on the air back in the 6 o'clock hour, and you had a very lively conversation on that on your show tonight.
Yeah, it's I tell you, we've taken care of the most important thing to make sure that drag queen brunches don't take place. And I don't know about you, but every time I turn around, I bump into a drag queen brunch.
And something, isn't it?
Don't worry about health care. Everything else is taken care of, folks. Now we can get to the drag queen brunches, and we'll get, or you could say, we'll get to the important stuff later, or the important stuff first, and that's drag queen brunches, where they've not killed one kid ever at a drag queen brunch. I've never seen one, and I've been walking this earth for 50 years. Kind of like, it reminds me of the guy standing on the street corner in New York City snapping his fingers just for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy walked by in the morning, he was standing there, came back for lunch, he's standing there, and when he was leaving,
mm-hmm.
at 5 o'clock, the guy's still there on the corner, snapped his fingers. He said, "Pardon me, guy, what are you doing?" He said, "I'm keeping elephants away." He said, "Man, it's New York City, and that elephant within 2,000 miles. He said, "See, it works." Oh. It kind of reminds me of this law to ban drag queen brunches.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, one quick update, and we'll split for a while, and you get to your game. Look here, we have a tornado warning in effect. It's now in Tennessee until 8:45, so another 35 minutes here for northern Marshall and Benton counties. This is all in North Mississippi here, and then we get into Tennessee, Fayette, Hardeman, and Shelby counties at 8:21. 5 minutes ago, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Mount Pleasant. That's 10 miles southeast of Collierville. Moving east at 55. Hazard includes tornado, golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated, although there are spotters. Again, the gentleman I was telling you about a while ago, that he's after it, man. I mean, he's trying to look for it in the dark, and maybe he will. Let's just hope he didn't get too close. Back to the west, Mississippi River past west of Henning. And over there, just the line is starting to shape up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. And, of course, you know, as we always say, if it breaks out, we'll break in.
Well, that's a good way to put it, Brian. Brian Thomas in these weather updates, severe weather coverage presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Houses, trailers, land. If you need to sell fast, call Dustin. Dustin buys houses fast for cash at 731-200-1362. 731-200-1362. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. Well, so that's kind of the way it breaks down. And Brian, you and I stay in contact, and if need be, we'll be back with you folks to help navigate through this developing weather situation. Because Brian, it's just that's the way it is.
It is. That's just what it's going to do. That's what
it is. As they say, it is what it is. Brian Thomas, wonderful job, my friend, tonight.
Yeah, had fun. Yeah, glad you could hang out with me.
Same here.
Yeah,
enjoy it very much, Brian, and I will talk with you. Well, hopefully not soon, but if need be, we'll do it. And thanks again, Brian. You do a wonderful job with the weather, and hope you have a great night. Listen, go get something to eat. Get whatever you want. I mean, hell, you're paying for it, so get whatever you want.
That's right. Maybe I'll buy yours one day. What do you think?
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Brian Thomas, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll see.
Yeah, Brian, you got a big weekend planned?
Not particularly. Actually, this weekend there's a little dab of schoolwork I got to finish up on, and really none. It was supposed to be, kind of a kickback type weekend, and because I think I'm going to be busy the next 2 weekends. We do have Good Friday and Easter Sunday coming up next weekend. And then, and I'm sure you'll have me doing some crazy thing, who knows? So,
of course. Brian, thank you so much, big guy.
All right. Talk to you later.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Brian Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thanks to Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. 731-200-1362, DustinBuys.com. Well, we made it through that round. If we have another one, we'll be back with you. So keep it locked. If you've not downloaded our free mobile apps for News Talk.
Okay. All right. That one. That was a first. We have never tied the radio station to the KenTenn Weather Center like that. Not in that capacity. Usually we're doing like a simulcast or something, and we never streamed the complete thing on here. So we've had our folks that's been checking in with us here, throughout the night on KenTennWeather.net. Be sure to bookmark it, and we'll try and do more of this stuff as it comes along. Now, look, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have tornado watch for a good chunk of West Tennessee in the KenTenn area, which goes until 1 a.m. Again, we're watching this line of storms that's back over here in East Arkansas. We're starting to see some hail. The more lightning strikes you see, the more energy that you see starting to be produced from these storms. It's the same song and dance we've been talking about all night. We're just trying to stay on top of it. Down here in Collierville, let's see, what community are we in right here? We have a tornado signature. This is just south of Rossville and Mount Pleasant. And our friend Brett Adair, his camera is going and moving and grooving again, and he is looking at something. What is he looking at? I think he's zoomed in. So we'll just give Brett Adair some credit. I think that That was, hold on right here just a second. I'm not entirely sure what I just saw on there, but I have a feeling I know what it is. Okay, so just to keep in mind, so this is North Mississippi moving into Southwest Tennessee, Fayette County, I would assume here. Looks like the guy, or storm spotter here, again, Brett Adair, and we're just, oh, no, there's a cell phone service. It looked like there was possibly something going on there. I was not sure if he was on top of a power line flash or what was, wow, that was good. That was a good one right there. Folks still hanging out with us on Facebook. Appreciate that. You know, you're getting to see some sites that you probably would see somewhere else, but you picked to stay here and hang out with us. So that's good. I can't keep it on his video feed. He probably wouldn't like that, this evening, but, or anytime. Yeah. But, we'll give Brett Adair some, credit here, being that he's out there in his car and going down. I don't know what highway this is. It's somewhere between Mississippi and Tennessee. It just looked like a power line flash or something that was, caught the eye there. Is there any audio with this? Well, those dropouts are usually cell phone service or some, the cell phone issue. That's just, hey, it's the nature of the beast though, I guess. I don't think there's any audio. Oh, no.
Turn left.
There is audio with it.
Yeah, I'm worried though right here.
Cool. Another one.
Oh, look to your left, man.
There's unfiltered, uncensored. I don't know who says what or what can be said here, but
where's it at?
Obviously they see something here.
To the west of it? Oh, I see it. Go ahead. Sorry. No, slowly.
This is Brett Adair in North Mississippi, Southwest Tennessee, and he's on something here with his
to our south, right?
The storm chasing tonight. So this is live.
I don't either. That's why I'm like, all right, slowly. Stop. Yeah, I think we're gonna let it go across right here too. Yep.
Better.
Right to left on the rain curtain. See, they're blowing from my back to the front of the truck. So, okay. All right, go ahead. It's on the road ahead of us. Let's go. Just ahead of us. Yep.
Well, now I can't turn it off. He has our attention here, so.
I just didn't want us to. Oh, there it is. Big power flashes. All right, bye.
Yeah, so that's what it was. Yeah, this is Brett Adair, who's chasing in North Mississippi here. Looks like he's right on the state line. Well, he's still down there. But that was interesting. The cell phone service is kind of spotty out in those rural areas like that. Okay, so time is 8:35. KenTennWeather.net on the air. We'll stay on the air for a little bit longer in case something does break out. If not, we'll come back and we'll shut her down and hope for the best here. We can get out of here. Weather Service has put out a weather statement here, and it says nickel-sized hail. So this is line that's trying to form here. We'll keep it right here. We'll keep the Weather Service going for you while we take 5. It's been a minute since we gotten up out of here.
With lows in the lower 60s.
Try again.
Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 31.3 feet early tomorrow afternoon. Action stage is 29.0 feet. Flood stage is 32.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until Sunday evening. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River above Tiptonville. When? Until Sunday evening. Impacts at 34.0 feet. Fields are flooding east of Point Pleasant, Missouri. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 34.0 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 34.3 feet tomorrow morning. Action stage is 34.0 feet. Flood stage is 37.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Osceola. When? Until early Thursday afternoon. Impacts at 27.0 feet in Arkansas. High water interferes with grain barge loading at the terminal at Osceola. Backwater is touching most of the levee just north of Osceola on North Pass, Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 330 in the Barfield Point vicinity. Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 430 is flooded across from Tellier Island. In Tennessee, Crutcher Lake Road is flooded north of Cold Creek. The Mississippi River is over its banks northeast of Open Lake. Backwater has reached the lake. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 25.7 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 26.6 feet early Sunday morning. Action stage is 24.0 feet. Flood stage is 28.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. This is a wind advisory for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemuscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southern Mississippi, central Tipton and Lauderdale counties through 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Baton or near Wilson, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Locations impacted include Covington, Ripley, Osceola, Wilson, Fort Pillow State Park, Joyner, Baton, Marie, Fulton, Ashport, Fort Pillow, Henning, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Evadale, Driver, O'Donnell Bend, Grider, and Tomato. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for eastern Arkansas and West Tennessee. The current time is 8:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8 p.m. at Dyersburg, it was cloudy. The temperature was 73 degrees. The dew point was 65, making the relative humidity 75%. The wind was out at 15 miles an hour, gusting to 22 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.72 inches and rising. At Blytheville, the pressure was 29.70 inches and rising. Elsewhere around the region: Jonesboro, mostly cloudy and 74. Memphis, light rain and 76. Jackson, cloudy and 74. Union City, cloudy and 70. Kennett, mostly cloudy and 75. Malden, cloudy and 72. Paducah, thunder and 71. Once again, at Dyersburg, it was cloudy and the temperature was 73 degrees. Here is the forecast for the Dyersburg Weather Radio listening area. Tornado Watch 94 in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Wind advisory in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Windy with lows in the mid-50s. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour this evening. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, sunny, windy with highs in the lower 60s. West winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 45 miles an hour, decreasing to 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Saturday night, clear, cooler with lows around 40. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northeast after midnight. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the upper 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. Monday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. Breezy with highs in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Breezy and not as cool with lows in the upper 60s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 50%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with lows in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday, partly sunny with a 50% chance of showers. Windy, cooler with highs around 70. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Much cooler with lows in the upper 40s. Thursday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Lows in the upper 40s. Friday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the lower 60s. Tornado Watch number 94 remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Caruthersville. When? Until early Thursday morning. Impacts at 31.0 feet in Arkansas. Road and field flooding is widespread at Cottonwood Point. Access roads off Arkansas Road 362 are flooding. In Tennessee, the grain shipping facility south of Eloise is mostly underwater. T. Webb Road, Watkins Road, and Brady Ridge Road are flooding. Barr Road north of the Warlow's Pocket area is beginning to flood. Additional details, at noon Central Daylight Time Friday the stage was 30.8 feet. Forecast, the river is expected to rise to a crest of 31.3 feet early tomorrow afternoon. Action stage is 29.0 feet. Flood stage is 32.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until Sunday evening. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River above Tiptonville. When? Until Sunday evening. Impacts at 34.0 feet. Fields are flooding east of Point Pleasant, Missouri. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 34.0 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 34.3 feet tomorrow morning. Action stage is 34.0 feet. Flood stage is 37.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Osceola. When? Until early Thursday afternoon. Impacts at 27.0 feet in Arkansas. High water interferes with grain barge loading at the terminal at Osceola. Backwater is touching most of the levee just north of Osceola on North Pass, Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 330 in the Barfield Point vicinity. Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 430 is flooded across from Tevier Island. In Tennessee, Crutcher Lake Road is flooded north of Cold Creek. The Mississippi River is over its banks northeast of Open Lake. Backwater has reached the lake. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 25.7 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 26.6 feet early Sunday morning. Action stage is 24.0 feet. Flood stage is 28.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. This is a wind advisory for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southern Mississippi, central Tipton and Lauderdale counties through 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Bassett, or near Wilson, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Locations impacted include Covington, Ripley, Osceola, Wilson, Fort Pillow State Park, Joyner, Bassett, Marie, Fulton, Ashport, Fort Pillow, Henning, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Garland, Evadale, Driver, O'Donnell Bend, Grider, and Tomato. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for eastern Arkansas and West Tennessee. The current time is 8:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8 p.m. at Dyersburg, it was cloudy. The temperature was 73 degrees. The dew point was 65, making the relative humidity 75%. The wind was out at 15 miles an hour, gusting to 22 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.72 inches and rising. At Blytheville, the pressure was 29.70 inches and rising. Elsewhere around the region, Jonesboro, mostly cloudy and 74. Memphis, light rain and 76. Jackson, cloudy and 74. Union City, cloudy. cloudy and 70. Kennett, mostly cloudy and 75. Malden, cloudy and 72. Paducah, thunder and 71. Once again, at Dyersburg, it was cloudy and the temperature was 73 degrees. Here is the forecast for the Dyersburg Weather Radio listening area. Tornado Watch 94 in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Wind advisory in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes. Windy with lows in the mid-50s. Southwest wind 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour.
Okay, gang, if you're on the stream, we're just poking around for a few minutes while we're watching the line of storms move across the Mississippi River. This is in central Illinois, outside of our viewing area here, but this would be somewhere around Albany or Effingham, and one of those places up there in central Illinois. Weather's gotten so bad, just about all over the place today. So, just checking in on our neighbors to the north here.
Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening.
I'm very thankful for that. Let's go down to our the supercell down here. This one doesn't look as good. This one doesn't look as good. Not like this strange stuff. This storm is dangerous. St. Creed,
I'm not sure exactly where they are. Maybe they're driving down Highway 45 in Illinois. That road connects all the way down through Paducah and Metropolis, and I mean it runs a long, long way all the way down into. I guess technically it runs into Tennessee. It's not the same Highway 45. When it gets to Tennessee, it's in a corridor. So, but nonetheless, quite interesting. We're playing with some of this tonight. Not seeing much going on there. But tornado warning in effect for that county there. And let's see. Back down further here, Paducah, we have a tornado signature just around to the north of Metropolis, actually. Put this bad boy back on right over here. I hear another tornado warning coming out. Of course, our elevator bell that we always hear right here, that's some kind of a tornado warning from somewhere. It's a very low TVS, but nonetheless, it's spinning there. We'll find out here in just a second. Let's look over at the Wynne. This was Weather Service Northern Indiana. Just need to cut them out of the equation. Every time there's a tornado in Alaska, we'll hear about it. The elevator bell will go off. Tornado warning for North Central Marshall County is canceled. This is the one down Mississippi. Tornado warning continues. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over LaGrange, 18 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving east at 55. Tornado and quarter-size hail. All right. And that line of severe thunderstorms is kind of shaping up here. Seeing the lightning strikes all along right here. And this is, I really hope that this thing will shape up and move out of here. There's a long line back down into Louisiana, Mississippi here. As you can see, all the way further down you go there, you see these status boxes and severe thunderstorms. You got this dry line out here. This thing messes with everything. Out in front of a cold front, out in front of looks like a portion of another cold front, but all this, there's going to be a low up here that's just sucking all this air in. And the further north you go, see, there's a couple of them right here. They're all just conjoined, and makes for a giant mess. Yes, it does. Look at all the all the little red triangles out here. They're all tornado reports. They're funnel cloud reports. The other things are hail reports that you see up here. Wind gusts 70, 60, 50. Flood. There's little flood icons on here. That says wind damage. Okay, I got the wrong one there. But the flooding does show up, and there's just a lot going on here. It's nothing less than a hot mess. I mean, that's about all you can say about it. Flood. That's what he said. Okay. That's Weather Services on backup over here. We make sure we keep him on standby. And this is going to be quite interesting right here. Let me get back down to the Memphis radar, because, all right, if you're up in northwest Tennessee, you know, you got some light showers. You got some lightning, too. Just went and looked out the back door a minute ago, so we know it's here. New Bern, and Darburg, they're all here. Some really intense rain showers right down here, and 1 inch size hail, it looks like, as this storm, this system is becoming linear here. Is becoming, the thing is, this stuff is forming, because it wasn't there before. It's forming what's left over in the atmosphere, and it's becoming linear. Is it going to ramp up? Are we going to have big downbursts and updrafts? I have no idea. But the environment is still rich enough. 72, 64 is what we're temperatures here, and same up here in Dyersburg, Union City, at Everett Stewart. Henry County Airport, same story. It's sucking energy out of the air, and all of the environmental factors that go into this stuff. So yeah, it's kind of shaping up one more time here. We'll just see how it goes. We'll see how it plays out. Now, yeah, we're back on the Paducah radar. Of course, that's a long stretch to get down to Ripley and Henning and all this area down here. So that's why we changed the radar site, so we can get a better view. At least we can see 20, 30 miles out from Memphis. So let's see what it says when it comes back up here. See, it's not that impressive when you're looking at it from a closer view like that. But either way, you see the lightning strikes, lots of energy, lots of friction going on here in the air, causes a lot of problems. Okay, we have something coming here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for, I do not know. It's coming out. That's all I know. This is for West Kentucky, Livingston, Crittenden County. I would suspect there. Okay. It is 9:00 at the KenTenn Weather Center, KenTennWeather.net. We're going to hold with this a little bit longer. If you want to hang out, leave it streaming here, you can. If anything breaks out in this area up here, Northwest Tennessee, West Kentucky, the Boot Hill, we're kind of keeping a little bit of an eye on this activity up here, because yeah, it is just kind of forming and coming out of nowhere. It would seem that way, but as this line tightens up and strengthens, we don't exactly know what direction it's going to take. You know how the environment up in the atmosphere is at the moment. So we're going to keep an eye on it here. And back to the Weather Service we go for now. Maybe. Yeah. We're going to keep it. We're going to hold it right here and see what happens.
At Blytheville, the pressure was 29.70 inches and rising. Elsewhere around the region, Jonesboro, mostly cloudy and 74. Memphis, light rain and 76. Jackson, cloudy and 74. Union City, cloudy and 70. Kennett, mostly cloudy and 75. Malden, cloudy and 72. Paducah, thunder and 71. Once again, at Dyersburg, it was cloudy and the temperature was 73 degrees. Here is the forecast for the Dyersburg Weather Radio listening area. Tornado Watch 94 in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Wind advisory in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Windy with lows in the mid-50s. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour this evening. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, sunny, windy with highs in the lower 60s. West winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 45 miles an hour, decreasing to 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Saturday night, clear, cooler with lows around 40. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northeast after midnight. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the upper 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. Monday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. Breezy with highs in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Breezy and not as cool with lows in the upper 60s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 50%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with lows in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday, partly sunny with a 50% chance of showers. Windy, cooler with highs around 70. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Much cooler with lows in the upper 40s. Thursday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Lows in the upper 40s. Friday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the lower 60s. Tornado Watch number 94 remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WWH-30 in Dyersburg, the voice of the National Weather Service. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Caruthersville. When? Until early Thursday morning. Impacts at 31.0 feet in Arkansas. Road and field flooding is widespread at Cottonwood Point. Access roads off Arkansas Road 362 are flooding. In Tennessee, the grain shipping facility south of Eloise is mostly underwater. T. Webb Road, Watkins Road, and Brady Ridge Road are flooding. Barr Road north of the Warlow's Pocket area is beginning to flood. Additional details At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 30.8 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 31.3 feet early tomorrow afternoon. Action stage is 29.0 feet. Flood stage is 32.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until Sunday evening. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River above Tiptonville. When? Until Sunday evening. Impacts. At 34.0 feet, fields are flooding east of Point Pleasant, Missouri. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 34.0 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 34.3 feet tomorrow morning. Action stage is 34.0 feet. Flood stage is 37.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Tornado watch number 94 remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Flood advisory now in effect until early Thursday afternoon. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. Where? Mississippi River at Osceola. When? Until early Thursday afternoon. Impacts. At 27.0 feet, in Arkansas, high water interferes with grain barge loading at the terminal at Osceola. Backwater is touching most of the levee just north of Osceola on North Pass, Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 330 in the Barfield Point vicinity. Mississippi County, Arkansas Road 430 is flooded across from Tellier Island. In Tennessee, Crutcher Lake Road is flooded north of Cold Creek. The Mississippi River is over its banks northeast of Open Lake. Backwater has reached the lake. Additional details. At noon Central Daylight Time Friday, the stage was 25.7 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest of 26.6 feet early Sunday morning. Action stage is 24.0 feet. Flood stage is 28.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. The current time is 9:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9 p.m., at Dyersburg, a thunderstorm was reported. The temperature was 72 degrees. The dew point was 66, making the relative humidity 81%. The wind was southwest at 9 miles an hour, gusting to 16 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.73 inches and rising. At Blytheville, it was. The pressure was 29.71 inches and rising. Elsewhere around the region, Jonesboro, mostly cloudy and 73. Memphis, mostly cloudy and 72. Jackson, cloudy and 73. Union City, mostly cloudy and 72. Kennett, cloudy and 73. Malden, cloudy and 73. Paducah, mostly cloudy and 72. Once again, at Dyersburg, a thunderstorm was reported and the temperature was 72 degrees. Here is the forecast for the Dyersburg Weather Radio listening area. Tornado Watch 94 in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Wind advisory in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Tonight, partly cloudy with showers and thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Windy with lows in the mid-50s. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour this evening. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, sunny, windy with highs in the lower 60s. West winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Gusts up to 45 miles an hour, decreasing to 35 miles an hour in the afternoon. Saturday night, clear, cooler with lows around 40. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming northeast after midnight. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the upper 60s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain 40%. Monday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. Breezy with highs in the mid-70s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Breezy and not as cool with lows in the upper 60s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 50%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Windy with lows in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday, partly sunny with a 50% chance of showers. Windy, cooler with highs around 70. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Much cooler with lows in the upper 40s. Thursday, partly sunny. A slight chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers. Lows in the upper 40s. Friday, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Highs in the lower 60s. Tornado Watch number 94 remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties, in Missouri, Dunklin and Temescott, and the following counties, in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the The National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Crockett County in West Tennessee, Gibson County in West Tennessee, Northern Haywood County in West Tennessee, until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Fort Devere, or 8 miles east of Ripley, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect minor damage to roof, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Humboldt, Milan, Trenton, Alamo, Bells, Dyer, Bradford, Nutbush, Fork Deer, Chestnut Bluff, Bell Eagle, Eaton, Medina, Maury City, Friendship, Gadsden, Gibson, Tucker's Corner, Grizzard, and Gibson Wells. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Gibson, and Haywood.
Lots of tornado activity all over the place, it seems like. And spotty cell phone service. These guys, we were kind of looking at them up here in central Illinois. Looks like it's either in Indiana or moving into Indiana. I forget. I feel like somewhere. This is the state line. Okay, yeah, it's moving into Indiana. Was this Jasper County maybe? And these guys right here, they're on the chase, but looked like wherever they were had no power, and you know, who knows? Could be anything. Let's go back down to our severe thunderstorm warning. What we're talking about here, back down in Tennessee, that you had just heard from the National Weather Service. Okay. We'll check it out. Yeah, it's ramping up a little bit. Of course, we're looking at the velocity here, the wind velocity. We're seeing maybe some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of this. Let's see. I'm just panning around, looking around here. Nothing really rotating at the moment that we can see anyway. Here's a bright little thing right here. I'm on the wrong side of it. Sorry. Okay. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. So that should be about Tatumville right there anyway. With the wind gusts, there's Trenton, there's Dyer. Yeah. So kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Switch back to the radar and see what we're looking at. They put the severe thunderstorm warning out, and quite a bit of lightning again, still in this storm. Of course, that's been an ongoing thing, it seems like. And weather stir. Oh, wow. Okay. So back down further south, we won't track this right yet, but the Weather Service put out a tornado warning. A large, extremely dangerous tornado is located near Pocahontas, Mississippi. Is that Mississippi? This is going to be in Tennessee. Hardeman, McNairy, Hardin, and Chester County, 8 miles northwest of Big Hill Pond State Park. particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now, damaging tornado. So if you're along the Mississippi-Tennessee border, we were tracking that with Dan Reaves earlier tonight. That storm moving out of Collierville and that area over there. And Tunica has made its way into Tennessee. We'll go and take a look at that here in just a minute. Tornado warning goes till 10 o'clock. If you have people in these areas, Hardeman, McNary, Hardin, Chester County, people in Savannah, Selmer, Adamsville, Masseyville, Morris Chapel, Robertson, McNary, Crump, Bethel Springs, Middleton, Eastview, Harnsby, Finger, Stantonville, Milledgeville, Enville, 40 Forks, Rose Creek, Good Hope, and Pine Top. These are all down around the Tennessee border in southern West Tennessee, where there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado located on the ground. It's radar indicated. There is a storm spotter or chaser down there in that area, but is this a tornado report, or is that a TVS? That's a TVS. I have a TVS on a scale of 5 and mesoscale. So, okay. There's no tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warned, though. Looks like it's beginning to get a little curve to it. And look at those reflectivity returns there. Lots of lightning right here in this area. Still highlighted there. Hello. Let's just get an idea of the motion of this thing as it's moving. So south of Dyer County, this is Murray City. Let's back up a couple of frames here and see what's going on. That's our storm motion there. It gives us a little bit of a path, something we can go on here. Okay, so let's go back here. Severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Well, how fast? Let's see. So it's moving east at 50 miles an hour. So let's give you an idea of what we're looking at as far as how this thing is tracking. That's not supposed to happen there. Okay. So here's the storm cell. I'm going to go slightly north and east because these things are all on a bit of a slight northeasterly, not just a due east turn here. What did we say that was? Right. 50 miles an hour. So let's just give you an idea of all the folks who's in the path of this. There's some pretty good wind involved in this right here. Especially we have Doppler radar has picked up a tornado signature out of this. This is not a tornado warned storm. Murray City, it's on top of you now. Johnson's Grove, Cairo, and things are going nuts. What's going on here?
The tornado watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee.
Bear with me.
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor.
Okay. So back to our list here. Alamo, Nance, folks who have already had some brunt of a storm tonight. Cypress, Fruitvale, Coxville, Gadsden, Mason Grove, Humboldt, Windy City, Three-Way, Young's Crossing, Gibson. As you see in the list on your screen over here, we are looking at just a severe thunderstorm warning. There's no tornado warning with the thunderstorm that we're looking at, but our Doppler radar, our trusty old Doppler radar down in Memphis, has picked up a tornado signature out of this. So it sees something rotating in the atmosphere for sure. But that's just to make you aware that this storm is actually spinning. Sorry, I need to drag that down a little bit so you can see that. Oakfield, so that's North Madison County, Medina, Carroll, Goat City, Sitka, Milan, kind of what some folks have already seen tonight. A good chunk of the populace. So if it's not an actual, if it's not going to be a tornado warned storm, you can guarantee there's some high winds in here. Now, if you look at this reflectivity, this purple that's in here, that is, I mean, bottom line, that's just a heavy downpour of rain. Somebody's getting a flood right there in Motor City. And there's some low-lying areas out in these areas. I mean, if you don't know where the Forkadere River bottom is, you know, that's it right there. A lot of low areas out there, a lot of things that can flood. So let's keep that in mind. You definitely don't want to go down Highway 188, especially when it's coming a downpour like this here, right? So let's go back and take a look at something else here. We were going to pull up let's see if we can see the wind. Finally, we couldn't see the wind a while ago because it's in that dead zone of the radar. Okay, wow. All right. We got a few pockets here of low and high. Not seeing anything really rotating, so to speak. Just going back here, I think that's a dead zone right there. Is it? I'm not sure what I'm looking at. The activity back here down in Nutbush. Yeah, that's just where the radar is dropping there. Well, back up here, this storm's had some time to track. Murray City is going through the Cairo community out there. Crockett Mills just north of Alamo, and out Highway 54 in that area. It's going to track that way as it heads up to Trenton. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. You know, in days like this, severe thunderstorms are capable of producing tornadoes. Keep that information in mind. This expires in 32 minutes, the severe thunderstorm warning, which would put it at 10 o'clock Central Time to expire. So let's see. Ow. Severe thunderstorms near Alamo, moving northeast at 50, 2-inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Which means go inside. Our TVS has changed color. I don't know what that is. Let's see what that means. What does that mean? 3-inch size hail. Well, they were right. Wow. Okay. Murray City is getting pounded right now. Alamo, Cairo community out there. Let's look at hail for just a minute. Ooh, boy. There you are. Frog Jump, Shady Grove, Cairo, also Brims Corner, Johnson's Grove. And if you're in Crockett County, I mean, if anything, for the wind and the hail, take cover, right? You know, so get out of this mess. I wouldn't be sticking around in it for any means, for sure. Man, that is a bright return of some big hail right there, guys. Yeah. Dog Hill. Big old chunk, too. Okay. So that's a look at the hail product. Yeah. If it's doing that big a hail, then we've got cloud tops all the way to 41,000 feet, 42, 45. That's a big old storm. Let's just for fun look at this here for a second. Let me get rid of that cone off of here. Now, you can probably figure that the coefficient product is seeing the hail being lofted up into the sky there over and over there. I mean, 3-inch size hail. I mean, how big is that? I got a ruler. I mean, that's at least baseball, right? Baseball, maybe bigger. Huh. All right, let's check the relative velocity winds. Yeah, got a nice little chunk right there blowing out, and then over here, back on our regular velocity product, 60. We're seeing 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Let's see up here by Crockett Mills, 55. 58, yeah, it's pushing 60, and 60 is what, severe threshold, right? Let's see. Tornado possible. 927. Is this new? Or is this the one I just looked at. It might be 14 miles north of Brownsville. So this was near Alamo. All of the same places we talked about earlier. Lots of lightning and these storms, man. I'm telling you, that's a pretty rowdy group to run with right there, right? What's going on back down here in Nutbush in Haywood County? We're getting more of the same. It must be, it's part of that same line we were talking about earlier with Dan. The line was coming together at the Mississippi River, and it's picking up a lot of this energy. Wow, that's a downpour right there. Look at this. 65. Now, I think the scale stopped at either 65 or 70 back when we were looking at rainfall products and things. Now back up here in the Weakley County, we're seeing some new cells, or either cells branching off from this line here, or maybe they're all coming together and forming. It's kind of difficult to tell here, but we'll rewind and see how we progressed here, since we were focused on the storm further down south around Gibson County and Crockett County. As we pull it back, so it pretty much evolved out of nothing. Just pulling the energy and all of the good stuff that makes thunderstorms, just pulling it out of the air, because our dew points have been super high. In some places still super high, like over in Kennett, way over here in the corner, you can't see it. 73 and 68, 72 and 66. We got winds out of the south. And a new severe thunderstorm warning now, it looks like, for Graves County and Callaway County here in Kentucky, from this nasty little thunderstorm cell coming out of Cottage Grove. Hello. All right, let's see. I won't have the text on this just yet, but yes, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. I won't have the weather service on that, because that is a different weather service transmitter that's up there, and we are on the Dyersburg transmitter. We're not on the Mayfield or the Murray transmitter, but that's okay. It'll be here in a minute, and I'll let you know about it. Paducah still putting out tornado warnings. Hardin County, Crittenden County, Union, and Webster County in the Paducah area up there. You know who you are. You know where you are. The next, we'll get another download here in just a minute. It'll have all of our new severe weather information on it.
Corner, Grizzard,
Hold on.
Gibson Wells, Good Luck, and Capes. A tornado watch remains in effect.
We'll silence him for just a minute. Okay. We're waiting on 9:35 to hit here. Anytime. And this little storm cell right here south of Bell City, that joker, he's getting on up there. Okay, we have something else coming in. Is that right? Or is it more of the same? It's severe thunderstorm. That's all right. That's the wrong severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, it was for Kentucky, right? So, but I mean, this is not the one. This is for Southern Illinois. Let's see. We'll step it backwards. Okay. It's nonetheless, it's here. It expires 25 minutes. We got 3/4 inch size hail. Callaway County, Marshall County, Graves County, severe thunderstorm near Linville. That's just right up the road from us here in Dresden. About 25 minutes. Holy cow, moving northeast at 90 miles an hour. I don't think I can count that high. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Yeah, you can expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. So here's what I never understood. Okay, if it's moving that fast, if it's moving at 90 miles an hour, how do you get 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts? Why don't you have 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts? It's things like that that spin circles around you. All right. Anyway, severe thunderstorm warning there. Severe thunderstorm warning back down here in Gibson County, Crockett County. 9:27 was the last update, so you already have that information. That's the most current of the informations that we have. 2-inch size hail along the storm track, it looks like. Let's see where we're up to now, 2 1/4. So there you go. We're all at 100% right here, so it's a positive, definite that you do not need to be outside with 2-inch size hail falling out the sky. Okay. I mean, I don't think you want to get, banged in the head with a tangerine. That's just not a fun thing to do. So let's all go inside if you're in Crockett County or Gibson County or anywhere where this particular storm may be. Back down here south, we said we was going to check this out a little bit earlier. We've been kind of focused on what's going on here in the KenTenn area. So let's just see what's going on over here near Savannah. As this thing tracks across a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado with 7 miles northeast of Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, radar indicated rotation. So they have downplayed this a little bit. And I say downplay, they downgrade. Either way, it's down from what it was because this was like a confirmed tornado a while ago. Okay, so that's good news. Keep playing out. Okay, now back over here, South Haven. Here we go again. It was just an hour and a half ago that you folks over there were under a tornado warning. Had a tornado through there. Horn Lake, Mississippi. Let's see what's going on here on this one. Okay, here's a tornado that has been observed at 9:25. So this one is kind of old. Confirmed tornado 4 miles west of Robinsonville. (80-30) on the probability of hail. We are looking at, pardon. And there's a storm report. And another storm report right here. These things need to spin out. These things need to finish up, need to get done, need to get through this area. Most Ricky Tick. And now we have a tornado warning. National Weather Service in Memphis, 9:34. This is still a couple of minutes old. This is Fayette County, Shelby, Marshall County, and DeSoto County. I think this is the one that we're sitting here looking at, is blinking at us, right? And again, this one was radar indicated. We need to let these things fizzle out. Things like this up here around Humboldt and Trenton. This needs to fizzle out. This needs to go away. But some of these waves of energy is hitting the. I guess what I should say is that they're hitting this rich atmosphere of unstable air, and all the ingredients are coming in. The storms are not super elevated, but they're mad enough to produce large hail, the size of tangerines or baseballs. The environment is good. One of the things that we need to look at, and we haven't looked at this, of course, we looked at the models earlier, is the helicity value. The helicity, all that is the spinning, turning, curving value of rotation, vertical rotation. Can I explain it any more simpler? Okay, think of a helix. You know how a helix goes in a spiral and it goes upward. Well, think of that. Stick that helix inside a tornado funnel, and there you go. That's as easy as I can explain it here. So we look at the updraft helicity values here and see that it's really weak. I mean, almost non-existent, for some of these storms here. This is a 9 o'clock read on the 01 Zulu run of the HRRR. Now look here, 10 o'clock, we're getting a little more spin up. There's 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock. We go into the overnight hours. So you can see these tracks of, well, basically helicity. If a thunderstorm cell hits, you know, in these areas, I mean, it's a possibility that you could see something there. What we don't want to do is see anything. That's the big thing. But, you know, the probability is there according to the computer model that's telling us that. Now, another thing that we like to check from time to time is the tornado. Now I've gotten down in the freezing rain. I've lost it. The STP. And we have areas all over West Tennessee. It has extreme STP values here. I mean, 3. I mean, you know, 1's bad enough. But, and this is the 9 o'clock estimate here. Look up here at this Marble Hill. Of course, you know, none of these are completely 100% accurate. I guess get a 7 on that scale. Back down here to where we are. Let's bring up our slider here and see what the probabilities are that these, I think this one down here in Fayette County, this area down here, that'll be on track. This is 10 o'clock. There's 11 o'clock. They seem to think it's going to push up into Haywood County there. It's still down in Bolivar and Hardeman County down there. McNairy County's kind of fallen off there. Huntington, around midnight, is showing some degree of value. It's not completely strong, but it's enough to, you know, cause concern. You know, you might lose some sleep over it trying to watch it. But I mean, by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, this stuff is supposed to be out of here. We hope. All right. Right now, things are kind of slow, and I know we're killing a little bit of time, but, you know, I'm kind of learning as we're learning some all kinds of things today. Most unstable Cape. What is our lift looking like? There's some there, but it's not 1,500 until you start getting over here near the Tennessee River, and things start getting a little more concerning. What do we have here? We have a new tornado watch? Well, all right. Let's go back to our Cape value. Where's our surface-based Cape? Let's see. There. What does the lift look like? This is 9 o'clock, so this would be right now. We have some lift, but, you know, as we were talking to Dan earlier, you know, the difference between Cape and inhibitor, you know, if the cap comes off or if the cap is not there, I don't think it's ever made it up to minus 6850. That's wrong. We've had some good inhibition here, some stuff keeping major storms from firing off back over here in New Bern, Dyer County. Our friends down in the Tatumville community and the Churchton community. We're not quite to 200, which is pretty much complete, completely closed off cap. Well, there are some weak spots. Again, these are estimates. These are well, it's what the computer models estimate is going to happen. Coming up here 10 o'clock, so at 9:45, they're guesstimating there is no cap over Dresden or most portions of Weakley County here in northwest Henry County. So they're suggesting what? Things are going to ramp up a little bit right here in the next little bit? Well, it's possible. We'll hit that radar here in just a minute. Let's go to 11 o'clock. Are we on the capping or are we still on? There's another email coming in. We have tornado warnings. We're sending, we're receiving tornado warnings. We'll check this here in just a minute. It's probably going to be further south, though, as those storms move off into McNairy. No, that is not right. Here we go. Turn it up, and let's see what's going on here.
Northeastern Haywood County in West Tennessee until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Alamo, or 14 miles west of Humboldt.
We're going to get our radar back up.
60 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Humboldt, Milan, McKenzie, Trenton, Huntington, Alamo, Bells, Atwood, Medina, Tradesman, Maury City, Gadsden, Gibson, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Hickory Flat, Gibson Wells, Cates, Ledbetter, and Leach. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move.
Okay, we get it. So let's get on this right here. It is 9:48. Boy, this thing is so close to coming into the KenTenn Weather Center. Look here. Let's put our labels back on here, and we'll proceed. We'll proceed expeditiously to. They're still coming in. Yeah, we saw this spin up a while ago. So here we go. Let's okay, a few more things are coming in. I'm not sure. Just take it minute by minute here because that's all we can. As the tornado warnings that seem to have just blossomed back up. You know, we're talking about the Cape and the inhibition and how some things could possibly just pop up in some places. We've talked about that tonight too. We talked about it with Dan earlier, and that's exactly and precisely what's going on here. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. All right. Everybody hold on. Here we go.
Now, a severe weather update. Here's Brian Thomas.
And here it's 9:49. Good evening to you. KenTennWeather.net on the air. We're watching this tornado warning that has cropped up. We've been watching this whole storm system, it seems like, this evening. And as we're looking back here, this thing originated back in Crockett County. We said, well, this is going to spin up just a little bit. And indeed it did. And, you know, it just didn't seem like it was going to hold together that well. We got to studying on some of the inhibitor factors and, you know, and how much lift and how much cape that we have in the air and all of the technical stuff that goes along with these thunderstorms. And yeah, anything still can happen because there's no guarantee, you know, the forecast model is going to be 100% right. So we say all of that to look into this. Here's the story and the weather picture. As you can see, Crockett County, southern Gibson County, western Carroll County, and northeastern Haywood County. This tornado warning goes until 10:30 tonight. At 9:45, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Alamo. As we see it right here, see this little notch. Let me see a little notch right there. Basically, that's where the wind's coming in. It's not a well-defined hook or anything. It's just the storm's just breathing right now. I mean, I guess that's all I can, the best way to explain it. It's there. It could produce a tornado. Moving east at 60 miles per hour, tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. Radar-indicated rotation. It looks like we have 1-inch size hail here. Folks in Humboldt and Milan and all of the areas out here in southern Gibson County, which would also include, as we were talking just a few minutes ago, we'll get back down here. Yeah, here we go. Just about the same path that it took earlier as it came through about, I don't know, how long ago was it? 2 hours ago? Possibly. I don't know. It come up through this area in Crockett County. So Crockett County, you got to understand that these areas already had something tonight, and up through Gibson County and out through Lavinia is how this storm played out earlier. But now we're looking at this line of severe thunderstorms that's passing through and, well, basically just marching its way across West Tennessee. Is that they've just formed in the past couple of hours, begin to form at the Mississippi River and tried to take form. But if you notice, it's not a well-defined line. There's no, I should say, marching cold front, pushing it hard. You know what I mean? So in essence, some of these are just out in front of the cold front still, especially when you look at, things like temperatures in the mid 70s, low to mid 70s, dew points in the mid to upper 60s, even back here in Kennett, Missouri, all of these areas, Everett Stewart Airport, 70 and 68, that's pretty juicy atmosphere for these storms to bathe in and grow in and everything else here. A little bit further to the south, you see these tornado warnings for Chester, McNairy, Hardin County over here in southern part of Henderson County, and also Decatur County south of Parsons. That is a radar indicated tornado there as well. And we have a lot of ham radio operators out in these areas in Gibson County and Crockett County. That's, keeping an eye on this stuff and, just kind of staying plugged into these things. By the way, if you have anything or you see anything and you want to talk about it, get it on the stream. The number is 731-207-0242. Maybe I should post that somewhere. The number again, 731-207-0242. If you see something, it has something that you need to get out here on this stream. If it's, we've got some folks that's actually watching on Facebook here tonight, and that's good. Pass the word around. We're trying to keep track of these thunderstorms as they move through the KenTenn area. Of course, if you've been on this page or seen this page, for the past few years, we tried our best to keep up with all of this stuff. Unfortunately, we were not able to keep up with the December 10th tornado because, well, we were in the process of moving. It was a big mess on a time and something we weren't expecting. We did what we can that night, but again, we thought maybe tonight would have been another similar situation. But as we see all of these things, these thunderstorm cells are starting to take shape, a linear shape, and of course that's typically what they do when they do get down here to these areas. Don't ask me why. When they get to the Mississippi River, and science will argue with that. No, there's no scientific anything that will prove that or disprove that or anything. It's just, if you've lived here long enough, it hits the Mississippi River, either turns into a line or it splits and it goes north of you, it goes south of you. But either way, the important thing is we have some slow moving storms. Some of them are fast moving storms, like that one that we saw a few minutes ago. And this is the one. Is this the one that was in Kentucky, or is this the severe thunderstorm warning here? I think it was. I think it said it was moving at 90 miles an hour, if I wasn't mistaken. It was a very, yeah, here we go. The thunderstorm cell that was in Callaway County was moving northeast at 85 miles an hour right there. So, there's that to consider there. Again, tornado warning. We don't have a lot. We don't have anything updated right now. From the National Weather Service, they just put this out 10 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado It was located over Alamo. So let's take a look at it right quick, and I'll tell you where it's located now. Now it's out here over Humboldt, Christian Chapel community, almost to Milan. And there's a lot of residential areas out here. Fruitland, of course, is out there, the midway point between Trenton and Humboldt on the Highway 45W. New Enterprise, Morse Chapel, New Hope, Union Central. All of these folks need to be on the lookout right here. This is a tornado warning. So if you happen to be in these areas or know somebody who lives there, a family member or friend, be sure to give them a heads up. Okay, so we can, be sure to let them know that this is going on right here. They may be in bed asleep. It's almost 10 o'clock right here, so possible tornado in this. We do see some rotation right here, just to the north of Milan, and the possibility of some hail in there too, 3/4 inch size hail. So, you're looking at maybe quarter size, I guess, if it's 3/4 inch size. So, yeah, just be on the lookout for this right here. We're going to put it back on the Weather Service for now, until we get another update from the National Weather Service, and I don't see one just yet. Yes, okay, here's one that just came out. They're lagging a little bit tonight. Severe thunderstorm was located near Humboldt. Tornado, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. In all of these locations that we talked about. Again, now we're stretching out into Carroll County. Again, Trezevant, Alamo, Bells, Cades, Gibson, Wells, Humboldt, McKenzie, as far as that goes. The storm path, if it stays on the path that it's on, it will pass through all of those communities in the Highway 70, is it 70A, 79? Definitely Highway 79, McKenzie, and Milan up there, Atwood and Trezevant in this area here. At least that's the track it's on right now. We have a little spin-up cell right here embedded in this, and back further to the west and the southwest here. Another little bit of inflow going on there. We just have to play it minute by minute, and that's what we can do with this. In the meantime, there's another pretty strong cell ramping up here down near Gleason, here on Highway 22, just to my south and east here down Highway 22. We'll keep an eye on that as well, and if anything gets too severe, we'll get to that right here. It is 9:59. This is the KenTenn Weather Center, and we are going to keep watching these flashy boxes here for a little bit. Tornado warning continues again for, this is Gibson County. It's moved out of Crockett County, and this is Carroll County over here. And again, I said, we'll see what's going on with this mess right here, Weakley County and Henry County, and over the next little bit, see if anything breaks out. In the meantime, here's a perfect Pete from the National Weather Service to pacify us for a few minutes.
1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett and Gibson. The tornado warning for northeastern Haywood County is canceled. The tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warnings has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for east central Crockett, southeastern Gibson, and western Carroll counties. At 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Atwood, or near Milan, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado, quarter-size hail, and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Humboldt, Milan, McKenzie, Trenton, Huntington, Atwood, Medina, Tradesman, Gadsden, Gibson, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Taylor, Gibson Wells, Cades, New Enterprise, Ledbetter, and Leach. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson. The tornado warning for northeastern Haywood County is canceled. The tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Crockett, Southeastern Gibson, and Western Carroll counties. At 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Atwood, or near Milan, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado, quarter-size hail, and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Humboldt, Milan, McKenzie, Trenton, Huntington, Atwood, Medina, Tradesman, Gadsden, Gibson, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Taylor, Gibson Wells, Cades, New Enterprise, Ledbetter, and Leach. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson. Tornado watch number 94 has been allowed to expire for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri: Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Dyer, Lake, and Obion. Tornado watch number 97 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday for the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Lauderdale, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WWH30 in Dyersburg, the voice of the National Weather Service. This is a wind advisory for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri: Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When? From 7 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday. Impacts: gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Secure outdoor objects. The current time is 10:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The tornado warning for northeastern Haywood County is canceled. The tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warnings has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Crockett, Southeastern Gibson, and Western Carroll counties. At 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Atwood, or near Milan, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado, quarter-size hail, and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar-indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Humboldt, Milan, McKenzie, Trenton, Huntington, Atwood, Medina, Tradesman, Gadsden, Gibson, Clarksburg, McLemoresville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Taylor, Gibson Wells, Cades, New Enterprise, Ledbetter, and Leach. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson. Tornado watch number 94 has been allowed to expire for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri: Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Dyer, Lake, and Obion. Tornado watch number 97 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Saturday for the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Lauderdale, Tipton, and...
I don't know if you see what I'm saying here. We're still here, by the way. We haven't fallen off the earth yet, so you'll hear National Weather Service a little bit, and in my old voice every now and then on here. Okay, so yeah, he was talking about the rotation here in McLemoresville, but we're beginning to see some spin up back here in Milan along Highway 45, Highway 45E from Milan. Newness without the roads. Lived here long enough, should know all the roads, right? Okay, so yeah, there's actually a couple of pockets of rotation in this line of storms here. We see the one here in Milan, one here in McLemoresville. It looks a little bit more intense up here. We're seeing 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts for sure out of this storm. And Baghdad, that's almost 100 mile an hour right there. 96, 93. And these aren't estimates. These aren't like these are not like the models that we look at here. So we're looking at almost 100 mile an hour winds right here in the vicinity of Highway 45E. And looks like a new tornado warning is being issued. I'm not sure what this is just yet. It hasn't come across. Let's check the weather service.
Hazard, tornado, quarter-size hail, and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar-indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely.
Okay.
Locations
Dyersburg weather transmitter will not pick this up. As you can see right here, there's going to be a tornado warning right here, Henry County. That is we're looking at. We're going to wait for the warning to come out, the polygon to come out here in just a minute. And let's see if we can do some finagling here. That's odd. I'm listening on the back end of things over here. I think that this is the tornado warning. This is a tornado warning right here in this area that we're talking about. Yeah, they just issued this, but I'm seeing rotation right here, just in the neighborhood of Henry and Paris here. There's no polygon around it. Henry down here, Palestine, Midway, Herndale. I mean, that's pretty obvious right here that thing's spinning. I mean, it's getting up there with the levels of these other pockets of rotation that you see on the radar here. So, I mean, I would suggest that this thing needs to be under a polygon too, but they don't have that out there yet. I know we're still getting
room
let me
floor of a sturdy building.
let me stop this activity over here. All right, gang, bear with us here because we've been tracking storms since about, 4, 5, 6 o'clock this afternoon. No, I guess it would have been about 5:30. We started looking at stuff down around Jackson. But, yeah, granted, we do have some rotating thunderstorm right here, Huntington. Now, give us just a minute here so we can figure out what it is that we're doing here, because this is highly interesting right here, and we're seeing another pocket of rotation just above that. Stand by. And try to get simulcasting with the local radio stations here in Martin and Dresden. So we can cover this. So bear with us here. Send some music down the line. Stand by just a moment here. It's 10:16. Good evening to you. It's Thunderbolt Radio and Digital Online at thunderboltradio.com. I'm Brian Thomas, the KenTenn Weather Center at work tonight as we're following some tornado warnings. Apparently, we've been watching this activity all afternoon long, and let's kind of bring you up to date on what it is that we know here, okay? Okay, for one thing, there is a tornado warning. There were several tornado warnings that's been back-to-back here. Tornado warning now for Benton County in West Tennessee, Carroll County, and southeastern Henry County. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight at 10:08. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Huntington, moving east at 55 miles an hour. That's a tornado and quarter-size hail. This was radar indicated. A spotter did not indicate this, and we'll tell you more about this in just a minute. Another tornado warning that was issued before that. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 for southeastern Gibson and western Carroll counties. At 10:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Huntington, which that was about 7 minutes ago, so it's a little bit older information, and we'll bring you up to date here in just a second. This is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Tornado, quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, radar indicated rotation. If you're not in your safe place, you need to be right now. Let's take a look at what we're seeing right now. The tornado warning that was coming out of Gibson County, if you're in the neighborhood of Tresvant, Atwood, McLemoresville, that's one pocket of rotation right there, and you are in this tornado warning, so please take your precautions right now in the Leach community. Another pocket of rotation just to the northeast of this. This is the one that they were really severe about here. The community of Bethel, Hyco, Long Rack, Huntington, just to the north of Huntington here. Highway 22, Lakewood, Mount Zion. This area here, this is the strongest, one of the strongest pockets of rotation here on radar. Folks, in the path of this, Mount Zion, Brewston, Hollow Rock, Vale, Ephesus, Mixie, and Macedonia, excuse me. Another tornado warning, and this is what we were talking about on the KenTennWeather.net stream over here. Now is a new tornado warning for Paris. And if you're following along, watch this. Let's give you some information on this new warning. This was just issued. A tornado warning for Benton County and also Henry County, and that goes until 11 o'clock. 10:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Paris. Tornado and quarter-size hail. This was radar indicated, and we're seeing that strong pocket of rotation in the Hancock community right now. Folks in the path of this would be Hancock, Chickasaw Heights, Woodland Acres, Sunnyside. We are seeing wind quite a bit in the way of the wind gust here, but more importantly, we're seeing the couplet on radar just on the velocity product. We're not even looking at base reflectivity or the amount of rain that's falling in these areas. We're strictly looking at wind products right now because all of a sudden these thunderstorms that have been kind of slow moving across the KenTenn area this evening, last couple of hours, we saw this line that was about to form and make its way across West Tennessee here. We already saw some severe thunderstorm warnings up in Callaway County and also Graves County and Marshall County that exited Tennessee, and they were moving at 80 miles an hour. So as we continue to look here at these tornado warnings, and a new radar update just came down off the Doppler here. If you are in the Huntington, if you're in Long Rock or the Rosser community, if you're in Vale, Ephesus, or Mixie, if you're near Macedonia, you need to be in your shelter right now because this is the strongest rotation that is actually on radar. A little bit weaker pocket of rotation now again to the south of McLemoresville and just to the southeast of Atwood and south of Tresvant. As this is all along Highway 79, it would seem. So that is two different tornado warnings, one layered on top of another. Let's move back up to Henry County right now as the new radar update has brought us a little more information. We're seeing, and generally, we are looking at, I would say this was the Paducah radar site. I would hope it would be the Paducah radar site. We're going to double check that here in just a minute. Yes. So what we're actually seeing over Henry County right now is a strong couplet just to the south of Woodland Acres, or I should say at this point, probably over Woodland Acres. As you continue up Highway 79, Oak Grove, Elkhorn, Nobles, I say Sunnyside, Woodland Acres, and Oakland, Old Springle community. There's also the Pine Point subdivision, Moons, Antioch Harbor Resort. All these communities heading down Highway 79 toward the river need to be in your shelter right now. You're under a tornado warning. And we are seeing this activity as it moves through here. And it appears that we will be seeing another tornado warning here in just a minute. Not entirely sure just yet exactly what the content of this is. But it has taken me off a simulcast here. National Weather Service has kicked in on the radio stations. I'm trying to. It's another tornado warning. This is another tornado warning for Benton County. I'm listening on the back end, y'all. Be patient, please. By the way, while we're in the EAS break here, I'm actually putting hash brown casserole in my face. I've forgotten to eat supper today. By the way, is it Hagler Ridge or Hagler's Ridge? I have forgotten. Or really, I don't know the answer to that question, but I hate getting them wrong. That's the only thing. We're waiting on the EAS to come back. Wow, that one down there between Huntington, Brewster, and Hollow Rock is really ramping up right now, too. Okay. They're going to wrap it here. $10:24 now at Thunderbolt Radio and Digital and online at thunderboltradio.com. And if you want to keep track of the radar and the tracking that we're doing, you can head over to KenTennWeather.net, where you'll see that over there. Just log into your Facebook account and you'll see what we're talking about here, and you can follow along in your on time there. We are looking at tornado warnings once again, and now we're looking at multiple tornado warnings for the same counties, it would appear. Let's try to get you updated on what we have and what we know. Tornado warning, one of the first ones here. I see this was issued at 10:09. Tornado warning for Benton and Carroll County and southeastern Henry County. There was a let's not get into those details because we're going to do that with the radar here in just a second. They say that tornado warning expires in 36 minutes, and this one expires in 35 minutes. So there's a couple of them. It is difficult to pull them up because they're overlaid on one top of another here. That tornado warning goes until 11 o'clock for Benton, Carroll, and Henry counties. There's multiple parts of these counties that have tornadoes. And now here comes the third tornado warning. It would appear here. Northeastern Benton and central Henry County. This tornado warning goes until 11 o'clock. Here's what we'll tell you. And I'm checking other things too on the back end of this. We'll have severe thunderstorm warnings. Won't put a whole lot of emphasis on that right now. What we'll tell you though, tornado warning for Paris, Henry County. If you're in Woodland Acres, you need to be in your shelter. Oak Grove community, anywhere up Highway 79. Even folks just across the river, in the Lick Creek community in the north part of Benton County, need to be in your storm shelter or get somewhere safe right now because tornado winds are pretty broad. And we're seeing a pretty tight couplet right here on the radar indicating this strong rotation. And other communities that could be impacted here, Pine Point subdivision, we already said that, Oak Grove, Antioch Harbor Resort, I mean, this includes everybody at the Tennessee River, at the bridge and around the marina, because this thing has already begun its track up Highway 79 here. Elkhorn community. Okay, let's back the radar up just a minute. I think we might have an east and a right mover here. Let me back this radar up. Just bear with us here, because this thing is moving off somewhat to the northeast. But as we track it here, as it passed through Sunnyside, and then there's Elkhorn, and the strongest of the rotation is above Elkhorn right now, but it's not a due northeast direction. This thing's going to clip Benton County on the very northwestern portion of Benton County right here. And we're talking about the wildlife reserve. We're talking about areas up around the lake. I mean, the resort up there, the new resort, tornado warning. And again, okay, here's a new update right here. A confirmed tornado was located near Paris, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Now, weather spotters reported this tornado at 10:20, so this information is not quite old, but old enough here. A tornado was reported east of Paris. A tornado has been reported east of Paris. This is a tornado now in the Elkhorn community. Okay? If you're anywhere along Highway 79 between Paris and Paris Landing, be in your shelter right now. That's where you need to be. This is the important thing right here. Elkhorn, Nobles community. Let's take a look at the TVS value on this particular storm right here. There was some severe hail. Now they're only talking about half-inch size hail, so about nickel size hail probably out of this storm at the moment. In the Moons community, Pine Point subdivision, again, Oak Grove and Oak Haven Acres. Be in your shelter right now. The northern part of Benton County, be in your shelter right now. Let's see if we have an update on the other tornado warning, or if this is the same one. This was at 10:21. That was that warning there. Let's go over to this warning. Let's see what they have, the information they've given us here. It's stalling just a little bit. 10:27. This is brand new. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving east at 50. Take cover now. I'll say this again. 2 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving east at 50, which means it's going to clip the northern part of Benton County. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Get out of your mobile homes, damage to homes. Get in your safe room, your storm shelter. Locations include Paris Landing State Park, Springville, Big Sandy, Hagler Ridge, Manlyville, Old Springville, Buchanan, India, Sunnyside, Spring Creek, Pine Hill, and Big Sandy Wildlife Refuge. 2 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Folks, this thing is big and bright on the radar. You cannot mistake this for anything else. Antioch Harbor Resort. Lots of lightning going on, lots of energy built up in here. Tennessee National Wildlife Refuge, Lick Creek. Lick Creek, like I said, is going to clip the north end of Benton County here. It's going to go across the refuge there. There's some TVA power lines out there. And really, at this time, I mean, there are folks at the lake. You know, it was a nice day, and folks had gone up to the lake for the weekend. So also, if you're at Piney Campground, which is right here, just across, it's coming your way. You need to get to a safe room. You know, all of these areas up here, I don't know who might be camping, but if you're in campers, you need to get out of those things. This is bad stuff, bad business right here. This is a confirmed tornado. It is now about to cross the Tennessee River at Paris Landing. Back over to the TVS situation down here. Let's see what it is. We'll table that for now. Again, if you're in Paris Landing, anywhere near Paris Landing State Park, you need to be in your safe place right now, your safe room, your storm shelter, with your supplies, know where your family members are located. That's what you need to know right now. Let's see if we can get you an update on something else, possibly something else here. There are so many polygons that just all of a sudden popped out over the top of one another. Okay, so here's some information for you. A new tornado warning just issued. Stewart County and Houston County goes until 11 o'clock. Again, a confirmed tornado was located near Springville. It was moving east at 55 miles an hour. The public has confirmed this tornado. So we have storm spotters that have confirmed it. We have the public that have confirmed this. There's no doubt that this is a tornado. If you looked at the radar, as a matter of fact, let's switch over to the reflectivity for just a minute. I mean, if this is a tornado, it's going to be, it doesn't even have a well-defined hook, but you know what? Some of them don't have to have a well-defined hook. Nonetheless, it is a tornado warning. It is a tornado on the ground that has been observed by storm spotters and by the public. At 10:27, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving east at 50. Get out of the way of it. Get to your storm shelter. Now, let's back down a few miles to the south here. Let's see what's going on with Camden. Okay, here's another one. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11 for northeastern Carroll and southeastern Henry counties. At 10:29, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Vale, 10 miles west of Camden. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground in West Tennessee right now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Okay, if you're in these communities, McKenzie, Huntington, Camden, Brewston, Vale, Hollow Rock, Big Sandy, Hillard, Gerald, Mansfield, New Zion, Manleyville, Hyco, Leach, Mixie, Spring Creek, Cruz Store, Tate, Garrettsburg, and Palmer Shelter. Get in your shelter right now. I will repeat this, please. At 10:29, this was only 3 or 4 minutes ago, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Vale, 10 miles west of Camden, moving east at 55 miles an hour. I'm going to switch this radar back over to the Wynne product because it's just easier to track these things on wind when you get down to it. Now, before I back out of this here, there is something very severe and bothering me personally back down here in the back end of this tornado warning back near Huntington. Let's see. The problem is there are 3 pockets of strong rotation, all 3 possibly tornadoes. I can't confirm the one next to Huntington, although I can confirm this. It looks identical to the one that is northwest of Camden in the Post Oak community. So here's what I'm going to say. There is a large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground at Paris Landing State Park, crossing the Tennessee River, clipping the northern part of Benton County. That's number 1. Number 2, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground northwest of Camden near the Post Oak community. That's to the east of Vale. That's right on top of Prospect and Pleasant Hill and Bethel. That's number 2. Weather Service hasn't said anything about this. Maybe they'll give us an update on this, but that's the problem with this one is there are 2 strong pockets of rotation in this storm. The third one is between Huntington and Brewston, particularly in the Rosser community and Mount Zion, right here on top of Huntington. Okay, the polygon has shrunk a little bit. That means there's an update. Let's check the update here. At 10:34, so this was 30 seconds ago, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles northwest of Camden. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Gang, if you are out there, if you're watching this, if you hear something, you see something, and you need to shout it out, well, remember this number, 731-207-0242. If you see something, I mean, we're not talking about power outages and things like that. I'm talking about if there's damage or something there that's present in your neighborhood, or something has impacted you that's not a power outage, 731-207-0242 tell us about it, dial us up there. Tornado warning continues again for several places, honestly. 1034, large and extremely dangerous tornado was 7 miles northwest of Camden, moving east at 55 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a confirmed tornado. 7 miles northwest of Camden. This was 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Another tornado warning. We're getting across the Tennessee River at this point. And we don't want to go too far because our reach is not all the way over Tennessee River. Let's get back up into Henry County here, Paris Landing. What's going on over here? Okay, 10:33. So this was about 3 or 4 minutes ago. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park, moving east at 55. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Get in your shelter. Paris Landing, Big Sandy, Pine Hill, Big Sandy's unit of the the Tennessee National Wildlife Refuge. That's tornado warning number 2. Tornado warning number 3 now for Stewart County. If you're traveling up Highway 79, I urge you, if you're not to Paris Landing yet, get back. Let this thing pass. Tornado warning until 11 o'clock. A confirmed tornado was located near Springville, moving east at 55 miles an hour. This is a tornado warning for Stewart and Houston County. As I said, if you're traveling up Highway 79, if you're traveling up Highway 70 to Camden or Brewston, stay back. Get out of the way of this mess. These are 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. I'll say it again. 2 tornadoes on the ground, possibly a third. The Weather Service hasn't confirmed that, but Doppler radar says, okay, there's something major going on in Brewston, and for sure we know there's something major going on in Camden up Highway 641 here on the way to Big Sandy in that area. I guess that's Highway 69, halfway between Big Sandy and Camden. Brewston, Camden, Paris Landing State Park, now in Stewart County, Piney Campground, and all of that area over there on the way to Dover up Highway 79. These are 2 confirmed tornadoes and 1 possible in Brewston. I can't be more clearer than this when I say this. If you're traveling on any of these roads, hold back or get out of the way. Stay out of these areas. Again, tornado warning for Brewston, Camden. This would be Benton County and Carroll County, eastern portions here. I'm not even looking back to the southwest past that because these are the critical issues right here that we're talking about. Tornado warning at Paris Landing State Park. The thing has crossed the river. I should tell you now that it is in the community. Either that's a private airstrip. It's not labeled right there. It's just to the other side of the river. But it's labeled on here. To put it in perspective, Cotton Patch Crossroads is a community. Asbury, Asbury, I'm not terribly familiar with the Stewart County communities right here. I do know Piney Campground, and that would be the location of this thing. Fairview, Dover itself, Crossroads, anywhere along Highway 79. These are hilly, woody areas. Lots of trees, lots of hills, lots of things going on in these areas that you must avoid. That's why I say hold back. Don't be traveling down Highway 79 if you're trying to go between Clarksville and Paris. Just get out of the way, please. This confirmed tornado traveling along what would be Highway 79 and up and through this area here. As we roll back here just a little bit, let's head back down to Camden and Benton County. And I can tell you a little bit more about that. Let's see, this strong there are 2 strong pockets of rotation, gang. Brewston, this thing looks like it's right between, sitting right on top of Hollow Rock and Brewston. But the Weather Service has not said anything about that pocket of rotation. Well, I'm going to tell you, there it is. Right down the street in the Bethel community. It just passed through Prospect. Cherry Grove. So we're traveling down Highway 70 here, it would seem, or at least out in the rural communities. Out in rural communities between Camden and, what's that, Lower Big Sandy Road would be one of the roads between Big Sandy and Highway 641, I believe. So between Big Sandy and Bethel. So now we're in the Cherry Grove community right here. Another strong pocket of rotation. So let's zoom out of this radar here just a minute. It's 10:41, and we are tracking these storms this evening here on the radio. Again, if you wanted to follow along and see what we're doing, what we're talking about, it's KenTennWeather.net. Just log into your Facebook and check that out, and you can follow along with what we're talking about right here. Let's see if we have any updates on the tornado warnings that have been issued. Let's see, that update was from 10:34. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Camden at that time. So we're coming up on 10 minutes. That one's about 10 minutes old. Let's go over here to the other tornado warning. This is reaching over into Humphreys County and Houston County. There's no update on that one yet, but it is part of this storm. Okay, back up into Stewart County. I know we're about to run out of our service area here, but at 10:37, a confirmed tornado was located near Paris Landing State Park. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. This tornado will be near Dover around 10:50, so you've got 7 minutes. Big Rock around 10:55, so you got 12 minutes. Other locations include Houston County Airport, Cumberland City, and Indian Mound. A confirmed tornado was located near Paris Landing, and now it would be east of Paris Landing State Park. Basically in the Highway 79 community between Dover and Paris Landing State Park. This tornado warning for Stewart and Houston counties continues until 11 o'clock. Gang, please stay off of Highway 79. I mean, for that matter, you got to remember, though, this tornado generated outside, just northeast of the city of Paris. We don't know what's up and down Highway 79. There's a lot of power lines and a lot of stuff and a lot of trees and a lot of things going on up and down Highway 79, so it'd probably be best to stay out of the way for now. Again, that strong couplet of rotation is still showing, and now it's trucking its way on over to Dover, and specifically that one right there, Cotton Patch Crossroads. We told you that community earlier. Asbury, Dover, and Fairview is next in line for that. Now back down south, Big Sandy. The Faxon community. If you're anywhere in Benton County, the central Benton County, Cherry Grove, Bethel, Big Sandy, Benton, Cutton, Faxon, and these rural areas out here, if you know somebody in these communities, please take cover. Please give them a call. Please wake them up and tell them what's going on. North of the community of Eva and Dry Creek subdivision. If you're traveling down Highway 70, if you're on the way to Waverly, out there in that area, Halls Creek, Trinity, and Bellevue. Back south and west now, Brewston and Camden and Brewston. This was this other pocket of rotation, and I've been anxiously awaiting an update. Here we go. Here's your update. At 10:41, this is now 4 minutes old. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles north of Camden, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Now, radar has indicated this. Okay, this says it is 7 miles north of Camden. So that is the second pocket of rotation. They finally confirmed that. A large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles north of Camden. This tornado warning remains in effect for the next 15 minutes. For Carroll and Henry counties, you're in a life-threatening situation. Camden, Brewston, Vale, Hollow Rock, Big Sandy, Mixie, Cruz Store, Ephesus, and Nathan Bedford Forest State Park, all in this tornado warned area. Two pockets of rotation in one tornado warning between Brewston and Camden, out in the northern rural area right there, Brewston and Camden. Another pocket of rotation that is about to cross what would appear the Tennessee River at Cherry Grove. And we're talking a very short path in between these two locations here. Hey, that's the nature of these storms. That's how it's been when you get these supercells, and actually these aren't particularly supercells. This is the line that was supposed to have formed and pushed its way out of West Tennessee, as these storms have been kind of playing with our emotions today, as we've seen back in Little Rock, was it Jeffersonville, just outside of Little Rock, had been hit. We saw the pictures. We saw it live on TV, on the TV stations over there this afternoon. And storms that have turned into supercells that we tracked across from Wynne, Arkansas, across to Tipton County tonight, went through the north part of Jackson and Medina and Lavinia and these areas out here in Huntington. So some of these folks are already, this is round 2, and folks in Lavinia, this is round 3 for you now that you're getting another severe thunderstorm back here. Severe thunderstorm warning for these folks back in behind us, southeastern Gibson, southwestern Carroll, and Madison counties. Severe thunderstorm was near Fairview or near Humboldt, moving northeast at 70, so she's picking up some speed here. And you know the communities that you're in there. So that's severe thunderstorm warning right there. Lots of lightning, lots of energy involved with these storms tonight, gang. If you are keeping track of it, and you can keep track of it, go over to KenTennWeather.net. If you don't know, it's KenTenn weather.net. We're tracking the storm. We've got the radar going. We're rocking and rolling with this, trying to keep you informed and keep all these folks safe and out of harm's way when we're looking at these thunderstorms. I'm going to switch this thing over to the correlation. It may not show up good from the Paducah radar, but we do have the Hopkinsville radar. And basically what this does, it shows us drops in radar reflectivity, telling us that there's other things other than raindrops being reflected back to the radar, like metal, tree limbs, roofs of houses, shingles, things like that, things that you associate with a tornado that's on the ground. And there are a couple little small drops looking off the Paducah radar here. Maybe we can grab the Hopkinsville radar. It's a bit closer at this point anyway. We'll reach up here and grab that. Yeah, that'll be better. Now, let's get back down here into the tornado warnings where we are. In West Tennessee, these things are moving off to the east this evening. The radar slowly switching itself over here, and it's just full. It's overloaded tonight because all of the things that's been going on here. And we'll keep track of this too. Like I said, if there's tree limbs across the road where you are, or if you had house damage, not necessarily, telling somebody about power outages and things like that. I'm sure your electric company is going to be aware of it, especially with all of these digital meters that they have. They're going to know that your power's out. But if you have damage to property and things like that, and you want to say what you saw, maybe you saw something, maybe you ran through something, this number here, into the studio, you can give us a shout and you can tell us about it if you like. It's 731-207-0242. Again, 731-207-0242. It's 10:50. I'm Brian Thomas. Thunderbolt Radio and Digital on the air and online at thunderboltradio.com. We're tracking storms with our radar, and we have viewers over on our Facebook page. It's easy to get to. It's KenTenWeather.net. All you have to do is go over there and just click on the live stream. That's where we'll be. Let's check up on these tornado warnings. Benton County right now, we have 1.25 inch size hail at 10:46. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 9 miles northwest of Waverly, moving east at 55. Tornado warning remains in effect for central Benton County. It's a tornado and half dollar size hail. Camden and Nathan Bedford Forest State Park is in the path of this. This is radar indicated rotation. If you are traveling in that general direction down Highway 70, I wish you wouldn't. But if you are heading to Waverly, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles northwest of Waverly, near the Tennessee River, moving east at 55. What's the story on Stewart County? Well, let's get that story to you, because I sure hope curious folks aren't going to be hitting the roads tonight and getting out there and looking at all of this. It's not going to be a good thing, especially with these large tornadoes on the ground. I'm going to go back over to the velocity product that we look at. To look at storms here. And as we look at it here, the Hopkinsville Fort Campbell radar looks a lot more wound down now. The storm that's around Camden, between Camden and Big Sandy, it looks like the rotation has kind of weakened just a little bit. There's still a tornado signature south of the Faxon community and south of White Oak Creek subdivision. There we go. We got it out. Severe hail probability is at 50%. Still a good spin on that particular storm cell right there south of White Oak Creek subdivision. So we're at the Tennessee River at this point. There's a 100% chance that you're going to see some hail out of this storm right there with this rotating. We have a tornado signature on radar right here south of the Faxon community to kind of give you an idea of how far south. Again, this thing is moving east. We're only looking at about 5 miles south of Faxon, and you're under the tornado warning. White Oak Creek subdivision areas in the Tennessee River right here. East, southeast, and east of Big Sandy. Need to be in your shelters right there. Wake your neighbors up. Wake your family members up if they live over in Benton County or Stewart County or Humphreys County, and let them know this stuff. The other tornado has moved out and moved into, it has moved into Stewart County. It has escaped West Tennessee. The only one that we still see pockets of rotation still around Camden down here and north of Camden, between Camden and Big Sandy. I'm looking for an update from the National Weather Service. They haven't updated anything. It's coming up on about 10 minutes here. So as we watch this activity here move across this evening, we'll look back over to our west here and see what's going on back in Carroll County. There's still some activity back there, so we're going to switch off to the Paducah radar pretty quickly here and get an idea. We have our storms moving out of Benton County, crossing the Tennessee River here anytime in just a few minutes. So as that storm makes its way out, we'll just stick with our Paducah radar as we continue this here. Also, some severe thunderstorms to talk about on the radar, and we'll get to those severe thunderstorm warnings. They should be moving out of the listening area. It's interesting when you switch back to the Paducah radar, because you're actually looking at the storm from the back end of it now, instead of looking right down his throat if you were on the Hopkinsville radar. I still see 3 big, strong pockets of rotation: Camden and Eva, that community right there, Dry Creek subdivision, and then just to the north and east there in the Trinity community, Woolworth, Bellevue, White Oak. I said White Oak Creek subdivision. The Dry Creek subdivision was down by Eva. And to the north of that, Stewart County, Bear Spring, and Indian Mound. This thing has made its way through Dover, it would appear, at least according to the Paducah Doppler radar site. Camden and Eva, you're still under the tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now. That expires in 35 minutes. Let's see what they've done here. 3 minutes ago, the National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Henderson County, Benton County, and Carroll County. It was located 9 miles north of Bargerton, or 11 miles southwest of Huntington, moving east at 65 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-size hail. This was indicated by radar in these areas right here. So stay indoors. The tornado warning, which we've been looking at, it's still old information. Let's see, this is going to go for the next 4 minutes for Benton County. Is it mainly central Benton County? So what they're saying is this thing's moving east. The Tennessee River is right there. This thing is crossing the river as we speak. A lot of lightning dancing across the water and into the trees on the hills over there up I-40, the Eva community. Not even I-40, really, if you think about it, because this would be Highway 70, like as if you were driving to Waverly. Again, still a lot of trees, I mean, there's some TVA power lines, some high tension lines over there in this area, because, I mean, you have Waverly, you have New Johnsonville in these areas here, right? So, you know, stay alert of this strong couplet of rotation or tornado, as we have here before us, is crossing the Tennessee River right now at Trinity, Dry Creek subdivision, and just north of Eva, which would be the state park out there. That would be, yeah, that's right. If you're in these areas or along Highway 70, east-west from Camden to Waverly, don't travel all the way to Waverly, or don't travel all the way to Camden. Pull off, get somewhere safe in the meantime. This thing is still chugging right along here. Latest radar picture just came in. I'm still seeing this couplet. It hasn't changed. It just moved. It moved from one position to another. The intensity is still here with it, as well as the one that's over in Stewart County. And the reason we're hanging with this is because of people who might be traveling. I mean, it's a Friday night and people do ride the road. So that's, you know, how that works. We have a new tornado warning. Again, if you're on Highway 70 here, or traveling Highway 70. No, it's not quite to I-40. No, because that would be down to Hurricane Mills. No, this would be Highway 70. So if there's a highway between Waverly and Dixon, now that's under a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. And as far as the Weather Service in Nashville is concerned, it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So we have a couple of more minutes left here as we come up on the 11 o'clock hour. The tornado warning here in Benton County is going to be allowed to expire because this joker is on the Tennessee River right now. He's coming out, and we'll not see him again. And thank goodness for that, because it's really tough. It's really hard to kind of process and see three strong pockets of rotation on the radar at the same time and in somewhat the same vicinity here. Between Paris and Paris Landing, we had that one. And then we just had we had two pockets of tornadic activity right here in Carroll County alone, moving into Benton County. One huge tornado warning. So, I mean, what do you do with that? Well, you just stay with it and bear it out. Now, I've said that. Let's hit up on these severe thunderstorm warnings. Now I'm going back to Huntington and a little concerned. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. And when I look at this, and if you're following along at KenTennWeather.net, and some of you are, severe thunderstorm warning for Henderson County, Benton County, and Carroll County. If you see the note at the top of the flyer here, it says tornado possible, and that's true, because now at Poplar Springs and Clarksburg, we're developing another pocket of rotation. Another pocket of rotation right here. You're following along. See that couplet right there? The red's going away, the blue's going toward the radar. That's rotating wind right there. Okay. And possibly another pocket of rotation between Buena Vista and Huntington, which that would put you in the communities of Garrettsburg, Mount Zion, out here in Carroll County, south of Rosser. These are not tornado warnings. These are pockets of rotation that's appearing on radar. This storm system has hit a very, for lack of a better word, a very juicy pocket of unstable turbulence in the atmosphere. These things are ramping up, and they're eating that energy alive over here. We're seeing this severe thunderstorm warning one more time, and maybe I didn't read it all. This is 1052. This is old information. So thunderstorm warning for Benton County and Carroll County, and those are the southern portions of those counties. Also, northwestern Henderson County, severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:30. So you can expect 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, we will not have a tornado warning out of this. This will not be upgraded to such a warning. But on nights like this, anything can happen, as we have seen. So we're going to continue to watch this. This is going to march off to the east to Pond Branch, Buena Vista, Robinson, Crossroads, possibly Holiday, definitely through Clarksburg, Westport, and Yuma. These are pockets of rotation that we're seeing on the radar. As we see this mesoscale, excuse me, I'm going to use that terminology. This Doppler radar is actually reflecting the fact that there is a pocket of rotation. I guess that's what I should have said to begin with. Poplar Springs, your little pocket of rotation just got a whole lot brighter. Anarch, Williams Chapel, Westport, Dollar. I'm worried about you folks over there. Be on guard. Dollar, Garrettsburg, Pond Branch, these locations right here. These are these pockets of rotation we've been talking about that could spin up into a tornado. If you go back to the severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll County here and into Benton County, it says tornado possible. And it is, as we've just hit on that point just a few minutes ago. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. Need to keep a sharp eye on this here for just a little bit. And a reminder for you that you're listening to Thunderbolt Radio and Digital, WCMT Martin, WCMT FM South Fulton Martin, and also WCDZ Dresden. Online at thunderboltradio.com if you're listening on the streams, or on 95.1, 101.3, or any of the WCMT stations. And also, now something really neat, storm tracking at KenTennWeather.net, KenTenn weather.net. If you happen to be looking over there and eyeballing and looking at everything, you can see what we're doing with the storm tracking and all of this. And it's a pretty groovy little thing, but our focus right now, we're focused back again on Huntington, Clarksburg, and Carroll County, and they have just updated the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get eyeballs on this and see what they say. At 11:01, a severe thunderstorm was located near Huntington, moving east at 55 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Huntington, Camden, Brewston, anybody along Highway 70. Within, 5 miles either side of Highway 70. Just good rule of thumb right here. But I'll say it again. Y'all, you folks over there in Carroll County, there are two pockets of rotation. Whether it's just winds being blown out, possibly, but from where I'm sitting, I'm going to tell you that red and green side by side do not mix, especially that much red and green. And also up in Buena Vista community right there too, you may be just getting strong winds. I'm not going to say something is there unless it's just a gut feeling, but just like that other storm that we had the tornado warning for Benton County, that was a gut feeling. And sure enough, they saw it on the radar and they identified it because, I'm not going to be calling, hollering wolf if it's not necessary. I just want to give you the facts here, and that's what we're trying to do. No tornado warnings in West Tennessee. Well, that we can see, not at least in the KenTenn area. It's really haven't even paid a whole lot of attention to the radar, like the rain return rates. If you happen to be heading to Savannah tonight, though, you might be a little bit careful going down there. They keep issuing tornado warnings and golf ball size hail down Highway 45, McNairy, Chester, and Hardeman County. We've been kind of keeping an eyeball on our friends to the south this evening, too. Back in behind all of this, we're not seeing anything in the way of wind at the moment. Lots of storm reports. Oh, boy, are there storm reports today coming in from the National Weather Service in Memphis and points unknown. And, I mean, we've just had a flood. We'll probably have to go back and look at it, too. Plus, if you have something that, you want to throw out there as far as any of this stuff goes, weather-wise, just as long as it's not power outages, because there's not a lot we can do about that, and you can't either. 731 is the area code, 207-0242. If you want to give us a quick shout out, you can. You're welcome to do that. And so we can pass information along. Maybe somebody needs to stay off Highway 79. Maybe there's TVA lines down somewhere or something's across the road. Maybe the police are turning you around. You can't come down through here. Well, we don't know any of that yet because nobody has called in to tell us. Again, 731-207-0242. If we do hear from you, I'll put you on the air so we can pass that information along. Just be nice. Again, back down to Huntington, Carroll County, and Benton County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. This goes until, expires in another 24 minutes. The only reason, look, I'm still here hanging on the air at the moment because of the pockets of rotation in this thunderstorm. It has not been tornado warned officially, but as a broadcaster, here's your heads up. There's some rotation just to the north and east of Clarksburg. So that puts you right in the Pond Branch, Buena Vista, and Westport communities in Carroll County. Williams Chapel, Anarch, again, Garrettsburg, Pond Branch. They just had a dose of this a while ago. Robinson, Crossroads. Don't know what the name of the airport is, but it's the OM4 airport down in Benton County. Maybe it's the Benton County Airport. These areas are on track to receive this wind activity, and we'll call it wind activity, even though we're looking at a couplet on radar here, but I don't think it's anything official right now. Neither haven't detected. It hasn't reached a higher severe limit, I guess I should say. And it's been really quiet on the EAS. Haven't heard anything from, weather guy that comes on, and tells you about the storms from time to time. Sounds like a robot. Yeah. That one from the Weather Service. Usually he beats me to it getting on the air. And that's okay because that's what he's there for. Kind of keep you plugged in on all of this stuff that's going on. We are seeing some wind gusts around that Pond Branch area over here in Carroll County. 30, 35, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Not quite the tight couplet of rotation that we're looking at. But looking back here on some things here, hail probability on this one thunderstorm cell that's just in the Buena Vista community, 100%. Possibility of severe hail, 80%. How big is the hail? It is 1.25 inches. How big is 1.25 inches? Well, it's about $50, roughly. At least that's what my ruler says. I've pulled this ruler out a dozen times tonight. I try to get an idea of it. No, that's a baseball. No, that's a grapefruit. And no, that is a tangerine. We did have tangerine size hail somewhere down south earlier this evening. And some of the stuff was keeping us pretty busy elsewhere. At 11:07, a severe thunderstorm was located near Brewston. That's 9 miles southeast of Huntington. Moving east at 60. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. That's really all that's left right now. I'm just going to hang with this right here for just a few more minutes, and then I'll turn you loose, and you can go back to listening to Art Bell or the greatest hits or whatever you might be listening to tonight before I interrupted your relaxed time, I guess you would say here. But this is more important. Sorry. We keep seeing these radar updates and a ton of lightning. Pond Branch, Buena Vista, Robinson, and Crossroads, these areas here. We're looking at 20. They're not even significant wind gusts in these couplets, though. They're just in that unstable, juicy atmosphere, unstable pocket of air. But why are they not spinning up now? Well, the bigger storms that have just passed through, the big 3 tornadoes that were on the ground, sucked up a lot of the energy. That's one thing. So now a cap is trying to work its way back in place and keep these things shut up. And that's what it does when you have this activity going on. Okay. Especially on days like this. Now, I'm not sure what's going to go on Tuesday. They've already put out a be on the lookout for something that's going on Tuesday. I'm not entirely sure. They're not entirely sure yet. Of course, you don't really know the details and the specs until, 12 hours before something actually happens and things start to shape up. Well, that's just it could just be a thunder shower as far as we know just yet, or the whole thing could fall apart. But as always, we're on the lookout and we'll stay on the lookout. And again, like I said, I'm holding with you. Why is he still on here? There's no tornadoes in West Tennessee. Well, there are tornadoes in West Tennessee, actually. They're down in Chester County and in McNary, and that's Hardeman down there, Bolivar. But yeah, that's out of the range. Well, why are you on the air? Well, I'm still watching this storm for you here that's about to cross into Benton County, because it is a pocket of rotation. If this thing comes tornado warned, we're going to be here. And with that, we're not going far. We'll probably, listen, which direction do we need to go for just a few minutes? Okay. So let's do this right here, because, let's see if there's nothing on that channel right there. So if we go right over here, just take a quick break, regroup, take a drink of water, whatever, take another bite of supper, or whatever it is that we're doing here this late in the evening. It's 11:12 on WCMT and on Star 95.1, your favorite Dresden station, your only Dresden station. That's right. Well, no, okay. But anyway, as we keep it right here, also KenTennWeather.net. If you head over to KenTenn weather.net, you will see the radar. You'll see what we're talking about right here and see why we're wasting your time. You might think it's wasting your time, but we're going to hang with it, because if it does break, I can't fix it, but I can tell you about it. And I'll do just that. I promise.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Yes, I am jelly of your unicorn phone case. No, I'm not. It is 11:16. It has been a long day. That's what it is here at the KenTenn Weather Center. I'm Brian Thomas. You're on Thunderbolt Radio and Digital online at thunderboltradio.com, listening to the streams, or listening over the air at WCMT. Talking news you can use, WCMT FM 101.3 and also Star 95.1. So, you want the good news or the good news? Okay, well, the good news is that the severe thunderstorm warning that had come out for Buena Vista, Pond Branch, the one we were talking about and keeping an eye on just a little bit ago, part of it has lifted. We just received the update from the National Weather Service in the break at 11:14. Severe thunderstorm located 7 miles southeast of Brewston or 8 miles southwest of Camden, moving east at 65. Hail damage to vehicles expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Camden and Nathan Bedford Ford State Park. And the path of this thing, again, just like the big tornado that just went through there. And we'll probably park it here for the night, I would say, because the couplet that we've been watching has been kind of holding together for the past little bit, has fallen apart. And that's good news. I'll take it all night. Maybe this is the last we'll hear of all of this mess tonight, and that would just be a blessing for everybody. We're still seeing some rotation going on in the storm. I won't say that. If anything, we're looking at, strong wind gusts out of this thing. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gust. It's still under severe thunderstorm warning over in Camden and Tin Cup. We're looking at pretty much that. Not seeing any major indicators of any kind of tornadic activity, to say anyway. A couple other places to check out right quick here in the most eastern portion of Carroll County. Still seeing some 1-inch size hail. Yes, you are. You'll see that there. So that'll give you that'll give you at least roughly a quarter size hail there, and a good chance of it too. Yeah. So you'll have that. If you're in that neighborhood or going into Benton County. Just to pass along to you, the information here at 11:10, that's old. We'll skip that. Tornado warnings do continue for locations east of the Tennessee River. Be careful if you're traveling up Highway 70, Highway 79, or Interstate 40 towards Dixon. Still a strong pocket of rotation north and west of Dixon in that area over there, which, would be right about McEwen, if you were in that neighborhood. Adams Crossroads, if you're familiar with these areas, or Few Chapel, Tennessee City, north of these areas here. Got a big old number 2 on that sale right there, as a matter of fact. 2 3/4 inch size hail. It's always interesting to pull a rotor out and see how big that. Okay, so we're back to tangerine size. That's in this storm that's right outside McEwen. But for you won't have to worry about that tonight, because that is outside of our listening area. In the meantime, Camden and Eva, you're still experiencing some of these wind gusts. It's going to pass out of your county, because your county, left or right, is fairly skinny county there. So we are going to let it pass over the Tennessee River and probably call it a night. And that sounds like a plan. I don't know about you, but it's always good to have a plan, to say the least, right? Okay, let's head back over to the reflectivity one more time so we can put a wrap on this thing. We see some heavy activity down around Lexington, Beach Bluff, Jackson. That's going to be, for the most part, out of our listening area. Not anticipating anything coming out of the Lexington storm. Let's just, double check and triple check. That's kind of what we do around here. That storm is just more or less a big blob. Is it more of a blob or less of a blob? Well, it's a blob. Very unorganized, no hook echoes out of that storm. elsewhere around the region, down in McNairy County and Bolivar, and that's Hardeman County. There's tornado warnings that continues further south in those particular areas there. So that's pretty much it. And unless we see some refiring of some kind over in portions of Carroll County, which I doubt, because we're coming up on that hour of the night where we're looking at these forecasts and seeing that these things were, this line was supposed to be out of here before midnight, or at least 1 a.m. So there's that. And we don't really have to worry about anything else. But of course, if anything breaks out, if it's a tornado or earthquake or whatever, we'll be here to cover it. And I hope you'll be here to watch it and listen to it and all of these fun things that we do here to keep you plugged in. It's 11:22 at Thunderbolt Radio. I'm Brian Thomas. We're online at thunderboltradio.com, streaming live, and also doing the storm tracking gig at KenTennWeather.net, where we're about to power down for the night. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being here. Hope everybody has been safe. I think we had 3 tornadoes on the ground at once, adjacent to the Tennessee River before it moved across the river tonight. Our folks in Camden and Huntington and Paris and all of the folks up 79 Highway and Highway 70. Let's not rubberneck tonight. Let's check on our neighbors when we can. Give them a call, see if we can even get a hold of them. But try not to be out in this mess or going through damage areas and things like that. Let's see. Okay, just making sure that that I didn't want to sign off just yet. We had a new tornado warning just come out, but if it gets too far up in this area, we'll cover this though. I'll go ahead and tell you about it just now. The National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Henderson County, McNairy, Hardin, Chester, and Decatur County. 3 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Adamsville, 12 miles northeast of Selmer. I know people who have family in Adamsville. If you're listening, call them. 12 miles northeast of Selmer, moving east at 45 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Call your friends, call your family down in Adamsville and down in these counties, okay? Be sure to check on them. 11:24 again, I'm Brian Thomas. Good evening to you as we rejoin you to your regularly scheduled programming on Thunderbolt Radio. It is 11:24, and I think they're back on schedule. Who do we still have watching? What do we have going on here? Severe weather statement from Memphis. We have really pushed this thing to the limits tonight. And you know what I have discovered? This computer is not... This computer is incapable of love. No, this computer is incapable of heavy processing. I guess I'm going to have to talk my wife into buying me a new one. Hey, it worked out pretty well for what we're trying to do. So all is well in the world of Brian, I guess. Okay. That's it for today. 11:25, KenTennWeather.net, and we are going to sign with you. Have a good night and be safe.